Welcome to the Ada K Show. I'm your host, Ada K, and I am a criminal justice major. I am also a deaf courtroom commentator, breaking down the gripping courtroom drama while providing full ASL interpretation, making justice accessible to everyone. Grab a cup of Java and let's dive in. And don't forget, comment, like, and subscribe. And if you love this channel, please become a member. Okay, little jiggy, but that's okay. We're in. All right, guys, this is the Julio Foolio Red Room murder by Alicia Andrews, and she is the first to be charged tried amongst 5 individuals. She is on trial for the Red Room of Jacksonville rapper Julio Foolio. He was shot and unalived outside of a hotel, gangsta style. And they are charged. They say she was a lookout tracker of this event, and it has been some interesting days in trial with her. One of the things I find interesting is that even though she is in her early 20s, they have her looking like she's 14 years old. They are saying that hello, Sarah. Thanks for hopping in. Even though they say that she had nothing to do with it, it is we're starting to see evidence that she did, especially her phone texts and messages. This is what day is this? 3, I think. 2. Day 2. So we're just getting into this trial. So let me go ahead and get everything up on stage. How did I have it last time? There we go. And let's get ready to rumble. By the way, we do have bingo cards set up. It is redirect, recross, pass the witness, saggy pants, nothing further. Objection, tender the witness, law enforcement, lead investigator, parking lot, UTC time, that's universal time. Evidence collection, right, correct, cell phone, may I have a moment? Photo, I said potato. May I publish? Sidebar. Bring the jury. Yes, no. Phone extraction. Overrule sustained. Nothing further, Your Honor. I do not recall. And evidence markings. Thank you so much to our fabulous mod, June, who provides these for us for every day. Every time you get a vertical or horizontal or diagonal or coverall, total of 13 entries per day you may potentially have. At the end of the day, I will draw a winner. At the end of the trial, all the winners will be in a drawing for free merch. It's free. Y'all, let's play. Here we go. Oh, so somebody asked, what is it that you put under your tongue? This is Bellamy. It's called Protect. It is a daily defense on demand. It dissolves under your tongue like a Listerine patch, and it has vitamins and minerals and things that I need to stay healthy. Zinc, that kind of stuff. I don't do well with capsules and pills. My stomach is very sensitive. This is something that I have found that I can tolerate. And it doesn't taste bad. It gets in your system a whole lot faster, too. Because it's under your tongue. Okay, just wanted to watch her come in. This is her position most of the time. She looks almost disinterested. No blush today, boo. No. Sarah, no. She just loves turtles. No relations. One sunny day. I have no idea what YouTube is doing.
On her state, do you have State's Exhibit 75?
I do. I think there's 3 parts of it,
Once it gets going, I've got to go get me something in my tummy.
75, 2, 3, and 10 that we intend, I think, is the subject of their motion.
Are you guys objecting to all of those?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Well, hold on.
One of them is the one, I just in case you wanted to, that's the.
Yeah, I'd like to come to this one as well.
Okay.
Let me see, I have sticky, you can see them, I just.
Yeah, let's take a look at the exhibits. All right. Okay, so on 75, defense is objecting to which subparts?
Your Honor, so there are, I believe, 3, there's subsection A, B, and, or it's 1, 2, and 3. And,
Well, it's A through C, and then C has subparts.
correct, so 75C is where we are.
Okay, and what subparts under 75C?
So starting with the, I guess the most important, the most relevant ones are going to be 2, which are the ones between Ms. Andrews and the next witness.
So that's text messages, and it just has on the exhibit list, area code 904-993-5797.
That would be Jewel Jordan, Judge, that's her phone number.
Okay. So, C1. All right, I don't have C1, I have C2. Oh, C2, here it is, here it is. Okay, all right, these are, what I'm looking at on this exhibit, it looks like a text message chain beginning January 9th of 2021 through January 21st.
January 19th, Judge, through this one.
Yeah, through the 22nd, 2021. Okay, and your objection is?
Yes, so I just like to start with the court's prior order. I'm just going to read the court's order, a piece of the transcript from the hearing. Your Honor specifically said, I don't want the jury to get bogged down in the history between the 2 gangs going back to 2018. I don't have a problem with the gang expert identifying the gangs, that there's been violence committed between these gangs for a number of years, and in 2023 is when, from what I can tell, really began ramping up with a series of back and forth revenge murders leading to the attempted murder of Mr. Jones, and then ultimately the successful murder of Mr. Jones in 2024. So the court has already laid out the parameters of what is going to be relevant and what is related to this actual incident, and that is limited at the attempted murder of Mr. Jones back in 2023. These messages are essentially just chatter between Ms. Andrews and the next witness about things that they're hearing on social media related to the back and forth between the 2. That's ultimately what it ramps up to. It's not relevant at all to the actual incident at hand. It doesn't stand to prove or disprove any particular relevant issue in this case. And quite frankly, what it would do is sour the jury towards Ms. Andrews, and just based on conversation that has nothing to do with the actual incident. And I don't know if the court wants the opportunity to just kind of finish reading through them.
Sure. State, go ahead. What's your response to that?
Judge, first of all, your order having to do with the gangs, we are limited to our experts to that time period.
For collateral evidence.
collateral evidence.
I'm assuming
correct,
you're gonna
Judge.
say this is direct evidence.
Yes, but also part of the collateral evidence, Judge, that you also allowed us to go into not just the October incident of 2023, all of 2023, and you also said that that was further extended because we mentioned the song and the lyrics, that there could be explanation to them, and certainly within those song lyrics, there are definitely people that are mentioned in those lyrics that are mentioned in this text. But this is direct evidence of the defendant's knowledge, and moreover, Judge, she gives an interview to law enforcement that goes directly to her knowledge as well as consciousness of guilt, because law enforcement asked her about gang activity, about the big rapper in Jacksonville, and she claims ignorance, like she doesn't know any of it, including her boyfriend's rap gang nickname Gutta. When they say Gutta and they're talking about Gutta, she's like, why do you call him that? So she is trying to feign like she has no knowledge of any of the gang activity, which these messaging that she has with one of her best friends growing up in 2021 directly relate to her knowledge of our victim. Not only her knowledge of her victim, that he's in a gang, other gang members that one of them is K Shorty, a gang member, is 6th Block, a fellow gang member of our victim that she is communicating with, where they talk about facts of some of the cases and some of the rival gang war that is going on in Jacksonville. The one to her best friend, there is definitely personal animosity towards Julio Foolio. She mentions Foolio multiple times. There's even a statement in there saying
Well, hello, guys. My computer decided to do a restart, and now I can't get my camera up and running. I'm just going to get everything back on stage and see y'all in a minute. I'll get it fixed.
Okay, it's 9:13. Let's go. All right, bring in our jury.
All right.
Okay, very good. Welcome back, members of the jury. All right, and you probably know what I'm going to ask you. So while we were on our evening recess, did anybody watch, listen, read any news?
Okay, guys, I'm going to have to do a quick reboot. Give me a second.
Independent investigation or research on your own about this case? Okay, very good. Thank you. We're ready to proceed. State, call your next witness.
State calls Audra Agramante.
What happened? My computer decided to do an update. It forced an update. Oh, that pisses me off.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
All right, you may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. Please state your full name for the record.
I live in Lake Worth.
And back in June of 2024, were you visiting Tampa, Florida?
Yes,
Why were you visiting Tampa?
because we were moving our daughter into the USF dorm. She was starting college for the first time.
Now, I'm going to ask you specifically about the early mornings of June 23rd of 2024. But before I do that, you said you were moving in your daughter who was going to the University of South Florida. Is that correct?
Correct.
Who did you come with?
I came with my husband and my daughter's boyfriend, and of course my daughter.
And what was your daughter's boyfriend's name?
Braden Smith,
And your husband?
Nestor Agramonte.
Okay. And where were you staying at when you came to Tampa that weekend?
The home suites across the street from USF campus.
Do you remember what floor you were on?
Second floor.
And what was your room number?
230, I believe.
Now, I'm going to go to the early morning hours of June 23rd, 2024. Did anything unusual happen that night, or I should say in the early morning hours of June 23rd of 2024?
Yes, yeah, for sure. So I was woken up by some popping sounds. My daughter's boyfriend, Mr. Smith, he threw me down to the ground and shielded me, and I was realizing these were gunshots that I was hearing. My husband got up on the other side of the bed. He was closest to the window and looked at the window and saw a bullet hole. through the window and yelled at us to get down. So we were all very scared and just stayed down until the bullet stopped.
Okay. What happened after the gunfire stopped?
We reached for our phones. We called 911. We called the hotel lobby, and I called USF campus security because I was really nervous about my daughter being there.
So who was in the hotel room that night?
Myself, my husband, and Braden Smith.
Where was your daughter at?
She was in the dorm at USF.
So going back to when you, you said you woke up, so were you sleeping at the time when all of this occurred?
Yes, ma'am.
How many gunshots did you think you heard?
Oh my gosh, there were so many, and it was so fast. I don't know, maybe 30, 40 at least. It was just rapid. Bum, 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 bum.
When you got up, did you also look to see where the bullet had come in through the room?
Yes, yeah. So we went over to the window, saw it came through. There were some bullet fragments on top of the,
No, she was prepped. Yeah, they told her if she didn't remember.
it's like the air conditioning vent, and it was on top of that.
At some point, did you make contact with officers from the Tampa Police Department?
Yes,
Did you provide an interview to an officer with the Tampa Police Department?
yes,
Did crime scene come and process the room?
yes.
How long were you in your room before you would say law enforcement was able to get to that room to process it?
You mean from the time of the shooting to when he came in?
Yes, ma'am.
It was a few hours.
I'm going to ask you about some photographs. Have I previously shown you photographs?
Yes,
I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification, States Exhibit 19A through G. No, E, I apologize, 19A through E. Do you recognize all of these photographs?
yes, I do.
Judge, I think I misordered them. I just want to make sure how many they are before I introduce them. It's actually A through G.
A through G?
Yes.
Okay.
At this time, we would introduce into evidence 19A through G.
Any objection?
No, Judge.
They'll be admitted.
So Ms. Agramonte, I'm going to ask you to look at this. Is this a photograph of the door leading to your hotel room that night?
Yes,
And then what is this a photograph of?
that's the inside of our room.
And that is 19B for the record. I'm going to ask you about 19C, again, another room, but a close-up.
Yes,
And where were you, and what bed was you and your husband in?
we were on the bed closest to the window.
This one right here?
Yes, that's correct.
And then your daughter's boyfriend, Mr. Smith, was he in the other bed at the time when all
Yes, he
this happened?
was.
I'm going to show you States Exhibit 19D. Can you tell us what's in this photograph?
Yeah, that's our window where the bullet came through.
And that's what you saw after you were able to turn on the lights and look, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
I'm going to show you a close-up. I'm going to go to 19F. You said that there were some items or some kind of particles on the AC unit. Is this the AC unit that you're referring to in 19D?
Yes, ma'am.
Show you a close-up of that. 19F, is this what you're referring to?
Yes,
Okay. And is this also some broken glass up here in the top of the photograph?
yes.
And then let me show, I'll do another close-up, 19G, or that close-up of the particles that were on the AC unit.
Yes,
And then 19E, is that a close-up of the bullet hole that was on your hotel room window?
yes.
What sort of vehicle did you come to Tampa to bring your daughter in?
We rented a minivan, so we would have room for all of our stuff.
And when you were leaving at that point, let me ask you this, when did you leave from that hotel in Tampa?
We tried to leave maybe around 11:30, but the police officer said, they had to check all the vehicles first. Once they said they had been checked, we were going to leave, and then when we got in the car, we saw that there were bullet holes in our car.
Okay. And was it a rental vehicle, did you say?
Yes, it was.
Your Honor, this time we'd introduce into evidence States Exhibit 16A through R.
Any objection?
No objection.
Admitted.
Can you tell us what is in 16A?
That's the minivan that we rented.
You said that there were bullet holes, is that correct?
Yes.
Where were the first bullet holes that you noticed?
We first noticed it in the passenger seat. As Braden Smith got in, he noticed there were holes in there through the back and the front. And then as I was climbing in, I noticed there was a hole in the back of my seat too, which is the front passenger side.
I'm going to show you some of the seats. I'm going to show you 16M. Do you see these holes in the seat?
Yes.
And then 16N is a close-up of that.
Yes.
Was there, I think you mentioned there was also a hole in the license plate, is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. That's where we believe it entered through, and it actually went through the hand cart that we had, like to bring all of our stuff in. So it went through that and then through the two seats.
I'm going to show you. Can you point out for us in 16B where exactly the hole is?
Sure. Physically or just?
You can get up and show.
Okay. So it's the, it was in the queue, and it's over on like the side of the queue.
I'm going to show close-up 16D. Can you point it out for us?
Sure. It's right here. Side of the queue.
I'm going to show you. And you said that there was a hand cart, is that correct, that was inside of the van?
Yes, that's correct.
16J, is that what is being viewed there?
Yes.
Okay, I also want to show you a close-up of the back of that seat in 16K. Can you show where the damage was that wasn't there before the shooting?
Sure, it was in the back of the seat right here.
And I'm going to show you a close-up of the hand cart. 16I, is that what you noticed when you first got into the minivan?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, we would pass the witness.
Cross-examination?
Judge has no questions.
Okay, thank you. May this witness be excused?
Thank you.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, ma'am. You're free to go.
Bingo card. I'm going to come back a little bit because I missed the name.
Borough County area.
Was perimeter tape already set up when you arrived?
Yes, it was.
What were you tasked to do when you first got there?
Upon arrival, they asked myself and other squad members to try to collect surveillance video from the local hotels. At that point, I made my way to the Holiday Inn hotel, which is in the same vicinity of the other hotels in that area.
When a homicide occurs, is the case eventually assigned to a homicide detective in the homicide unit of the Tampa Police Department?
Yes, it is.
When you were assisting and made contact with the hotel manager, did you say it was, what hotel was it?
It was at the Holiday Inn hotel.
And where is the Holiday Inn placed in reference to the Home to Suites?
It's right next door. If you was to go to the intersection of Fowler and McKinley, there's a collection of 3 hotels in that area. Holiday Inn kind of sits in the middle next to the Home to Suites, which is on the corner of 40th, McKinley and Fowler.
Did the hotel manager of the Holiday Inn, did he give you access to their video surveillance system?
He did. He actually assisted by operating the surveillance video and just going hour by hour, minute by minute at my request.
Okay. Were you physically viewing that video footage as he was going through it?
Yes, I was.
Did you see anything of note or relevance to this particular investigation while he was viewing it?
Yes. So the first thing that I noticed was a dark color vehicle cross the path of the camera of the Holiday Inn. It looked of a dark color vehicle. There was a second camera by the main entrance, the Holiday, which looks to the east, and at approximately 0:49 hours, there was a plume of smoke coming from another dark vehicle. Not long after that, there was 2 males seen from the direction of a smoke plume running into the hotel.
Okay. Did you make any observations of those 2 males as they were running into the hotel?
One male was a heavy-set male, the other one was a thin. Both males. I'm reading my report, sir.
Okay, well, you can't do that, so you have to testify from your memory, and if you need to look at your report to refresh your recollection, you just need to let us know, or let Ms. Doherty know. You just need then to look at the report, refresh your recollection. When it's refreshed, then you can continue testifying.
Yes, Your Honor, my apologies.
No worries.
Sorry, this was well over a year ago, so. There were 2 males that ran into the hotel. One was a heavy-set black male, the other one was a thin black male that ran into the hotel, the
What-
Holiday Inn specifically. Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt. What did they do after?
They normally would. Did they? Let's see. But yes, if my memory serves me correct, they did take anything that had a hole in it. They took evidence of it, took it in for
After they ran into the Holiday Inn?
if they could.
From what I recall, they ran past the front desk down one of the hallways and attempted to knock on one of the doors. From there, they made their way, when they weren't allowed entry into that room specifically. They then made their way to the elevators, got on the elevators, and then got off, I believe, on the 3rd floor. Once they got off the 3rd floor, one of the 2 males collapsed. Looked like he had been bleeding around the upper torso of his body. And the other male hung around but kind of paced back and forth next to his friend or the person that he was with.
And you have talked about 2 different areas, the 1st level, the 3rd floor, as well as the elevator. Is there video footage of all of those places at the Holiday Inn?
Yes.
So you're able to see the full progression of when they were fleeing into that hotel and exactly where they went and what happened with them?
I can say that I saw the 2 males running from a direction of a vehicle with smoke coming out of it, running into the hotel, the Holiday Inn, and obviously their movement of travel as I described.
And after you viewed that video footage, what did you do with that information?
That information was passed on to homicide detectives.
After you viewing the video footage, did you do anything else in further of this investigation to assist with the homicide investigation?
We just kind of maintained the perimeter for security, and while doing so, I noticed a vehicle that was struck by a stray bullet.
And was that, I'm going to show you, it's already into evidence, States Exhibit 16B. Is that the vehicle you're referring to?
Yes, that's the vehicle that was struck by a stray bullet.
And after you noticed that that was
Yes, this is live, honey. We're slightly back a few minutes, but this is today. Well, wait, let me double check. I had a computer went down. Computer went down and I grabbed the live again, so I may be wrong. Oh, I am wrong. My apologies. Sorry, my computer decided to do an automatic forced reboot and then I lost everything. Thank you so much, honey. Thank you. My appreciation is thank you.
Please raise your hand and indicate so that we can address it. Okay, let the record reflect that none of the jurors.
Wait a minute. Wrong case. Dag nabbit. Give me a minute, y'all. Let me double check. My apologies. I have to be honest. I've had literally zero sleep last night. I will as of 9:15, I've been up 24 hours. Give me a second, y'all. My apologies, loves. My apologies. One of those days. She's in a suit today. Well, I'm sorry. Yeah, thanks, honey. Thank you so much. Honey, that suit is the most putrid color you could throw on a human being. Who is getting her clothes, y'all? OMG. Oh, Lord have mercy. Lord have mercy. So this is today's trial.
All rise.
You know, when everything shuts down like that did, I have to launch everything all over again. I have the bingo card up. I got to redo the bingo card. Let's clear the bingo cards because all that was said, that's wrong day. I have to get all of the prize each I liked, I shared, I sub, I tip, I bingoed, all have to be in their own tabs. I have to get Discord up. I have to get the main feed up. I have to pop up chats. I got to get all of that done. And sometimes it can be a little daunting. So I appreciate it. If you would like to play bingo with us, the bingo card is posted at the top of chats. So when you go into the chats, it is pinned. Click on the link and it will pop this up. Go ahead and start playing. And join us. It is free and it is fun. And at the end of trial, you may win a free merge. You may win a free merge. All right, let's get into trial. Do-overs. Do-overs.
All right, very good. Thank you. Everyone have a seat. Welcome back, members of the jury. I hope you all enjoyed your weekend, your time off. So while we were on our weekend recess, did anybody watch, listen to, read any news accounts or social media accounts related to this case? Anything? Did anybody talk to anybody about anything related to this case? Did anybody do any independent investigation or research regarding this case? Okay, very good. We're ready to proceed. And we've attempted to cut down the glare on the screen. So if you can't see the evidence, stop and let us know, because obviously it's important that you all see the evidence. So if the glare is so bad that it's really impacting your ability to see the evidence, just let us know, okay? All right, state who's going to be your next witness.
The state calls Alicia Kaufman.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
All right, you may proceed.
Please state your full name for the record.
Alicia Kaufman, Kaufman.
Ms. Kaufman, how are you employed?
I'm a crime scene investigator with the City of Tampa Police Department.
How long have you been a crime scene investigator?
About 15 years.
Back on June 25th of 2024, did you respond to the Tampa Police impound lot to assist with processing a vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
And was that pursuant to a search warrant that was obtained by law enforcement?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you working alongside homicide detectives?
Yes, ma'am. It would be, believe Detective Elvis and Detective Kirkpatrick.
And was the vehicle that you were processing, was that the black Dodge Charger belonging to the victim, in this case, Charles Jones?
I do know that it was a Charger, but at that point in time, I didn't know who actually it belonged to.
What was your role when processing that black Dodge Charger?
I was advised by the detectives that the first portion of the search warrant had been completed, the swabs, other photographs, etc. And my sole job was going to be to photograph further and document the damage and potentially pull any projectiles from that vehicle.
So there had already been a crime scene investigator who had already done those things that you have just mentioned, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
How did the vehicle appear then when you came to the impound lot?
It was in one of the secured bays, and it had what we would call as yellow markers or yellow stickers. They look like little rulers. They have our police department logo on them. And with that being on there, that indicates to me that something had either been notated or prior photographed and documented.
And you said the detectives briefed you that they had already had the vehicle processed for swabs for DNA. Is that correct?
Yes, that they had already gone through the entire vehicle.
As well as the photographing the damage to the exterior of the vehicle. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Part of what you were documenting was that to do the interior of the vehicle and to collect any sort of projectiles or bullet fragments that were still contained inside the vehicle.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification, state 68A through double K. Did you previously look at all of these photographs before coming to court today?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this time, we would introduce into evidence 68A through KK.
Any objection?
No objection.
Admitted?
And Ms. Kaufman, do all of those photographs fairly and accurately represent the photographs that you took showing the different damage and some of the projectiles that you recovered from the interior of the black Dodge Charger?
Yes, ma'am.
Was there a projectile that you recovered from this vehicle that still appeared to be intact?
Yes, ma'am.
And where was that located?
I believe I notated it as like a hinge hood. So when you open the hood of the vehicle, in this particular case, the vehicle opened normally where the hood opens towards the windshield. And in the corner, up near the windshield of the driver's side, there's kind of a groove or a divot where the wires come, and it was right there up in that area.
do you document with photographs that entire path, opening the hood, as well as the location and close-ups of what you've just described?
Yes, ma'am.
Please tell us what you are documenting in 68B. Let me put that down a little bit.
So in this particular photograph, that's just going to show that the hood is open. And again, those yellow stickers were there prior to my arrival.
And can you point out where it is ultimately that you locate that projectile that's still intact?
Sure. Good to get up?
Yes, ma'am.
It's definitely a little difficult from here to see, but if you see the corner where the hinge comes to the hood, there's almost like a leaf that's orange, a little off-center, and it's right about there in that particular area.
And 68C, if you want to stand up just for these next series. 68C, is that a close-up of that area that you're talking about?
Yes. So you'll see, again, there's that hinge, or the corner, you have your hinge coming down here, and then right kind of underneath where that parallel line comes, it breaks. It's hard to see just because of the shadows, but there's a further documentation after that.
68D,
So that's going to be, you can actually see where it comes down, that parallel again. So we're kind of leading into this photo to show that very almost shiny, metallic looking item there in the middle, kind of lower, almost the center of the photograph there.
and then 68E.
That's my hand, just removing the projectile, again with what we would use as a measure, just basically showing it close up.
And that was the one projectile that you found still intact, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You can go ahead and have a seat.
Thank you.
Please tell me what 68F shows.
Excuse me. So that is going to be the driver's seat, as well as the headrest to the driver's seat.
And can you show damage from projectiles in this particular photograph?
Yes, you can actually see due to the headrest being dark colored, all of those little white spots and fragments are potential damage there.
68G, what part of the vehicle is this?
That's actually going to be the back of the driver's side headrest. You can see the steering wheel in the forward of the picture, notating that we're still on the driver's side, and then that's just an opposite, so that way we can get both sides of that headrest.
And again, in this photograph, can you see damage that has been caused by projectiles in this particular, in the back driver's seat of the headrest?
Yes, particularly if you're looking at the actual driver's seat, those two notations correct over there on the right side.
Yeah, I agree. I think the defense is trying very hard to paint her out to be this sweet little innocent thing that knew nada, did nada. And I think it may actually shoot them in the foot. I think sometimes when you go too innocent and you take them out of their natural character and their natural, I mean, depending on how bad you dress, but we do need to have decorum and be properly dressed for court. But I think them making her look like a 14-year-old kid is not going to help them in any way. It may not hurt them, but it doesn't help them. There have been pictures of her posted, and she's dressed in one manner, has her nails done, makeup on, you know, and then she comes in here with virtually no makeup on and looking like she's a kid versus a young adult. I think if I'm a juror, that's deceptive to me, and it just wouldn't bode well for me. Some people could care less.
68A.
I believe that's the driver's side. Yes.
About that.
That's
There
okay.
you go.
That's all right. Wanted to make sure that we have them notated and separated. That's going to be the driver's side headrest. We're looking at this particular photograph is the front. Once we removed it in order to actually document it better and further.
68I.
Now we're going to go in and do kind of like those overalls. Now we're in a mid-range, just showing the damage as well as a marker or as well as a measure in this one.
68J, is that another close-up of 68I?
That's correct.
Did you do the same process for the back of the driver's side headrest?
Yes, ma'am.
68K?
So again, notating that we're in the back of the driver's side headrest now. Those are the same two spots that you noticed on the photograph of the seat when it was actually still intact.
And do those correspond with the holes that are in front of the headrest on the driver's side?
For the most part, it's a little difficult.
Is there kind of at an angle?
Yes.
68L, what are you documenting here?
So that's going to be the passenger seat headrest once it was removed. Again, we're looking at the front of it.
And again, is there damage caused by projectiles to the passenger seat headrest?
There is damage to the lower, if you look at the lower corner, correct, right there.
68M,
We're just kind of going in, looking at a mid-range without that measure.
68N,
And that's showing the measure with the same damage that we saw in that prior picture.
does this show, can you see another area that's kind of damaged to the seat a little bit lower in this photograph?
Yes, it actually shows both pieces. One up by the 4 on the top of the measure and one actually closer to the 4 on the latter part of the measure.
Then 68O, is that a close-up of the damage to the lower part that was displayed in 68N?
Correct.
Please tell us what is in 68P.
I believe that that is going to be the back of the passenger headrest.
What are you documenting in 68Q?
So this is going to be what we would call the B pillar of the vehicle. It's that pillar that runs between the driver or the front door and the back door. And right dead center, you'll see the actual line of the black B pillar. And then there's a giant white spot.
Now, you may sometimes hear this called also as the A-frame. Just letting you know, sometimes because it comes up and comes down like this, they sometimes call it an A-frame. She is calling it the B pillar, and this is where it is right here.
That's a strike or a potential damage. So we're just kind of getting that overall angle so that we can maneuver in, so that we can see how we're moving forward in our photos.
You also see damage to the window of the driver's door, is that correct?
Correct.
And then 68R. Is that the same area in the center of the photo, just at a better angle?
Yes, ma'am.
What are you documenting in 68S?
So now we've moved to the back seats, just kind of documenting overall in the back seat at this point in time.
And what is kind of the different particles that are in the seat that are kind of green and white?
It's going to be fractured glass.
.68T.
So again, we're looking in from the driver's side of the vehicle. So to the right side of the photograph, you're going to have the rear driver's seat moving over from right to left. Then we'll have the center seat, and then obviously the rear passenger seat on the other side. And we're just documenting in this photograph the seat back as well as the seat headrests.
Can you point out which seat has damage by projectile?
Actually, they all have pretty much damage. In this particular photo, we're looking mainly at this one here, the rear driver's side. And then it's hard to see, but you'll get into the other photos and you'll see a little bit more damage there.
68U.
So this is the center of the back seat.
And then 68V.
And now we're going to be looking at the rear passenger seat back itself.
And in this photo, can you again see any sort of damage caused by projectiles?
Yes, up in the, what would be your right shoulder area, you can see some damage there.
I'm going to show you 68X. What are you depicting in this photograph?
This is going to be damage to the rear passenger side seat, up near the top where the seat back is, or where the headrest is. You can kind of see it. It's a little faint, but it's next to the one, between the 1 and the 2 there.
And just for reference, is the tan in the photo, is that depicted back in 68 feet?
Yes, the tan is.
$68Y.
Just a closer up photo. Again, you can see it kind of mid-range between the 2 and the 2 there.
$68Z.
Just some further damage. That one again is a little hard to see, but it's equivalent to the 3 on the side, and then kind of below the 2, 3 marker there.
Going to 68AA.
So that's going to be the back of the rear driver's seat once we had pulled it out and removed it.
And did you see any sort of damage or strikes to the bottom?
Not to my recollection on the bottom.
68BB.
So that's going to be damage. I believe that's the middle seat.
Again, can you, for the record, just kind of designate where it is located in the photograph?
Sure. It's actually pretty much center in the photograph itself, at the 2 and the 2 mark there.
What is in 68CC?
That is going to be the seats once they were removed. That's going to be your middle seat and your driver's seat.
And we're still looking at the front of that, is that correct?
Correct.
And again, can you see damage?
I'm just being picky. I do not like the color scheme of that car, where it's all black, but the actual inner part of the seats is this weird beigey yellow, and look how filthy that is. Ooh.
In this particular photograph from projectile strikes?
Yes, it's going to be in the actual headrest up on the right. Then you can see in the tan portion where that line comes down. And then it's a little harder to see, but between the headrest, there's actually some more damage there.
68DD.
That's going to be kind of between those headrests.
A
The
close-up
damage you'll-
from when we just looked at 68CC.
Correct.
68EE.
So now we're in that, we're doing a mid-range photo again. That's going to be the driver, the rear driver. Dead center, you'll notice kind of the discoloration coming down right at the line that goes up and down as well as the vertical line. And the horizontal line.
68FF, what are we looking at?
It's going to be the back of the seats for the middle and the driver.
And in this particular photo, can you see damage from a projectile strike?
You can, there's some small damage down on the bottom to the right. Right there, there's some damage pretty much in the center on that particular photo.
68GG.
So that's just marking where that is, especially because it's kind of hard to see without that marker, specifically saying where it is on the photo.
And then 66AA, is that a close-up of the damage that was at the lower end of that seat?
Correct.
What are you doing in 68II?
So peeling back, you could actually almost feel in this particular case, the copper jacketing that's underneath there. So I just took my knife, peeled that layer back, and located that jacketing, and that's gonna be right in the center of the photograph, yes ma'am, at the headrests between the center seat and the side seat.
68 double J, what are we looking at in this photograph?
So there's a lot going on here, but what we're really focusing on and depicting is the driver's side door is open. We're looking into the driver's side at the dashboard area, but we're focused mainly on that item of damage there, correct?
Okay. And is that a projectile strike that is kind of going into that dashboard area on the lower driver's side of the vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
68 double K.
So now we're doing a closer up photograph of that with the measure again.
After you basically peeled back some of the seats and pulled out various parts of the car, can you tell the jury, I know that there was one intact projectile that was found in the hood area. What other either projectiles or fragments did you locate?
I did locate some other, what I would call as fragments or debris, pieces of metal, essentially, from some of the seat rests, as well as I believe a small sliver came out of the dashboard.
The part of the back or that seat that you peeled back and you kind of saw a fragment, was that the only other thing other than the projectile that you could qualify as a fragment? Were the other pieces that you qualified as debris too small or too tiny to be able to truly discern if it came from a projectile?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, may I have one moment? Yes. Your Honor, at this time, we pass the witness.
Okay, cross-examination? Okay, thank you. May this witness be excused?
Yes.
Okay, very good. You're free to go. All right, who's your next witness?
Judge, our next witness is Detective Kaylin Small.
Well, I'm surprised after seeing some of this evidence that more people. I'm sorry, I'm going to pause the video so I don't crackle and compete. I'm really surprised that I don't see more people. More people that weren't the people in the vehicle were not totally unalived. You had 4 people in the vehicle, I think, and only Julio passed away. The way that the bullets were spread throughout that car, it's a miracle. They all weren't unalived. So thank you, Lord, for that one.
Okay, you may proceed.
Please state your full name for the record. I'll let you get situated. Sorry.
First name is Galen Skull, S-C-U-L-L.
How are you employed?
I'm a detective with the Tampa Police Department,
How long have you been with the Tampa Police Department?
approximately 14 years.
What unit are you currently assigned to?
I'm assigned to a firearm investigations unit,
How long have you been in the Firearms Investigation Unit?
approximately 6 years.
What prior assignments at the Tampa Police Department did you have before being put in the Firearms Investigation Unit?
I was assigned to a narcotics unit and patrol with street crimes unit.
As part of the Firearms Investigative Unit, are you also a member and cross-designated as a member of the ATF Task Force?
Yes, I am.
What are your duties as an ATF Task Force officer?
We investigate violent crimes with firearm cases, commercial robbery cases, long-term trafficking cases with firearms, any violent nexus to a crime involving a gun.
Does your unit respond to homicide scenes?
Yes, we do.
What type of homicide cases does your unit respond to?
Anything that homicide will ask for our assistance on, usually it's either mass shootings or 3 or more people, any high-profile case that they may deem may be high-profile at the time, or anything that they need assistance on from the ATF.
Did you respond to the home to suites located at 11606 McKinley Drive in Tampa, Florida?
I did.
Did you respond to that area on June 23rd of 2024?
Yes.
What time did you approximately arrive at that location?
It was just before 9 o'clock, around 8:45 or so.
Was there already law enforcement presence in the area at that time?
Yes, there was.
Can you describe the type of law enforcement presence at that time?
When I arrived on scene, I parked on Fowler Avenue in the, like the grass area, side of the road. There was approximately 10 or 12 law enforcement vehicles already there. There was a large, I observed crime scene tape around the perimeter of the hotels. I saw multiple law enforcement members, crime scene vans, stuff like that.
When you first arrived, did you meet with other officers from the Tampa Police Department for a briefing?
When I first arrived, I met with the officer holding the perimeter. He had a crime scene log, so I checked in. Then went over and talked to the homicide unit, which I believe was the sergeant at the time, Rachel Cholnick, and then another detective from my unit, which is Detective Michael McNamara.
Sergeant Rachel Cholnick, she is the sergeant of the homicide division, is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
And you said you also met with Detective McNamara with your unit?
I did, yes.
Were you at that time apprised of the investigation of what had occurred prior to you arriving?
Limited information. I was told that there was a deceased individual in the vehicle. I was told that he had maybe a rapper from Jacksonville area. And then there was the scene had started in the back of the hotel from where I originally arrived to meet with detective and sergeant.
What did you do at the scene?
After I was briefed on limited information, I kind of just walked the scene. I was looking for 2 other special agents with ATF. I was told that were en route. Wasn't sure if they were on scene yet or not. Went around to where the shooting had initiated, which is the front of the hotel, and met with street crime units from Tampa Police Department.
I'm going to show you it's already into Evidence States Exhibit 1. Can you take a look behind you and see that? I'm going to blow it up a little bit. You said, where did you first come in at and where did you park?
Want to stand? Or
Yes, absolutely.
So this is Fowler Avenue here. This little grass area in front of this where there's a sidewalk. This is where I parked, and this is where all the law enforcement vehicles were kind of staged, but they could not get into the hotel itself.
Okay. And you said that you entered the crime scene, is that correct?
I did. I walked down to the grass area, walked to this opening here, which is the drive, and then met under some trees, which was, I believe it's this area here, the street on the right side in front of the hotel.
Where did you do your walkthrough?
So when I arrived and met with them, there was a black Dodge Charger that was situated between Holiday Inn and those tree lines there, which I believe is where the victim was in the vehicle. And then I kind of walked down, I saw a path of what I believe to be vehicle fluid from either a radiator or a transmission, coming all the way down this little grass area in between the 2 hotels, through the grass, all the way down. And I kind of made my way where the initiated shooting was, which is in front of where it says Sarah Zuniga Natural Horse Training, this little overhang here.
Okay.
And then the crime scene, or the street crime unit were kind of in that side of the parking lot, and I met with Detective Andrew Trotter.
When you met with Detective Trotta, was there some damage to a vehicle that was pointed out to you?
There was, yes.
What sort of vehicle was it? And can you point out on States Exhibit 1, this diagram, where it was parked and located?
It was a yellow, I believe it was a Ford Bronco, or I'm sorry, maybe yellow or light orange. You can see a small little vehicle in these parking spots here. Maybe it was the second or third open available space there.
And did you note any sort of damage to that vehicle after you were alerted by Detective Trotta?
I did.
going to show you what's been marked for identification, States Exhibit 17A through D. Did I previously show you these photographs?
Yes.
And do these photographs fairly and accurately represent that yellow vehicle that had sustained damage by a projectile and where it was located at the time on June 23rd of 2024?
It does.
Your Honor, at this time, we introduce into evidence States 16A through K. Any objection?
No objection.
Oh, it's 17A through K, I apologize.
Okay, okay, admitted.
And you said previously on States Exhibit 1, it was parked in this area in the lower kind of center of the picture where there's some parking spaces near this kind of grassy field.
That is correct, yes.
What is in 17A?
That's the yellow Ford Bronco.
17B, is that a close-up of the tag?
Yes, it is.
And then 17C, in this photograph, can you see where the damage from the projectile strike is on the vehicle?
Yes.
Can you stand up and point it out where it is and describe the location?
Directly above the gas tap door, it's a different color than the paint color, it's silver color.
This area right here?
Yes, that's where the projectile entered the vehicle.
And then 17D,
Same projectile, just a close-up of it.
and can you tell us what it is? Is there any significance to this particular photograph?
Yes, it seems the entry point of the projectile entered from the front of the vehicle towards the back of the vehicle.
So if you go back to 17C, where would be the location of the shooter when they are firing this particular projectile?
It's my belief that they were in front of the vehicle, firing towards the back of the vehicle.
And then again, going back to 17D, can you show what is the basis of that?
You can see the projectile, how it's like an arrow-type shape. It enters the vehicle on this portion here, scrapes the side of the vehicle, and actually enters to the back portion.
Then I'm going to go put States Exhibit 1 again. So based on this photograph, can you kind of tell us the general area where the shooter would have been at that point when that yellow vehicle was struck?
My belief would be somewhere in this light-colored area near the parking spot in the grass, maybe either on a parking bumper in the grass or just in front of the vehicle itself.
You can go ahead and have a seat. After you saw the damage to that particular vehicle, did you yourself start looking for casings that could have been left behind by the shooter in that area, that general area where you believe the shooter would have had to stand in order to make that projectile strike?
I did.
Were you able to find any sort of casings in that area?
No, I was not.
After you saw the damage to the vehicle, did you alert the crime scene investigators so that they could take photographs and document the area as well as the damage to that vehicle?
Yes.
Were you also asked to assist in narrowing down a vehicle that was located in the Home to Suites video footage?
Yes, I was.
Were you able to look and see a vehicle that was a black Chevy Impala and asked to see whether or not you could narrow down the year of that vehicle?
I was told on scene that the belief was a later year model vehicle. My belief it was earlier than that, so I did some research on it.
Can you tell the jury how it is that you research the vehicle and what sort of databases you're looking at to kind of narrow down the field and the year of that particular vehicle that is being showed in the surveillance video from Home to Suites?
Yeah, so I saw the video of the vehicle, realized it was a Chevrolet Impala, believed it was a between a 2006 to 2000 maybe 15 or so vehicle. Researched the generations within that Chevy model and realized it was a 9th generation model Impala. Those years were 2006 to 2013. I pulled up all of the trim levels on a 2006 to 2013 Chevrolet Impala, which are LS, LT, and LTZ, and I broke down which each exterior characteristics are for each trim. I put all those on a spreadsheet and then looked at the trims for each year, looked at the video again, and I noticed some identifiers in the exterior vehicle that were not in each year of the trim or each trim itself. I narrowed it down to an LTZ trim based on a GM emblem that is on the front quarter panel of the vehicle, which was only on 2008 and 2009. I also saw that it was the upgraded wheels on the LTZ, which is a different year than the 2007. There was a 2008 wheel because the spokes were a little bit wider. It had the rear spoiler, which is on the 2008 and 2009 vehicle. And then I noticed that it had potentially body color matching door handles from the video. There was a little bit of light on the door handles, so I wasn't sure if they were chrome or body color matching. Through the research of the LTZ, the 2008 and 2009, 2008 had body color, 2009 had chrome, so I nailed down my search to an 08 or 09 Chevrolet Impala. I then, through my research, was told that they were from Jacksonville, so I took the VIN, researched.
Let me stop you right there.
Sorry.
That's okay. So did you have an interest in cars before becoming a member of the Tampa Police Department?
Yes.
How long have you been interested in cars?
Well, I'm 42 now, so since I was a small kid, so.
So you have talked about some different trims that are available on the Chevy Impala, is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
And based on you researching the different types of features on the particular vehicle that is depicted in the Home to Suites video, you could narrow it down to the year based on the particular year and model and the features and the trim that were available that were unique to each year. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
And so far, based on the appearance of that black Chevy Impala, you said that you were able to narrow it down to 2008 and 2009. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
Now, I want to ask you, now you've mentioned the VIN. Is there unique numbers in the VIN that correspond to trim features?
Yes, the 4th through 8th digit in the trim correspond to trim levels on particular vehicles.
So is that how you're able to come up with a potential VIN number for our suspect vehicle?
Yes, that is correct.
Now, I imagine there's more than one 2008 or 2009 black Chevy Impala, so are you getting more than one VIN?
Yes, I researched the VINs and broke down the LTZ trim within the VIN number and was able to verify that the trim for LTZ is the letters W and U in the VIN number.
Okay. So that is how you're coming up with a possible selection of vehicles that may have been involved in this particular case and may be the black Chevy Impala in the Home to Suites video. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Sustain as to leading.
Okay. After you come up with the VIN, are you asked, is there a further way that you can narrow down your search to possible Dodge Chargers relevant to this investigation?
You mean Impalas?
Yeah, what did I say?
Charger. Impalas.
I meant Impala. That's correct.
And can you repeat the question again? Sorry.
Yes. What did you do after you were able to get VIN numbers in the state of Florida to that particular LTZ trim of 2008 and 2009 black Chevy Impalas? How could you further narrow it down to be relevant to this particular investigation?
So I researched a website we have access to in law enforcement. It's a DMV website. I inputted 2008, 2009 Chevrolet Impala with LTZ trim black and then selected Duval County, which is overseas Jacksonville.
And why are you selecting Duval County?
I was told originally that the suspects may be from Jacksonville because the victim was from Jacksonville.
When you access that database, how many vehicles, black Chevy Impalas, did it become narrowed down to at that point?
3.
After you had 3 black Chevy Impalas, LTZ trim, between 2008, 2009, is there further analysis that the Tampa Police Department can do to assist in further narrowing it down?
There is. We utilize license plate readers. I provided my 3 vehicles to an analyst with homicide, who was Brittany Jackson. I told her these are the vehicles that I was able to populate and come up with, and then I was later told that there was a confirmation of a vehicle.
One of those 3 that actually were picked up on a license plate reader in Tampa during the weekend of the homicide, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And was that for the black Chevy Impala LTZ trim for Florida tag number 68DLWD?
Yes.
Now, does your member as the ATF task force, do you also sometimes assist in being able to collect shell casings to determine whether or not DNA can possibly be collected and identified on shell casings from a crime scene?
Yes,
Was that done in this particular case?
it was.
Were you notified that there were 31 shell casings that had been collected, 31 9mm shell casings that had been collected at this particular crime scene?
I was.
Did ATF, and your role in ATF, did they eventually collect 30 of those 31 shell casings?
They did.
And was it for what specific purpose?
The 30 were going to go to an ATF national lab for analysis. 1 was left over for other investigation purposes.
And if they are going to be tested for DNA and DNA analysis, is there a special packaging that those shell casings have to be packaged in?
There is.
Can you describe that for us?
Yeah, it's a black plastic cylinder tube. It has points inside of it that hold a casing. What that is for is so it doesn't rattle around. It can't touch any other items within a bag or anything. Basically preserves the DNA within that collection tube.
Okay. Protect the integrity of the evidence that may be contained on that shell casing, is that correct?
That is correct.
And one of the shell casings was to remain in Tampa Police Department, is that correct, for them to do their own testings and comparisons?
It was.
And at some point, did you assist with the transporting of the shell casings back to Tampa Police Department custody after the testing had been completed?
I did.
Can you tell the jury how those shell casings are transported from the scene, and where is the testing done for ATF?
So the typical process is we collect the crime scene collects the tubes. They're put into, crime scene does their thing with the tubes. They put them in bags, package them. Then as agents and task force officers will remove those casings within their packaging. We will transport them through commercial airline to Maryland, and then directly hand them to an analyst or a biology supervisor at the national lab with ATF.
And what the lab is testing for, what is the lab testing for when they're doing this process?
Their initial process is just to see if there's presence of DNA on a casing to begin, if they have enough to move forward with further analysis.
And was that done in this particular case?
Yes, it was.
For all of the 30 shell casings that was sent to ATF in Maryland?
Yes, it was.
And was there any DNA that was found to be suitable for DNA testing or comparison to any suspect?
I'm not sure on that one.
Did you, were you the one that got back the report from the ATF lab in Maryland?
I was not, no.
Okay. Would that have been another ATF agent in your unit?
It would have been either the agent that submitted the casings or a designee with Tampa PD that he would have told the supervisor to forward the report to.
And would the case detective, Detective Juan Ramos, would he also have been made aware of the results of the ATF testing?
Yes, that is, that should happen, yes.
Your Honor, at this time, we would pass the witness.
Okay, cross-examination.
Good afternoon, Detective.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Detective. You're an ATF task force agent, is that correct?
Yes, I
That
am.
means you're employed by the county, city, but you work hand in hand with the federal government?
Yes.
All right. And you said you've been doing that for how long?
I've been with ATF for approximately 6 years.
All right. And you met with the ATF agents, the other ATF agents that were working this case on the scene. You met with them, correct?
I did, yes.
And you discussed the case?
We discussed not kind of what we were seeing on scene that morning. We really didn't know what the reason for the shooting was, but we were just discussing what we saw on scene, how many cases there were, and kind of just going over investigative tools or tactics we could use to try to help homicide.
All right. Did ATF collect the casings, the 31 casings, or did Tampa Police Department crime scene techs collect those casings?
Tampa PD crime scene collects casings.
All right. And they're put into a special, like a container?
Yeah, it's a black plastic tube. It's not a full cylinder tube. It has openings on it, so DNA can breathe. And then inside it has these little, I don't know what you call them, but they're almost like a bracket, so the casing is held in its place the entire time it's in that tube.
All right. And though it's kept in that tube for what purpose?
So it can't be rattled around or moved, or and DNA can't be compromised.
All right. So that tube is to protect the integrity of that evidence.
Correct, yes.
All right. So when you all are putting the casings into the tube, I assume the person that's handling the casings has on gloves?
That'd be crime scene, but yeah, that would be my assumption.
All right. And you don't have any reason to believe that anyone was not wearing gloves when they were handling the casings, is that correct?
Oh, I don't have any part in that collection, so I wouldn't be able to accurately answer that question.
All right. The ATF, federal government, you all refer cases to them at times, right?
Tampa PD can refer cases to ATF. We adopt cases that are state cases, and we adopt them federally, yes.
All right. And that was a conversation that was had in this case?
No, this case was not adopted federally, to my
What?
recollection.
Yes, it was not adopted. The federal government did not pick up this case, correct?
That's my belief, yes.
All right. And the DNA that was submitted, or the casings that were submitted to ATF, they were tested for DNA?
Presence of DNA, yes.
Or analyzed to see whether there's DNA on the casings?
Correct.
What about for fingerprints?
I don't know that answer.
Okay. All right, and obviously you said you did not get the report back from Maryland.
That is correct.
And when you say from Maryland, that means from the ATF.
The national lab, correct.
So that's why you don't know why or whether there was any DNA that was of value on the casings?
That is correct.
All right. All right, no further questions.
Okay,
No, Your Honor.
Okay, very good. May this witness be excused?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. You're free to go.
Your Honor, may I approach very briefly?
Sure.
Sidebar. Okay, let me get you up here and let me show you what we got. We have redirect or recross past the witness. Nothing further. She didn't say objection. She just asked to approach. May we approach? We have law enforcement. We have parking lot. We have the free space. Right or correct. Evidence collecting. We have the photos. We have may I publish. We have sidebar. Yes, no, nothing further. As far as I know, that is correct. If you have something to add, be sure to put them in the comments below.
All right, call your next witness.
Your Honor, the state calls Detective Daniel Wilson.
You sort of affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I swear.
Thank you, sir.
morning, sir. Would you state your name for the jury?
I am Detective Daniel J. Wilson,
And where are you employed?
the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office.
How long have you been with the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office?
Just over 15 years.
What is your current job title?
I am a crime scene detective.
Were you a crime scene detective in June of 2024?
Yes.
And what are some of your day-to-day duties as a crime scene detective with the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office?
We are the forensic hands and arms. We are the markers, the photographers, the packagers, and we submit the property in the property room. We measure, we do diagrams, pretty much all the logistics.
Your title of crime scene detective is a little bit different than what we have here in Hillsborough County. Can you explain to me why you hold the title of detective? You're a
Literally
sworn
because
law
I changed our name about 2 years ago, from evidence technician to that. And I think because we're sworn, which is sometimes, most counties in Florida is either a blend or just civilian evidence technician. So I think that's what they wanted to divide up.
Wait, June, I am drinking the Starbucks double caffeinated. So if you need to clarify, is that single caffeinated or double? If it's double, I'm up to 4 cups. Because this is my second double caffeinated. For y'all who don't know, I've had 0 sleep last night. I couldn't get comfortable. It was hot. I don't know why it was hot. I couldn't go to sleep. I'm going to have to take something to help me tonight with all the caffeine. I'm going to have to stay up. Yeah, I'm already struggling a little bit. I do need to go and at lunch, I'm going to cook me some protein. Will get me some protein in my system. I got some eggs this morning. Someone asked about my hair. Thank you very much. I'm glad y'all like it. I use the pink spongy. Those are the only things with very damp, mildly damp hair with a ton of product. My hair normally it will go straight. When I got up, it was like this, so it's already falling. But I said I slept in rollers, and I thought, no, I didn't sleep actually. I had them in all night, but I didn't sleep. I don't know what's going on. I'm really struggling with sleep lately. So anyway, so if you're talking the double caffeinated, I'm already up to 4 because it's 2 cups of coffee in one. Thank you, Starbucks. Not sponsored.
By sworn, does that mean that you would have attended the police academy?
Correct.
Did you serve any time on patrol?
I did. I did 5.5 years on the street as patrol, took interest in this job, and came over and got trained here.
Was there some particularized training that you did before you could be called crime scene detective?
Yes, we do what's called a field training officer program. It's
I have that one marked, honey boo. Did I not say it?
basically on-the-job training with an experienced training detective, and they teach you the basics. Then you, as you can get them, you get the school's basic forensics, photography, blood work, trajectory work, all that. You get those schools as you can from then on.
I'd like to ask you specifically about a call that you would have responded to on October 7th of 2023. Were you still working in your same capacity?
Yes,
And did you have the opportunity to respond to the area of Prospect Street and West 16th Street in
I did.
Jacksonville?
I did.
Can you tell the jury what county that is?
That's in Duval County.
And what was the nature of the call for service in that area on October 7th of 2023?
It was an aggravated battery.
I'll be in the bathroom lot because this is 14 ounces doubled. I'll let you do the math. Hello, it's brute. This is 14 ounces double caffeinated. I've had dos.
Person shot scenario.
I'll be in the bathroom.
Based on your training and experience, when you respond to a scene to process it and there is a shooting, what types of evidence are you looking for?
Anything related to firearms, that would be fragments, projectiles, casings, firearms themselves, and damage from those items.
From this specific scene itself or the immediate streets surrounding that scene, were you able to collect items of ballistics value?
Yes, ma'am.
And from what locations?
Correct me if I'm wrong, 3702?
Okay.
Yeah, or 3072.
What was the area like? Was it a residential neighborhood?
It's a housing neighborhood, prospects running north and south, West 16th running east-west at that intersection.
Did this particular scene, or at least the locations from which you needed to collect evidence, span from 16th through 18th?
Pretty close to it, yes.
And at each of these separate locations, were there different items of evidence that you collected?
Yes.
At a residence in particular, were you able to retrieve potential projectiles from a railing?
Yes.
And did you recover shell casings from the scene, specifically at your original call location, Prospect Street and West 16th Street?
Yes.
In your prior training experience, is it fair to say you recognize at least the caliber or make model of casings?
Correct.
That are left behind at the scene?
Yep.
And do you recall the number of casings that you located at that intersection?
I marked and collected 16 casings.
Do you recall the specific caliber of the casings that you marked and collected?
There was a blend primarily of 5.56 and 223.
I am showing you now what has been pre-marked for identification as States Exhibit 50A through P. Would you take a look at that packaging there and let me know if you recognize it?
Yes, that's the packaging I submitted the casings in.
And how is it that you recognize it? Do you have markings on it in some way?
That's my writings, 16.223 caliber casings, evidence 1 through 16, which are the placards I used. On the back, that's my terrible writing and on the seal. So.
Your Honor, at this time, State seeks to admit States 50.
My ex was in med school at the University of Texas, San Antonio. When he graduated, they gave him the award for the worst handwriting in the history of UT Med School.
A through P into evidence.
Any objection?
No,
Okay, Lynn?
Now, you indicated that this exhibit, 50A through P, was a blend. Did you document in your report the blend that you actually collected of those casings? So what specific nature of the casing?
The only objection I would have is pre-trial objections that we raised.
Okay, same ruling, then they'll be admitted. You can answer the question.
You indicated that they were a blend of casings located at the scene that were collected. Were they all from the same area?
They were.
And you said there were more 5.56 NATO. Is that the 13 fired casings that were of one type?
Yes.
And there were 3 223 Remington caliber cases located at that scene as well?
Correct.
But all in the same area,
They are.
meaning the casings were combined or grouped there.
Yes. Yes.
The projectile that was recovered from a residence some ways down, I believe 2 streets down, at least 18th, that was not in the same location as the casings that you collected?
No.
Did you also have an opportunity to respond?
It was microscopic and unlegible. It was so bad. Nobody could read it.
To the hospital in that case where the victim was being treated?
I did.
Was the victim in that case identified as Charles Jones?
He was.
Are you familiar with Charles Jones in the Jacksonville area?
Outside of this case, no.
And when you responded to the hospital, were there any items of potential evidentiary value that you could recover from Mr. Jones's person? Meaning, were there ballistics that were retrieved from his person?
From his person, the only thing I did was take pictures of him with his wrapped foot. I did not collect anything from him.
So nothing was provided to you at that time from medical staff that had been retrieved or removed from his foot?
Nothing.
And at that same time, did you have an opportunity to view or process the vehicle in which he was traveling when that shooting occurred?
I did.
And was that vehicle struck by gunfire?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I have one moment?
Yes?
We'll pass the witness, Your Honor.
Okay, cross-examination?
So you're testifying about a shooting that occurred in October of 2023, correct?
Yes,
You investigated that shooting?
I did.
And the victim in that case was Charles Jones?
Yes, sir.
All right. That case is still open and pending? The
I believe it
investigation?
is.
All right, no one's been arrested for it yet?
I do not know.
No further questions.
Okay, redirect?
Yeah, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. May this witness be excused?
Yes.
Okay, very good. Thank you. You're free to go. All right, let's go ahead and just take a brief morning recess, about 10 minutes, okay? And we'll be back.
All rise.
Okay, y'all, look. Ah, what happened? Why did it do that? Why did it give up the screen, dude?
All jurors out there.
Okay, very good, thank you. Okay, so, next up, you're gonna bring the firearms or introduce the firearms?
We may have one brief witness in between, but yes, the witness right after that is extensive with the firearms.
Okay, and then, so what is your question regarding how the firearms are being stored or shown to the jury, or what is your issue?
Correct. I believe that we were going to have some acrylic cases for those, so I did not know if both the clerk or HCSO had a preference as to how they were presented, because right now they're still in the evidence boxes.
So I don't have cases that big, I have plastic bags. They're like a,
We just want to make sure with the recently implemented policies that we're
Yeah, as long as it
following
has
the
something,
procedures.
if she has these big bags.
these, and then they have a lock, but I lock these things.
Okay, is that
That's
good for
fine.
you guys?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
Gremlins are added. You can change
go ahead and do that.
I didn't change the
As
back.
far as taking them, go ahead and taking them out of the evidence box, correct?
Yes, Your Honor, and we can do that with the defense.
Okay, is there any objection, defense, to going ahead and taking the firearms out of the evidence boxes they're currently in and putting them into the clear plastic bag? No objection. Okay, very good, so you guys can both do that together, all right? We'll be back in a few.
All right, since they're going to be back in a few, we're going to go back over this. We've got more. I got two bingos. Redirect or recross past the witness. Nothing further. Objection. Parking lot. Law enforcement. We've not had the lead investigator. I think the lead investigator's already testified. Evidence collecting, right or correct, free space. Photos. May I publish? Sidebar. Bring the jury. Yes, no. Evidence marking. Nothing further, Your Honor. They did have sidebars, but she did not say overruled or sustained. Now, don't forget, if I say if I use these words if I'm talking to you right now, and don't do it because I'm giving an example and I say phone extraction. If I say it, you can mark it off. But right now, I haven't said any of the others. Ooh. Ooh. I gotta keep that. I got the mod. I need to fix the timing on that. Mod, do keep things fair. Please stay respectful. We're discussing real cases involving real people. I need to fix Nightbot on that. I need to go in. I've made some modification mods to our stuff. There we go. Fixed it. Got it done. Got it done. All right, y'all take a potty break. My son's out of the shower. I need to take a ladies break. I'll be right back, y'all. Let's go ahead and put the court will be up for a short break. Okay, I'm back. All right. Good afternoon or good morning. It's still morning. It's 10 o'clock. I keep wanting it to be noon. Quit yawning back there, Miss June. You ain't helping me stay awake. Oh, y'all, I love my mods. I really do. Ada, may I have a moment? Was said. Oh, it was said also? Okay, may I have a moment, y'all? Add the may I have a momento. Oh, not wanting to do that. My apologies. Great. It's glitching again. So here we go. May I have a moment? So there's the card. I'll leave it up for a minute. Thank you so much, Angela. I didn't hear that. I know. Yeah. Oh, I don't know what I'd do if I didn't have this fabulous heating pad on me. Oh, heaven. Problem is when I get warm, I get sleepy. Okay, guys. Technically, by all accounts from Miss Hillowitz Britt, I've already had 5. This is my 5th cup of coffee. Well, I'm not quite done with it, but it will be 5. I don't drink the double stuff very often. I'm going to go ahead and end the poll. I don't drink it very often. However, when I do drink it, it keeps me up. But boy, whew, do you know what? I haven't done it. Y'all, we need to get more people on here so I can give away the memberships for this month. I have 10 to give away for this month, for the next month. I need to be able to do that. We need to get more people in. Oh, how funny it is. It was all cut in 3s. No, this chick ain't going to do 15. It ain't happening. I would have done 1 to 3, 3 to 5, and maybe 5 to 8, but yeah, no. Let's go and look at another court. For those of you who are just hopping on with us, we have the sentencing for the Ellis trial, the one who unalived the 3-year-old. And she did get life without the possibility for count 1 of redrum. And then the other charges, she got 16 years to life. So we have a new one starting. Called the hidden body trial. Oh, I'll get it up.
Friday, I know that gets a little mundane at times, and it's the kind of thing they never show in the movies because it is so dull. No offense, Judge Ramirez, but we appreciate you participating and giving some honest answers to us, and more importantly, going forward, we thank you for your dedication to this trial over the next 2 weeks. We realize fully that, you know, this takes a lot out of your personal lives, your professional lives, and we appreciate that. So what I'm about to tell you is an opening statement, which is really a framework for you just to understand the evidence. You can kind of think of it like a movie trailer, right? I'm certainly not going to detail for you every little aspect of this case, but I'm going to kind of give you a general sense of what you can expect to see, right, in the coming days of this trial. If you could put up the PowerPoint, please. I just want to share with you two photographs as I speak with you this morning here.
This is Wisconsin against Matthew P-I-P-A-H-L. Pahu? Day one, part two, I guess. Okay, where's part one? But anyway, this is opening argument, and I don't know. We'll just watch it during break, just for entertainment.
So, ladies and gentlemen, this is Stephanie Pavlans. She is the person who is the subject of this homicide trial. She's a person you will not hear from directly in this case. This is Stephanie as she was enjoying life one day. The next photograph, please. This also is Stephanie Pavlans. And this is what the case centers on, right? How did she end up dead in the woods in the town of Delafield in 2022? That's what the case is about. How did she get like this? You're going to hear a lot of testimony, ladies and gentlemen, and the first thing I'm going to ask you to do is be patient, right? This is a pretty complex case. It's not as if I can put one witness on the stand and have him or her explain the whole thing to you and we could be done in a day, right? You can realize if we're telling you this is going to take 2 weeks, you're going to have to be a little bit patient. You're given the opportunity to take notes. If that's something you're comfortable with, I would encourage you to take notes because there's a lot. There's a lot to keep track of. Maybe you're one of these guys that can just see it and hear it once and you're good. That's fine too. But the evidence that we're going to present to you through the course of these next 2 weeks is a culmination of a lengthy investigation, okay? You're going to hear that the Stephanie sadly was discovered by a construction crew who was out working in the area on the date of September 9, 2022. And you will hear that the reason they discovered her body is because there was an overwhelming odor as they were out working in the area. And that's what drew their attention to the woods and made them go into the woods to explore. And of course, made this horrible discovery. When investigators were first at the scene, along with
And I may double stream.
the medical examiner and members of her staff, they could not even tell the gender of this person because the body had been so grossly decomposed over time. Judge Ramirez had warned you on Friday, some of these details are going to be a little bit gruesome, and we do apologize for that, but it's really important for you to know. The condition of the body when they found it was decomposed largely by insect infestation, maggots, so that her entire neck and face area was pretty much gone. There's no soft tissue. And I don't mean to sound flip, but her appearance was kind of similar to one of the Halloween skeletons you would see in your neighbor's yard this time of year, because there was no flesh, no soft tissue remaining.
Ooh.
Stephanie Pavlans was 44 years old when she died. And you were going to hear a little bit of background about Stephanie, who she was. It's our understanding she grew up in Delafield. Her parents, Richard and Georgianne, longtime residents. I think they said they lived in their house more than 50 years in the city of Delafield. And she's a young woman, probably about 24, 25 years ago now. She met the defendant, Matthew Paul, at a bowling alley. And the two became involved with each other and remained involved in each other's lives till 2022. In fact, they had a child in common. They had a daughter born to them in 2003, Layla. They had never married. Their relationship is described by friends and family as on again, off again. It was obviously a personal relationship. They'd come in and out of each other's lives. They lived together. And then Stephanie would go back and stay with her parents for a time or two, and then they get back together. In 2022, the defendant, Matthew Paul, had an apartment right on the other side of the golf course here, just down the street from us, off of Delafield Street in the city of Waukesha. And at that same time, we will present evidence to you that he was involved in an online relationship with two women in the Philippines. Women that he had met through some kind of dating website or online chat room or something of that sort. And he was deeply involved with these women. This wasn't just like every now and then he'd chat them up and say, how's it going? He would talk to them on a daily basis. He became involved in an online sexual relationship with them. He would talk to them frequently. And he began to make plans to move to the Philippines with an intention, it seemed, to be involved in a personal or sexual relationship with one or both of them. He would describe Stephanie to these people as just a co-worker or an employee. This all became derailed, his plan to move to the Philippines, in about June or July of 2022, when he injured his foot in some type of accident, his foot or his ankle. And it laid him up. He was on crutches. He was in a walking cast or a boot type of thing. And
Love hug. I love you. Love hug. Take care, babe. We'll see you when you get home.
And he was struggling to the point where he had to rely on Stephanie more and more to help him with his daily cares, because you ever been on crutches, you know it's not easy just to grocery shop, right? So he starts relying on Stephanie more and more. She's much more involved in his life around this time, beginning in the summer of 2022. And this derails his plans to move to the Philippines. He had been hoping to get there by the end of the summer. He also starts treatment at Orthopedic Associates of Wisconsin on Gulf Road in the town of Delafield. Physical therapy. Talked about that on Friday. A lot of people have been there for physical therapy, right? Nothing unusual about that. But what is so significant about that is the date of August 23, 2022. That's a day you're going to hear a lot about. By the end of this trial, you'll be able to repeat it back to me, August 23 of 2022. Because that's the day we believe he killed Stephanie Pavlons in the woods just outside of Orthopedic Associates and right up against the golf course at Western Lakes. On that day, we will be able to prove to you that Mr. Paul had an appointment at Orthopedic Associates. We will be able to prove to you that he and Stephanie left the apartment in Waukesha here, drove northbound on Delafield Street up to Grandview Boulevard, took a right, headed north up Grandview Boulevard, crossed Silvernail, where the old gas house used to be there, crossed I-94, crossed Gulf Road, and not crossed Gulf Road, got the Gulf Road, took a left. The new DMV station is up there right now. You may be familiar with that intersection. You will hear testimony that they stopped at the Quick Trip at that location, stayed there for about 20 minutes. Stephanie goes in, buys some breakfast food. Apparently they sit in the car, eat breakfast. Importantly, you will hear that they leave Quick Trip at about 9:11 a.m. and they arrive at the parking lot of Orthopedic Associates at 9:16 a.m. This will be proven by cell phone records. He arrives in the parking lot at 9:16 a.m., but he doesn't check in for his appointment until 9:34 a.m. So there's about a 16-minute gap there. He goes into his appointment. We will present records to you from the clinic. He's seen by a therapist at about 9:38 a.m. He goes back to meet with the therapist, and he's released at 10:33 a.m. The appointment is over. You will hear, based on cell phone records, that again, he goes out, well, strike that. Released at 10:33 a.m. You will hear from cell phone records that he does not leave the parking lot in the area of Orthopedic Associates until 10:53 a.m. During these two gaps, the 16-minute gap before the appointment and the 20-minute gap after the appointment, we have no idea where Mr. Paul is or what he's doing. There's no activity on his phone. He's not moving anywhere. There's nothing that we could find that tells us what he's up to during these gaps of time. Also, on August 23 of 2022, from the time Stephanie Pavlons leaves that Quick Trip, and you'll see her drive out of the parking lot on a video, no one ever hears from her again. She doesn't talk to anybody.
Okay, we're going to switch back.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you, sir.
All right, you may proceed.
Good morning, sir. Would you please state your name?
Morning, it's Stephen Johnson,
Where are you currently employed?
Jacksonville Sheriff's Office.
And how long have you been with the sheriff's office?
I've been with the Sheriff's Office for 8 years now.
In your position, did you also attend the academy and become a sworn officer with Jacksonville Sheriff's Office before your role in crime scene?
Yes, I did patrol for 5 years, and then I've been with the crime scene unit for 3 years now.
Did you receive specialized training in your transition to crime scene from patrol?
Yes, ma'am.
And in that time, did you have an opportunity to respond to a scene in the area of 2718 New Berlin Road for a vehicle search?
Yes, ma'am.
What date was that?
That was 6/26 of 2024.
And if at any time you need to refer to your report for a refresher, just let me know, and I'll go ahead and let you have an opportunity to do that, okay? When you responded to that area, what was the nature of what you were responding to?
It was in response to a vehicle that had been pulled over, and they wanted to process the vehicle for potential evidence.
And how did you go about doing that?
So when I showed up, I think the officers had already done a preliminary search of the vehicle, and they located a firearm, so then they backed up and called us. So by the time I showed up, all the doors were open, so I took overall pictures of the vehicle and its general location, and then proceeded to process or collect evidence from the car.
I'm going to show you what has been marked States Exhibit 48A through QQ and 49A through I. Do you recognize the items depicted in 48A through QQ?
Yes.
Do they fairly and accurately represent the photographs that you took of that vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
And in States 49A through I, can you take a look at that? And you identify that as an item of evidence that you collected from that vehicle after photographing it?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this time, the state moves to admit States 49A through I and 48A through QQ.
Any objection?
When you actually responded to that Forerunner vehicle, were there already officers standing by with it?
Yes, ma'am.
In your photos and showing you 48A, is this the standard card that crime scene techs with the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office will prepare in order to establish a cover sheet for the photographs that are taken at a scene?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you have an opportunity to photograph that vehicle as you saw it when you arrived, 48B?
Yes.
We are,
In making your
but lunch break, we'll go back over. Don't worry, we're going to be watching it during the break. So then when we're done at the day, we'll catch up.
way around the vehicle, did you document the exterior and then move in with the photographs that were taken of the vehicle, just showing an example of that in 48E?
Yes, ma'am.
As you actually entered to process the interior of the vehicle, were there any potential items of value that would have been collected, 48F, from the driver's seat of that vehicle?
I'd have to refer to my report if there was particular items from at different areas.
Sure, I can maybe be more specific. Were there cell phone, items of electronic evidence retrieved from this vehicle and impounded or seized?
Yes, ma'am. I believe we collected a cell phone from the driver's side.
And did you also, in the search of the vehicle, collect some items of ammunition or ballistics-related items?
Yes, there were ammo and gun parts, as well as the firearm.
In 48H, is that the firearm that you're referring to?
Yes, ma'am.
And where was that firearm located?
That's in the glove box. Or not the glove box, center console of the vehicle.
In between the passenger and driver's seat center console?
Yes, ma'am.
Once the item was photographed in place, did you remove that item and photograph it as in 48I?
Yes, so before taking pictures, I actually collected a touch DNA swab of the firearm and then unloaded it and took pictures as I unloaded it.
When you're processing a firearm that has either live or spent ammunition in the area of that weapon, do you also photograph that ammunition as depicted in 48M?
Yes, ma'am.
And what caliber of firearm was this that was collected from the center console?
This was a 9x19, which is a 9mm.
Are you able, in photographing the firearm, to identify that information as well as in 48O?
Yes, ma'am.
Ultimately, do you make your way around the vehicle photographing the items as they are in 48P?
Yes.
Where was that juicy couture bag inside of the vehicle?
That is the rear driver's side seat.
Was there also another bag inside of that vehicle which was removed and photographed and states 48S?
Yes, ma'am.
And can you describe which bag we're looking at here in 48S? Specifically that was removed to photograph, 48T, maybe more specific.
Yeah, I'm not sure what I referred to in the report, but
When looking at 48S, is the item with the blue strap on the bottom the same as 48T?
yes.
What was recovered from the interior of that bag?
Can I refer to my report for that one?
Yes.
Because I know there was a few bags in there. See, I refer to it as the blue and black backpack, and there was, you want me to go down the list of the things that were in there?
Well, just generally, what were the items? What were the nature of the items inside?
So, firearm parts, there were ammunition, looks like live rounds, and casings. Oh, no, that's in a different one. No, those are just live rounds.
In 48U, are those the items after being removed from the bag?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you tell us what we're looking at here in the center? Let me see if this will cover. Not sure if that makes it better or
The
worse for
center
you.
in the bag?
Yes.
Those are live rounds.
Okay. Is it a little bit easier to see it that way or before?
Oh, that's fine.
Okay. In 48V, do you photograph a little bit closer the items that were located inside of the bag?
Yes, ma'am.
From your processing of the interior of this blue bag, did you remove each of these in 48W live rounds from inside of the bag?
Yes.
Did you open the boxes of ammunition that were also contained within that bag, 48Y?
Yes, ma'am.
And were you able to document the items that were inside of those boxes of ammunition?
Yes, we have to get a count before we submit them into evidence.
Can you show us where it is? What are the items that were removed from those white boxes? You're welcome to stand up if you need to. So the white boxes that are open, are those strips of ammunition from inside of the white boxes? Okay. Sorry if that was not a clear question. Were you able to get a better picture in 48Z of the head stamp of that ammunition?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was the head stamp on the ammunition that you photographed?
These ones are 300 blackout.
Once the larger rounds of ammunition were also removed from the bag, the loose rounds, did you have an opportunity to photograph those?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that what's depicted in 48CC?
Yes.
There were several bags containing ballistics evidence in this case retrieved from this vehicle, were there not?
Yes, ma'am.
In 48D, D is this white plastic bag here, another bag that was located inside of that 4Runner.
Yes, I believe that's the Bucky's bag, and it was located in the Juicy Couture bag.
So inside of the Juicy Couture bag that we previously saw as in the back seat.
Yes.
And this is your processing of the interior of that bag now.
Yes, ma'am. Different bag.
You again remove all of the items from inside of that in 48EE.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that what's depicted here?
Yes.
Inside of the Juicy Couture bag and then ultimately inside of that white plastic bag, Were there additional cardboard boxes, 48FF, I'm referring to the top left of this photograph?
Yes, that's correct.
And is this as those boxes were when you pulled them out of the bag?
You mean with the items inside?
Yes.
Yes.
Were you able to photograph the black box closer in 48GG?
Yes.
And the material that's inside of that black box, what were those?
So I believe there were casings and then maybe some miscellaneous gun parts or tools.
But those would have been casings from fired rounds.
Correct. Oh,
48HH, did you have an opportunity to collect and process those fired rounds?
so we don't actually process them, but we did collect them.
And did you photograph the head stamp on the rounds that were retrieved from that?
Yes, ma'am.
48II. And can you tell me what brand or information you were able to obtain from that head stamp?
Actually, with those head stamps, there's not a lot of information on there.
48LL, were there also additional boxes of ammunition located?
Yes.
Also inside of that Juicy Couture bag?
Yes.
And what was the brand of that ammunition?
Those are Max Tech, and they look like 9 millimeters.
Did you perform the same process where you document the head stamp on those items by opening the box of ammunition?
Yes, ma'am.
In 4800, were all of the items of ammunition from this box present?
In this picture, it looks like there's 2 missing.
Is there a count on the box typically with ammunition just based on your training and experience?
On the box, yes, ma'am.
And would this tray be full if it were unused, essentially, brand new?
Usually, yes.
You indicated that you processed the interior of the vehicle by photographing and collecting those items of potential evidentiary value. Is that right?
Yes.
As it relates to the shell casings that were located inside of the black box from the juicy bag, do you recall those casings that were collected?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have an opportunity to document the type of casings that were collected in states 48GG?
Maybe clarify that a little better. What do you mean?
Did you pull them out of that box?
Yes. And
Did
photograph
you
them.
impound them?
Yes, we collected them.
Is that what I showed to you in states 49A through I?
That's correct.
And what was the caliber of those shell casings that were retrieved from that black box?
They ended up being 5.56 and 2.23 casings.
When you concluded your processing of this vehicle or photographing and impounding the evidence from this vehicle, were you called the following day to another scene to assist law enforcement?
Yes, ma'am.
And would that have been the 2798 Captiva Bluff Road North address?
Can I refer to my report?
Yes, if it would refresh your recollection.
Yes. So 2978 Captiva Bluff. That's correct.
Was that a residence that you were responding to?
Yes, ma'am. In reference to serving a search warrant.
Both addresses, the area of the vehicle stop at 2718 and 2798 Captiva Bluff Road North. What county are both addresses located in?
Those are in Duval County.
Your Honor, one moment, please.
Yes.
I'll pass the witness, Your Honor.
Okay, cross.
You don't remember much about what you did in this case without looking at your report, is that correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
Pardon me?
Improper argument.
Sustain the objection. What's your next question?
What is the legal basis for that objection?
It was improper asking him to comment. I've sustained the objection.
Do you have a recollection of how much you did in this case?
Sure.
All right. Do you remember the incident that you were just describing, the search of the vehicle?
Yes, sir.
Did you have body-worn camera on that
Uh,
date?
We do not.
We do not. Who's we?
The crime scene unit themselves.
All right, but there is body-worn camera
Most
of
likely,
this, of this search?
if patrol officers were there during the initial stop, then they likely had body cam footage.
So, other than you, there were patrol officers present at the scene?
Yes, sir. I believe there might have been a homicide detective that was there as well.
And this is in what city?
This is in Jacksonville.
All right, when you arrived on the scene, you said the doors were open at the vehicle?
Yes, sir.
And your role is to collect the evidence?
Yes, sir.
You collected the evidence with gloves on?
Yes, sir.
And you put the evidence into evidence bags?
Yes, sir. Packaging.
You wear gloves when you handle evidence because you want to make sure you don't get your fingerprints on the evidence. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Same thing with DNA?
Yes, sir.
All right. And who's responsible for sending the evidence, if it gets sent at all, who's responsible for sending the evidence out to any lab for any sort of analysis for DNA or fingerprints?
That would be the lead detective on the case.
And who's the lead detective in JSO?
I believe this one would be, his last name was Drabeck.
All right.
I will accept lead investigator. The same. Unless June opposes it.
So Detective Drabeck is the lead in Jacksonville Sheriff's Office for this case?
For this particular incident, yes, sir.
All right. Do you know if Detective Drabeck or anybody in the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office sent any of the guns, the parts, the bullets, anything out to be tested for DNA or fingerprints?
No, sir, I'm not sure about that.
No further questions.
Okay, redirect.
No redirect.
Okay, may this witness be excused?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Free to go. All right, state, who's your next witness?
Detective Summer Dees.
I'm eating a hamburger patty and it's not good. I'm trying to get my protein in.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony
Ma'am, would you state your name for the jury?
Yes, it's Crime Scene Detective Dees,
Where are you employed?
Jacksonville Sheriff's Office,
And how long have you been employed with Jacksonville Sheriff's Office?
for almost 6 years.
Did you attend the academy before transitioning to the crime scene unit?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you work patrol for any period of time before you moved?
Yes, ma'am.
How long was that?
The academy was about a year and patrol was about 2 years.
As a crime scene detective, do you commonly respond to scenes to process for evidence?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you collect the evidence as directed by detectives, but also based on your own training and experience?
Yes, ma'am.
In this particular case, did you have the opportunity to respond to a home or residence on Victoria Lakes Drive?
Yes, ma'am.
And would that have been 13751 Victoria Lakes?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that address located within Duval County?
Yes, ma'am.
Upon arriving at that residence, what was your responsibility?
Just to photograph and document everything in the residence, as well as collect anything that the detectives wanted.
Was that residence being searched pursuant to a search warrant that had been obtained?
Yes, ma'am.
And was the execution of that warrant or the day that you showed up to process on June 27th of 2024?
Yes, ma'am.
On your arrival, did you start with any particular area of the residence?
The exterior.
And upon photographing the exterior, did you notice any cameras that were affixed to the residence?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have an opportunity also to photograph those?
Yes, ma'am.
After photographing the exterior of the residence, did you move to the interior of the residence?
Yes, ma'am.
When you process a scene like this, are you given some kind of surface level information from the detective?
Yes, ma'am.
In this particular case, were you given that type of a summary?
Yes.
Specifically, though, did you get a rundown of who lived there, whose room was whose, anything like that?
No.
Is that typical to receive when you respond to those types of scenes?
No.
I am showing you what has been previously admitted as states 53, 54, and 55. If you would take a look at these items. Additionally, what has been marked for identification as 51 and 52.
There's a lot of pictures.
Sure. Did you previously review the contents of the photographs that you took at the residence as noted?
Yes, ma'am.
It's okay.
I did, yes.
And specifically in 51 and 52, do these photographs fairly and accurately reflect the photographs that were taken of the exterior and additional photographs taken of the interior at this residence?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Your Honor, at this time, state seeks to admit states exhibits 51, 52, 53, 54, and 55 to deposit.
Any objection?
Yes, again,
All are provided in this photo, Your Honor, but
I believe they are 51, 52, 53, 54, and 55. No?
So just 1 and 2, 51, 52.
Correct. 53, 54, 55 will be in.
Thank you.
yes. 53, 54, and 55 are in evidence.
So I have no objection to the composite 51 and 52. The others are already in evidence. So-
Okay. 51 and 52 are admitted.
Now, you mentioned that you start with the exterior of the residence typically, and that is something that you, again, did in this case.
Yes, ma'am.
In showing you 51C, if you're able to look over your shoulder there, is this the residence for which the search warrant was executed?
Yes, ma'am.
And were the vehicles that are parked in the driveway of this photograph there when you arrived to start processing the scene?
Yes, ma'am.
In 51D, did that include this Toyota 4Runner?
Yes, ma'am.
You also advised that there were some cameras affixed to the exterior of the house. Can you tell me where in 51E, and if you need to stand, feel free, the camera would have been that you were documenting here?
Yes, ma'am. The, above the garage.
This 51F vantage point of that same camera above the garage.
Yes, ma'am.
When you entered the residence, was there also a camera affixed to the opposite side of the home? 51I?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that what's depicted in the top right corner here?
Yes, ma'am.
In photographing the entryway of the residence, was there an additional camera at 51L for this residence?
Yes, ma'am.
Ultimately, did you learn the at least name of the occupants of this residence?
Not that I recall.
And in your search, were other law enforcement officers from the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office present?
Yes, ma'am.
As you moved to the interior of the residence, did you have an opportunity to photograph the kitchen?
Yes, ma'am.
And just based on your training and experience in 55A, was there anything that was present in the sink of the kitchen that you documented?
Yes, ma'am.
What was it that you felt the need to document?
As you can see, there's material and pieces of cardboard right there.
Was the sink filled with any liquid of any kind?
Yes, ma'am.
35B, is this as the sink was when you arrived?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you at some point start the process of removing those items from the sink to document them in 53E?
Yes, ma'am.
And the item that's located in 53F, where was that in the kitchen as it related to the sink with all of the other items? The item in the center, I'm sorry. The cover, correct.
Okay.
Where was it in relation if we look at 53E?
Is this 53?
Yes.
Okay. By the sink?
Okay, so on the little metal rack there, do you see that?
Yes.
Okay, so this is a close-up of the same thing.
Yes.
As you removed the items from the sink, were you able to spread them out in some way so that you were able to photograph them a little bit better?
Yes, ma'am.
Despite their condition, was there some kind of identifying information remaining? 53I.
Yes, ma'am.
53J. Is that also an item from the sink?
Yes, ma'am.
At some point, do you pull some either craft paper or cardboard to lay out all of the pieces?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that what's reflected in 53K?
Yes, ma'am.
And again, do you continue the process of photographing each of those to obtain any kind of identifying info?
Yes, ma'am.
53L from the same sink?
Yes, ma'am.
53N? Same?
Yes, ma'am.
Were there any other rooms in the house or any other sinks that had been filled with items like this?
No, ma'am.
So the items that are depicted here in all of your photos from this scene that are reflective of wet pieces of paper, manuals, 53O, are all from this kitchen sink?
Yes, ma'am.
And the cover from 53B that we previously saw in the photograph next to the sink, did you also place that on the cardboard?
Yes, ma'am.
And moving on from the kitchen itself, did you also complete a search of the residence?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have an opportunity to search the hallway of the residence leading to the bedrooms?
Yes, ma'am.
Now tell me about the layout. Was there some kind of closet, something other than a room in that hallway?
Yes, there was a closet in the hallway.
Did you have an opportunity to open that closet and document the items therein?
Yes, ma'am.
The items that were contained within that closet, is that what we are seeing in 55A?
Yes, ma'am.
What was it that you're documenting in this picture here?
So, right here, there's some ammunition cases.
In the center of the photograph here at 55A?
They're kind of green and metal. They have the handles on them. Yes,
Were you
ma'am.
at least aware that the nature of this case involved the potential of firearms or the use of a firearm?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you pull these cases out to document them more clearly as you continued processing this scene?
Yes, ma'am.
Were there also items of evidence that were ammunition?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that what we're seeing in 55C?
Yes, ma'am.
Did that come from the same area?
Yes, ma'am.
As you moved those items out of the closet, did you also locate additional boxes of ammunition in 55E?
Yes, ma'am.
And as you processed the actual green tin boxes, did you open them to document the contents, 55F?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you locate in your search of this closet Remington ammunition,
Yes, ma'am.
55G? Is that what you documented here?
Yes, ma'am.
Contained within the green metal boxes, were there live rounds of ammunition?
Yes, ma'am.
As the green cases for ammunition went on, 55O, did you continue locating or documenting the ammunition that was found inside of them?
Yes, ma'am.
In the back section of that closet, did you locate an additional box, 55U?
Yes, ma'am.
And also contained in this closet, were there other household items, clothing items or shoes, things of that nature?
Yes, ma'am.
Were the green metal cases ultimately impounded into evidence at 55BB?
Yes.
And as to each, did you open and photograph and document the contents therein?
Yes, ma'am.
Each of these green metal boxes, did they contain additional ammunition?
Yes, ma'am.
In the smallest of the green boxes, were you able to document the contents inside of that, 55JJ?
Yes, ma'am.
And what did you find inside the smallest of the green boxes?
More live rounds of rifle ammunition.
Of rifle ammunition?
Mhm.
And is that what's depicted in 55NN?
Yes, ma'am.
And leaving that hallway where these items were located, did you move to the bedrooms of the residents to photograph the contents therein?
Yes, ma'am.
And again, you don't know the identity of the occupants of those rooms when you're photographing.
No, ma'am.
In the first room, did you locate a gun case in 52A?
Yes, ma'am.
Was there an actual...
Yes?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, you keep saying uh-huh, so just say yes or no.
Yes.
Was there an actual firearm located inside of that box, 52B?
No.
Were there magazines located inside of that box?
Yes.
What was the firearm make that was meant for this particular box that was located? 52E?
Yes.
But no firearm located with this box?
No.
Did you locate as well in the house or in that same bedroom, a mask in 52J?
I don't recall if the mask was in the bedroom. Is it okay if I refer to my report real
Would
quick?
it refresh your recollection?
Yes. The mask was in the closet in the hallway.
And it may be that some hallway photographs are here. So let's look back then at the next photo of 52M. Is this that same hallway, but just from a different vantage point where you found those green cases, 52M?
Yes, ma'am.
What is that in the center of the photo there?
That would be a vest.
And did you have an opportunity to process that as well by photographing it and laying it out in 52N?
Yes, ma'am.
Lastly, was there a room in which there was a safe that you were asked to process?
Yes, ma'am.
In 54A, is this the safe that you were asked to process from this same residence?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you have an opportunity to photograph the contents of that safe?
Yes, ma'am.
Does 54D fairly and accurately represent what the safe looked like when it was open?
Yes.
54G, what are we looking at here that you're documenting?
Just the interior of the safe as it is.
As it relates to the firearms or the rifles that are located inside of that safe, were those rifles ultimately impounded into evidence?
Yes.
Was there ballistics evidence also located inside of the safe?
Could you clarify ballistics? evidence?
Sure, shell casings or items of live ammunition.
Yes.
Were there items of live ammunition also located in various places about the room?
Yes.
In 54S, was this a dresser inside of that room?
Yes, ma'am.
And in 54T, is this what you found inside or on top of that dresser as far as live ammunition?
Yes.
What I'm pointing at here directly in the center of this photograph, was that a rifle round?
Yes, ma'am.
Was that dresser located directly next to the safe?
I do not recall. I'd have to look at my pictures.
In 54D, were these both in the same room, the safe and the dresser?
Yes.
Now, back inside of the safe itself, you indicated there were some items of ammunition and then other firearms located therein, correct?
Yes.
In your processing of the safe, did you collect an item in 54Y that looked like this?
Yes.
Do you know what that is?
It's a brass catcher.
Were you able to document the contents of that brass catcher in 54Z?
Yes.
I'm showing you what's been marked as states 58, excuse me. Do you recognize this package?
Yes.
And did the contents of this package come from the interior of this brass catcher as we're viewing this photograph?
Yes.
All right, this time state seeks to admit states 58. Any objection?
No objection.
Okay, admitted. Inside of that brass catcher, those two rounds, were you able to determine the caliber?
Yes.
What caliber rounds were inside of that brass catcher?
I believe 9mm.
Do you need to refer to your report to confirm?
Yes. Real quick. Yes.
2 9mm casings from that brass catcher.
Yes.
But this was not attached to anything at the time that you photographed it and then ultimately pulled it from the safe, is that correct?
No, ma'am.
Did you locate additional brass catchers inside of that safe?
Yes.
54BE. Referring back to the firearms that were actually recovered, did you have an opportunity to pull out the firearms from 54DD that were recovered from that safe?
Yes.
Once those firearms were recovered or they were determined to have potential evidentiary value, were they impounded or boxed up by you?
Yes, ma'am.
In 54HH is this one of the firearms that was removed from that safe?
Yes.
What is depicted as attached to that firearm, was that brass catcher already on there?
Yes, ma'am.
Was the rifle in 54, 00 also removed from that safe?
Yes, ma'am.
In 5500, are we looking at the black forge rifle as depicted in 54QQ?
Yes.
And was the first rifle that had the brass catcher attached the Anderson rifle from 54II?
Yes.
Ultimately, at your conclusion of processing this scene, did you impound both of those rifles into evidence?
Yes, ma'am.
And upon impounding those rifles, are they boxed up and preserved and taped up?
Yes, ma'am.
I am showing you what's been marked as states 56 and 57. Do you recognize both of these boxes as having been the boxes used to impound both of those firearms?
Yes, ma'am.
Woo, we can get to see some lead shooters. When did this contain the witness? I haven't heard them say contain witness. Have y'all? I thought they've only say nothing further, Your Honor, but I'll accept it.
At this time, the state seeks to admit states 56 and 57. Any objection?
No objection.
Admitted. Is state's exhibit number 56, based on your review of the packaging from which it was contained, the firearm that was retrieved from the safe?
Yes, ma'am.
And was this particular firearm the black forge rifle that was retrieved from the safe of this residence?
Yes.
Was there an additional rifle that was retrieved?
Yes.
Showing you what's been marked as states 57. Is this the second rifle that was retrieved?
Yes.
And is this how the rifle was collected?
No.
Okay. What change, if any, was made when you collected it?
There was a tape on the handle that I cut off and I preserved.
Can you take a look at states 57 and tell me where on the handle and describe for us what you're talking about?
Yes. On this handle right here, and there was tape wrapped around
They
it.
have the tape that I cut off. Okay. They have the stock thing off, and it's laying right up here in the front. They've separated it, I think, to get it in the bag.
And I preserved for DNA.
Okay. If you'll just say that into the mic, I think we got caught up there.
Sorry. Yes, just on that handle, there was a adhesive tape wrapped around it that I cut off and I preserved it for DNA.
So on the handle of the firearm itself?
Yes, ma'am.
As it relates to this brass catcher that's attached to the right side of the firearm, was that affixed to the rifle when you pulled it out of the safe?
Yes, ma'am.
And was this sight on the top of the rifle also affixed to it when you pulled it out of the safe?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this time I will pass the witness.
Okay, cross.
Okay, now we're for examination.
Good morning.
I don't like that color suit.
All right. So you assisted with the search warrant at the residence, is that correct?
Yes.
That's Sean Gathride's residence?
I don't know.
You don't know who lives there?
No
Do
idea.
you know how many people live there?
No idea.
Do you know how many bedrooms are in the house?
No, I would have to refer to my report.
You could.
No, I don't know how many. I'd have to look at my pictures, actually.
Okay. There was a picture of a safe. There were some rifles in the safe. Do you remember that picture?
Yes.
And those rifles, that safe, that was found in the master bedroom of the home?
Yes.
All right. It's not Sean Gathrigh's room, correct?
I don't know.
You don't know? All right. For sure, that home that you searched, that's not Alicia Andrews' home, correct?
I don't know.
You don't know if it is?
I don't know.
Did you search Alicia Andrews' home?
I don't know who that is.
What? What? You don't know who the defendant in this case is? Are you shitting me? Excuse my French. What? Oh, boo, your youth is catching up with you right about now. You always know who the
So you wouldn't know if Alicia Andrews' DNA or prints are on any of the weapons that you found?
No.
Oh my God.
You wouldn't know if Alicia Andrews' DNA or prints are on any of the casings or the gun parts that you found?
No.
You wouldn't know if her DNA or prints are on any of the cardboard boxes that you found?
No.
And you don't have any evidence that anything that you just discussed on direct examination is connected to Alicia Andrews?
I don't know who that is. No. I have no idea.
No further questions.
Okay, redirect.
Ma'am, when you respond to a scene, do you know the identity of any of the suspects typically?
No.
Do you know the underlying circumstances or facts of the case?
No.
Is your job strictly related to the processing of the scene you respond to?
Yes.
The facts that are provided to you, are they relevant to the investigation, the whodunit of it all, or is it just for the purpose of processing?
Just for processing evidence.
The items of evidence that you did receive, did you relay that you did process or impound into evidence, did you relay all of that information to the detective on the case?
Yes.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Okay, may this witness be excused?
Yes, from the state, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. There you go. All right, who's your next witness?
Detective Richard Meter.
Judge, can we go stop working, please, before?
Yeah, hold on one second. Wait, hold up one second. Have him sit back out. Come on up. For a moment, I'll be with you momentarily. Just tell the detective to sit tight.
All rise. Windows.
Okay, so what are you objecting to?
Yes, Your Honor, so PowerPoint. Copy of it.
I do.
Okay. So the first objection would just be to the actual statutes being listed. Things that appropriate for the witness to advise the jury of the law. That would be Your Honor's purview.
What's your response to that?
The detective is listed as an expert, Your Honor.
No, but expert on the law?
As an expert in gang evidence, and what is presented is the criminal gang statute.
Okay, but Why is that admissible, just the statute itself?
If there's no objection from the defense as it relates to his qualifications as an expert, then I can skip right past those slides. But if they are objecting as it relates to his qualifications, we'll be discussing the statute itself.
So there is an objection, Your Honor, but he's not going to testify that he has some sort of expertise in the law. He's just going to say that he uses it to qualify him. But even if Your Honor decides to qualify him as an expert, that does not make the actual statutes admissible as evidence in the trial.
Okay. Well, I tend to agree, so.
Okay. My realtor when we moved here was Richard Rubright. Way it was spelled was Rubright, but pronounced not Rubright, but Rubright. He went by Dick Rubright. Really, it was Rubright. He was on David Letterman for the name of, hey, who would want to buy a house from someone by the name of Dick Rubright? Yeah, his parents didn't think that out well. And no, I'm not being tacky. That was his real name, but it was Richard Rubright or Dick Rubright. But if you didn't know how to pronounce it, it was Rubright.
At this point, I'll sustain the objection just as to the language of the statutes themselves, and that would be Criminal Gang, Florida Statute 874.031, 874.03.
Okay, so give the nickname for Richard and Meter. I would never name my child Richard under any circumstances.
32 and 874.033.
I wouldn't do it.
Next, Your Honor, we have a general objection to the videos coming in as hearsay.
Okay, state what's your response to that.
Certified business record is provided for those, Your Honor, and the witness is testifying not as it relates to the truth of the matter asserted of the content of those videos, but only as it relates to the intent and knowledge of the defendant based on the history of the criminal gang.
Okay, overrule the objection.
So, Your Honor, I'd like to respond to that.
Sure.
I don't find that to be, not personally, but as a general response, just based on the fact that they have specific lyrics highlighted. None of those, I believe, related to any of the text messages that Your Honor has admitted thus far, where the state claims that they go to the defendant's knowledge. So it might go to maybe some of the co-defendants, their knowledge of what has happened, but not specifically to Ms. Andrews' knowledge. So I believe there's maybe 3 or 4 different videos that the state is intending to admit, and I didn't count, but there are multiple murders or shootings that are addressed according to the state in here that are not going to be discussed in this case. Specific names, specific people that are unrelated to the charges in this particular case. So we reject. And again, more collateral issues that serve to not help the jury understand the issues in this case, but to confuse them and pile on more unrelated gang information.
All right, what's your response?
Your Honor, the same response that we provided in our earlier motion as it relates to the gang evidence. These videos, at least the first 2 videos, are posted back to back, one from each side of the gang, to explicitly explain the history of the gang, as well as being provided to describe the events that have occurred. The defendant's messages absolutely encapsulate several of the lines that are related in these songs, specifically talking about some of the people who have died. The names that are listed in these songs are also in her messages. So as it relates to that representation, not directly linked to the messages from Ms. Andrews, they in fact are. As it relates to these videos, there are 2 videos each, back to back, one posted a month apart, and the others posted close in time together. And again, it's for the detectives to testify about the background of the gangs and the issues as it relates to the back and forth between the 2 groups.
And Your Honor, this is becoming a feature of the trial. We are now spending a significant amount of time talking about, well, first I dispute the fact that in the messages that have been admitted thus far that the court is allowing in, I believe there's discussion maybe of one person from Ms. Andrews. There's a name of one person that was murdered. There's not some sort of drawn out discussion where she is dropping names of, all of these people. So I dispute that. But beyond that, this is becoming a feature of the trial. We are now spending a significant amount of the jury's time, and everyone else's time, the court's time, discussing the drawn out details of what has happened back and forth between these gangs.
Well, no evidence has come in yet regarding the back and forth between the gangs. This is the first evidence that the jury's gonna hear.
I disagree, Your Honor. The first, I believe, 3 or 4 witnesses testified about the back and forth, who was who, has done what, et cetera, et cetera. There has been.
Anyway, go ahead, make your record.
Well, yes, ultimately, beyond that, the fact that this is now becoming a feature of the trial, we'd also object to just prejudicial nature. This is substantially prejudicial, much more than it is probative to the actual elements of this crime and my client's, the allegations against my client. It is cumulative, again, at this point. We're going to hear more discussion about the gang war as opposed to the actual murder that is charged in this crime. So we object on all those bases. Hearsay, it's cumulative, it's more prejudicial than it is probative, it's not relevant, it is a collateral matter, not relevant to any material issue or element in this crime, the crime that we are here to have a trial on.
Okay, overrule the objection. All right, that's as to the videos. Anything else?
Yes, we would object to the lyrics, Your Honor. I'm not sure who wrote these lyrics, but it does not, it just appears that they're typed based on someone's interpretation of what is being said. That is invading the province of the jury. The jury is to decide what these lyrics say. And even if the court were to decide to let them in, we would also object to the highlighting.
Okay, what's your response?
Your Honor, these, the defense can address any issues as it relates to the lyrics or the accuracy of the lyrics on redirect. I have case law for needing
on cross.
Translation. On cross, excuse me, as it relates to the translation, if there's an issue as it relates to the content of the messages themselves. But we discussed this previously in referencing these videos and lyrics being provided with these videos. The highlighting itself is in an attempt to limit what we are questioning the witness himself about as we go through the videos, and to highlight specifically what would be related to this case or specifically related to the evidence that we intend to present of the war between the two groups.
Overrule the objection. Any other objections as to the PowerPoint?
Your Honor, we'd object to the charts, the organizational charts as hearsay as well.
I don't see those. I just see the PowerPoint. Are
I
those
believe
on
they're
your?
like
In the
first couple pages after the case law.
Look. Oh, I see that. The members and associates of ATK and 1200, right? So you're referring to in 6 block?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. I'm assuming they're coming in or an attempt to come in through your gang expert?
That is correct, Your Honor. The detectives from the gangs presented, and each of them have been listed as experts.
Okay. All right, overrule the objection.
Okay, Your Honor, just for the record, our objection related to hearsay is just to the idea that, this is testimony that can be given without these actual charts, but specifically the labeling of these individuals as gang members, our objection is hearsay based on that.
Okay, same rule, overruled.
And then finally, Your Honor, there is a slide, or there's one slide relating to an August 16th and 17th, 2023 shooting. We would object vehemently to any additional shooting outside of the one from October 2023 being discussed in this case.
Your Honor, we have relied on the court's pretrial ruling as it relates to the gang evidence that's admissible in this case. And that ruling was that the evidence is limited to 2023. We've actually significantly cut down the incidents in early 2023 and included only those which occurred at or around the time. So we've included the prior attempted murder of the victim in this case, for which there are casings that match, and the murder which occurs the day before that attempted murder, as well as the murder that occurs in August, which would have been 2 months before, another rivalry issue where, again, someone is killed on the 16th and someone is killed on the 17th. We have narrowed it to the fall of 2023, just for purposes of being as concise as possible, but we have relied heavily on the earlier ruling that we've already had on this issue, which is that the events from 2023 would be relevant as it's what really kicked off this gang war.
Well, I recall that the court's order was that it would be limited to October of 2023, very specifically October 2023. And I'd also dispute the idea that this is what kicked off the gang war. Their expert is about to testify very differently about what kicked off the gang war. But I believe the court's order was October 2023 specifically.
Okay, overrule the objection.
And we'd also object on the basis that it's not relevant.
Okay, very good. Same ruling. All right.
Your Honor,
Yeah.
may I take a quick comfort break before we
Sure.
bring through that?
This here's your PowerPoint back. Yeah, go ahead.
I'm going for lunch break in a minute. I will say that this is a hard-fought battle over allowing evidence to come in. There is some documentation in writing via text that somehow got into a music video. My mouse is being squirrely. Come on, mouse. Dang it, I've had you on the charger all night. You do not need to be recharged. Thank you very much. There you go. Okay, so apparently we are on break. This girl looks bored out of her ever-loving mind. And that suit is old. So anyway, as I was trying to say, they're trying to keep out all of this evidence. There's some music videos that have lyrics that they can tie back to texts that occurred prior to the writing of the song that connects to this victim and the defendant. And they're trying to figure out, they're fighting over whether or not to permit it. The judge is going to permit it. This is a big blow to the defense.
Page 28. Mr. McClymonds said, okay, as far as I guess the state's motion right now, are you holding it in abeyance until? And I said, well, I'm granting it. I'm granting the motion in part specifically as to conduct that occurred in 2023. Okay? So conduct that occurred in 2023, the acts of violence between the parties, the rival gangs, I find is admissible collateral crime evidence as being inextricably intertwined. Okay, very good. Let's get going. Let's bring in the detective.
What did the detective want? What did you do?
Oh, yeah, go bring the jury in.
Bring the jury.
All set, Judge?
Yep.
All rise. All jurors are in.
Okay, very good. Everyone have a seat. State card next witness.
State Patrol Detective Richard Weiner.
swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, sir.
Hello, would you state your name for the jury?
Good morning. It's Detective Richard Nieder,
Where are you employed?
Jacksonville Sheriff's Office.
How long have you been with JSO?
9 years.
What is your current assignment?
I'm currently assigned to the Gang Investigations Unit.
What assignments did you have in advance of your gang assignment?
Prior to that, I was assigned to a community crime response team. It's a violent crime task force that in the city. Prior to that, I rode the east side patrol, which would be like the east side of downtown Jacksonville.
Did you have the opportunity when you were actually a patrol officer in advance of that to patrol different neighborhoods in Jacksonville?
Yes, ma'am.
And what neighborhoods were those, if you recall?
The main neighborhoods would have been out east in Springfield.
When you say out east, what does that mean to a layperson not from Jacksonville?
So the out east area of Jacksonville is well known for its the gang territory for the criminal gang 1200 out east.
And so did you become familiar with that area out east in 1200?
Yes, ma'am.
Does that title 1200 and out east, does it relate to or refer to an area where the people live?
Yes, ma'am.
Does it also refer to a moniker for their gang association?
Yes.
If someone from out east was a member of 1200, is that a fair or accurate representation of their membership?
Yes.
In addition to patrolling some of these areas, now that you've become a gang detective, what do your day-to-day duties or activities look like in that role?
So our day-to-day duties is we monitor the gang and the members along with their associates. We also purge them if they no longer meet Florida state statutes. That is simply like undocumenting them, where the status of a gang member is no longer on them through NCIC and FCIC records. We also conduct custom notifications. This is where we take community outreach and influential people in the community out to troubled youth and at-risk adults' homes and offer them a way out.
When you were mentioning that you document or undocument members, tell me about that process. You said you document based on statute. What is that statute?
Yes, ma'am. It's 874.
And what do you do?
Overall, go ahead.
What is it that you're following as a guide in order to document a gang member?
There's 11 of the criteria that's laid out in the statute. Some of them are like admits to criminal gang membership, physical evidence, tattoos, style of dress. They associate with one or more known criminal gang members, or they're in the presence of, like within traffic stops and stuff like that. Their parents or guardian can say that they're a part of a gang. And there's probably a couple more.
As it relates to documenting a gang member, is there a different process for essentially seeing if a person meets the criteria to be a gang member versus being a gang associate?
Yes, ma'am. To become a gang member, you have to meet 2 or more of the 11 criteria outlined in 874. And to be an associate, you just have to meet one of the criteria.
And you indicated that that criteria includes admitting your membership or role in that gang.
Yes, ma'am.
Is it frequent that during the course of your investigations, gang members or their associates will admit to such, that they're involved in a gang or that they are members?
Yes, ma'am.
Do your duties also include undocumenting gang members?
Yes, ma'am.
And tell us a little bit more about that process. I don't know that the jury understands what FCIC and NCIC is. What is that?
Yes, so NCIC is a national database, and FCIC is a Florida database. Whenever you run somebody's driver's license or run a person in those databases, it will come up and show you that they are a documented gang member within the state of Florida, and it'll tell you the gang that they're documented under.
Why would there be an undocumenting of a gang member? How does that happen?
They no longer meet Florida state statutes.
And do you continue, is it an ongoing process with either documenting or undocumenting?
Yes, ma'am. We investigate them, and if they continue the status within the gang, we continue to document them.
Did you and the members of your gang unit attend any particularized training as it relates to gang investigations?
Yes, ma'am, I have.
What particular training did you attend?
I've gone to 2 of the Florida gang investigation conferences where they've taught beginner and intermediate levels of gang investigations. I've also attended violent crime and gang investigation conferences. I've also attended technology conferences that deals with cell phone towers and that type of stuff while tracking gangs.
When you attend these types of trainings, is that a more generic style of training or educating you on gangs in general?
Yeah, generally, they kind of, the Florida ones will tend to guide towards Florida state statutes and stuff like that. And then the ones that are not Florida-based, they teach you like what they're doing across the country as far as how they're investigating and what they're seeing.
These types of trainings, do they provide you specific intel or knowledge as it relates to Jacksonville gangs, or is that something that you learn just based on your experience day to day?
Based on my training and experience day to day.
Are you assigned to a particular gang or group in the Jacksonville area?
Yes, ma'am.
And what gang are you actually assigned to investigate?
ATK.
What does ATK stand for?
There's various different reasons, but the reason that has been told to me was AC's top killers.
So ask him the proper predicate regarding based upon his experience and training.
Based upon the training and experience that you have day to day, have you learned what ATK stands for?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor, calls for hearsay.
Roll, go ahead.
If I may add, Your Honor, this witness has not been.
Why are you fighting it?
At this point, so he cannot testify to hearsay.
Do you wish to voir dire him on his qualifications?
I do.
Okay, go ahead.
I'd wait until she attempts to
No,
qualify.
do it now.
Oh, I had another one that I could have used, but this is my dissatisfied. I want to tase her. Bro. No.
Bruh.
Just can't do it. You're being. It's going to be good. That will be up. Get ready to go on third cup. For my 7.5 cup.
Good morning. It's the morning. Good morning, Officer Neater, Detective Neater.
How are you?
Good morning. You said you've been with JSL for about 9 years.
Yes, ma'am.
In your 9 years that you've been with JSL, you have not been working with gangs the entire time, correct?
That is correct.
So you've only been investigating gangs for about 3 years.
Correct.
All right. In the gang unit, they're about.
Which in this world is long enough. A lot of times officers, especially detectives and those who go undercover, do not serve as long as they would in other departments, because once they get made or there's threats or issues, they get transferred out. I mean, from my understanding and in my humble opinion, from my limited knowledge, but I say limited, it's a little more than the Joe Blow, but they get rotated out easy. I mean, some of them can stay a long time. It's no guarantee. God, I'm rocking my hair today. Sorry.
There are about 12 detectives total.
Yes.
Is that accurate? And each detective has a specific assignment for a particular gang that's in the city.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And the gang that you're assigned to is ATK.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So your training and experience as it relates to gangs, I want to talk about before you ever became an officer. You were never a member of a gang, right?
No, ma'am.
So you don't have any personal experience related to gangs?
I do not.
All right. You attended Edward Borders College, right, in Jacksonville?
Yes, ma'am.
And your degree's in criminal justice?
Correct.
You didn't have any sort of specialization in gangs while you studied criminal
Not there.
justice? You did not?
Not there.
Okay. Did you have a specialization in gangs in any other degree or education?
Through the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office, I have.
Okay, we'll talk about that in a second. I mean, just mean like as far as education, any sort of master's degree or.
I do not.
Okay. And you didn't study or focus on gangs at all while you studied for your criminal justice degree? Not just Jacksonville gangs specifically?
That's correct.
Okay. So your training, you have attended two, I'll say, groups of training as it relates to gangs while you were a detective in Jacksonville, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And that would be the HIDA trainings?
HIDA. Yes,
HIDA
ma'am.
trainings?
Yes, ma'am.
And the other one is the Florida Gang Conference, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Boo, if you want to voir dire him and ensure he's an expert, then you yourself need to at least know how to pronounce the organizations in which you're going to hit him with to try to attack his credibility.
I want to go through those in kind with you. So starting with the HIDA trainings. That stands for High Intensity Drug Trafficking Area, right?
Yes, ma'am. I believe it's a federal agency.
Okay. And they put on these trainings for officers to attend.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And those classes are given by specific instructors. Are those instructors detectives or officers that investigate gangs?
Generally, they're gang detectives from other parts of the United States and sometimes Florida.
Okay. Those are not other detectives that are going to have expertise in Jacksonville gangs. Is that accurate?
I wouldn't know their expertise.
Okay. You never took any specific training with HIDA that highlighted Jacksonville gangs?
No, ma'am. It was just a street gangs class.
Okay. And you took between 2 and 3 of those classes?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You don't remember exactly when you took those trainings, do you?
Sometime within, I would say, probably took one when I was on the community problem response team, and then the other 2 I'd probably taken while I was been a member of the gang unit.
Okay. The curriculum, you said that it doesn't focus on Jacksonville gangs, and you don't really touch anything related to Jacksonville gangs in those trainings. Is that accurate?
I would say no.
Okay. It's not accurate, or you don't?
It's not accurate.
Okay.
They do touch on Jacksonville gangs because the class is being hosted in Jacksonville, but the whole class is not about Jacksonville gangs.
Okay, and is it your testimony that there are detectives that are teaching you the specifics of Jacksonville gangs in those trainings?
Just trends that they've seen in Jacksonville. I wouldn't say they're teaching us strictly about a Jacksonville gang as much as like the crimes that street gangs and other people that we can see.
Okay. All right, the Florida Gang Conference. You've been to 2 of those, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And those are courses where at the end of them you get sort of a participation certificate?
Yes.
And you've received those? You completed the courses?
Yes, ma'am.
And those courses also have no emphasis on Jacksonville gangs?
No, ma'am.
Okay. All right, and now inside your specific experience at JSO as a detective, you didn't investigate gangs as a patrol officer, is that right?
That's correct.
And the community response team, they don't investigate gangs specifically, right?
No, ma'am.
You already mentioned you don't personally know anyone that's been in a gang. Drill rap, you would say, is an important piece of this as well, right?
It could be, yes.
You don't listen to drill rap outside of when you're working, when you have to?
I listen to it for my job, yes.
Right, only for your job?
Correct.
You're not a fan of it? It's not something that you have attempted to understand outside of when you're investigating these gangs?
I would say I understand it so I can do my daily duties as a gang detective.
Correct, and let me be more specific. Your only attempts at understanding it are in your role as a detective?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right, and it's your understanding that there's no hierarchy in these gangs. That's your understanding?
And what, I'm sorry?
In Jacksonville gangs?
It depends on what kind of Jacksonville gang you're speaking of.
Okay. This is where she's getting me mad. And I want to know what her experience level is in these gangs, because all gangs have some form or another of a hierarchy. Some are more formalized than others. Some are very, very, very detailed and specific, where others are a lot more looser. But you always have a top dog. Always got a top dog. Yeah. I'm not liking her question.
Opinion, because this is limited to voir dire regarding
Correct.
qualifications. So are you now going to elicit his opinion?
No, I'm not. I'm
Well,
listening.
sounds like you are.
If I can respond, Your Honor.
Yeah, go ahead. You can answer the question.
Okay. In your experience, you have not understood that there's any sort of hierarchy in these Jacksonville gangs?
It would depend on what Jacksonville gang you're speaking of.
Okay. Is it your testimony that...
All right. So I'm going to give you all a quick rundown on gangs. In fact, I just finished 2 semesters dealing with gangs, local, U.S. and international. All gangs have they are formed. There is rules. There are positions or hierarchy. They may be very limited. They may be very, very, very basic. Now, some gangs have sectors in a big city, and it's like a chapter. You have your covering, and then you have little chapters. Within the small chapter, may not be really much of a hierarchy. There may be one or two people that are connected to the larger part of the organization, and they may have followers or wannabes or those who are very new, and I mean they're recruiting, and it is less formed. They are not as formed as it would be with the upper level or the higher level parts of the gang or other gangs. But there is some form, in my humble opinion, in education. In every gang, there is some form of a hierarchy. Don't start nothing, won't be nothing. Yep. Hey, I was playing with that earring, and there you came. But don't be fooled. A gang, you may have a small group that call themselves a gang that may control a few city blocks. They may not appear to have a hierarchy, but you know that there's one person who pulls strings. There is always a top dog in every gang organization. It just may not be as noticeable. I'm not liking her questioning. How you doing, Mr. Joe? What's your thoughts about the gang thing? What's your thoughts? But gangs can be 3 people can be a gang. Some of them are hundreds or thousands of people throughout the world. So this is confusing to him, but there's always somebody in charge.
That in your experience, you've learned that there are some gangs that have hierarchies in Jacksonville?
There is, yes, ma'am.
Okay. You wouldn't be able to, you have not learned in your experience or your training about any sort of initiation that these gangs in Jacksonville may have.
Once again, it would depend on the gangs you're speaking about.
I'm speaking specifically about the gangs related to this case. So I'll list them: ATK, 1200, 6 Block, those gangs.
I'm not sure about any initiation into those gangs, no ma'am.
That's not something that you've learned in your experience.
No ma'am.
And he may not. A lot of gangs are very secretive. Not even, I mean, unless you've infiltrated that gang and gone through it, you may not know it's there. I mean, the initiation is there. Her questions are not a yes and no answer. That's the problem. And that's
not something that you could testify to the jury about.
Correct.
You've never written any sort of publication on gangs in general or specifically Jacksonville gangs?
I have not.
You're not even quite really sure what a publication is as it relates to
what?
Your expertise. Is that accurate?
Like, yeah, what would you mean by a publication? Like a book?
A book or some sort of...
Why are you not objecting? Why are you not... That's the state objection, Your Honor. I mean, that is so freaking belittling. I'm not like...
article where you've done research and gathered information to teach other people about?
I would say that our field investigative reports and documenting gangs and gang members would be a publication as to I've written about gangs.
Well, I'm not asking what you write about in your investigations. I'm asking about scholarly things that have been published and peer-reviewed from other experts.
No, ma'am, I've never written a book.
Do you know how many experts are out there that never have had a peer-reviewed scholarly writing?
Or a news article or anything.
Okay. You've never read any publications on gangs either?
Just stuff to do on my daily duties.
You said written any books. You've never read any books on gangs either, have you?
I have not.
Okay.
Okay, now that bothers me. I can't reach it, but I have 4 books on gangs. and I'm a criminal justice major. So if he went through criminal justice in college, he's just forgotten. It's a requirement for 20 billion years. That is a core part of the curriculum he just forgot. I'll be honest.
Your Honor, I don't have any other questions at this time. I don't know if you want me to make arguments or. Okay.
Detective, when you attend the trainings or conferences on gangs, when you're receiving those presentations, are they related to the bigger gangs that are commonly known across the country, the Bloods, the Crips, that type of thing?
Yes, ma'am, generally.
Are these programs nationally recognized and presented at agencies across the nation?
Yes, ma'am.
As it relates to your specific publication or publicizing of the information that you collect in your day-to-day duties, do you or any members of your unit make it a regular practice to publicize or publish articles based on the tactics that you use to make arrests and develop cases of criminal gang members?
No, ma'am.
Would that be harmful to your case or investigation to do so?
Yes.
As it relates to your attending these conferences, are those mechanisms of continuing legal education for techniques in tracking gangs?
Yes.
As it relates to those same conferences, do you obtain information as it relates to new technologies, new tactics?
Pardon me?
I'm objecting to leaving.
Overall, go ahead.
Do you obtain information as it relates to new technology or new tactics that are being seen across the nation with other agencies?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you attending those conferences for the purpose of learning information about the gangs in Jacksonville specifically?
No, ma'am. We attend those conferences to try to become better detectives in the investigations that we conduct in Jacksonville.
As it relates to the gangs in the Jacksonville area, do you and essentially the active members of that gang believe that you have the most knowledge about the ATK gang?
Yes, ma'am.
As it relates to the other members of your unit, do you work with them or alongside of them when you're investigating ATK-related crimes?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you the point of contact if an ATK gang member or associate is believed to have been involved in any crime in Jacksonville?
Yes, ma'am.
Would that be the same for all other detectives in their assigned gangs?
Yes, it would.
As it relates to the other assigned gangs, specifically related to this case of 1200, ATK, and 6 Block as a total, are you all required to still be familiar with the other gangs despite your assignment to one specific group?
Yes, ma'am. We have to have general knowledge of all of the gangs in Jacksonville. Just when if something was to happen and I was the one that was up and available, that I would have to respond and have the general knowledge to give the intelligence to other investigating detectives about what occurred.
And when you say if you were the one that was up, are you actively on call as a member of the gang unit?
Yes, ma'am, all the time.
Do each of the detectives in that unit hold the same responsibility?
Yes, ma'am.
If called to a scene, are they required to understand the neighborhood, the parties involved, et cetera?
Yes, ma'am.
If there are facts that need developed as it relates to ATK, 1200, or 6 Block, are the members of your gang unit called to respond?
Yes, ma'am.
And how much of your workday, day to day, is dedicated to working gang cases?
All day. That's we only deal with the gangs.
And you develop that knowledge, you indicated before, by doing what on a day-to-day basis?
Just investigating them through social media, through music videos, and other means.
By other means, without telling me what is said, do you also interview the members of those groups?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you interview the family members of those groups?
Yes, ma'am.
Is there another individual that you can think of that has more particularized knowledge about the Jacksonville gangs than yourself and your associates as it relates to the gangs?
Sustain the objection.
Do you commit your job day to day to working up not only the information about the gangs in Jacksonville as a whole, but ATK?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time I would tender the witness.
Okay, well, the witness has already been tendered, so the question that was left on the table was what does ATK stand for? There was an objection, and I'm going to overrule the objection at this point.
I'm sorry, you said the witness has been tendered as an expert?
We don't tender as experts anymore. We just allow questions to go forward or not. And so after the voir dire regarding this witness's qualifications, I'm going to allow the question to be asked and answered. Okay? All right.
During your course of your time as a gang detective, did you develop information as it relates to what ATK stands for?
Yes, ma'am.
And have you had an opportunity to develop the potential members of that group in your time working up the ATK gang?
Yes.
As it relates to the term ATK, what does that stand for, if anything?
Based on my training experience, it stands for ACE's Top Killers.
And ACE's Top Killers, is there a meaning behind that? What does that mean, or what does that relate to?
The name ACE would be the face or the head of ATK. His rapper name is Young and Ace.
Why does he then become the head of that group?
Based on my experience, he's the most influential. He's got the most views as far as his music.
Are you familiar with the drill rap scene as it relates to each of these groups?
Yes, ma'am.
Speaking to you today specifically about ATK, 1200, and 6 Block, are all involved in the drill rap scene.
Yes, ma'am.
Is the scene something that you follow closely day to day?
Yes, ma'am.
Where are the music videos that are created by these groups posted?
They're posted on their social media accounts and YouTube.
What social media accounts are included in the accounts that are posted to?
Like you saying, like the name, like Instagram. They go on Instagram, and sometimes they go on X, which was formerly known as Twitter.
As it relates to ATK specifically, ACE's Top Killers with a face of Ace, is he the most influential or most followed person from that group?
Yes.
How is it that you're able to determine that he then becomes the most prominent member? What are you observing to make that determination?
It seems that based on the investigation, was that everybody seems to follow him where he's at. There's usually a bunch of people. He has the most
Objection, not
followers.
speculation.
Overall, go ahead.
He has the most followers on social media, on his accounts, and he gets the most views on his videos on YouTube.
Now, multiple members from these groups post or have music careers, right?
Yes, ma'am.
How is it that you are able to determine a view count or a popularity count when you're looking at these YouTube videos or videos posted to YouTube?
On YouTube, when you watch the video, it'll tell you how many people have viewed it below the video.
And are those videos something open to the public and viewable to the public?
Called analytics, baby.
Yes, ma'am.
How about the social media profiles of the members of ATK?
Most of them are public. There are some of them who have private profiles, but for this right now, Ace's profile is public.
As it relates to 6 Block, do you do the same thing? Despite not being directly assigned to that group, are you following that group closely?
I do follow them, but not as close as other members of our unit.
Specifically, do you know who the members of 6 Block are?
Not all of them, but I could name off a few of them.
By a few, what's that number?
Maybe like 3 to 5.
Okay. And have you had an opportunity to meet with and discuss the developments that the person that is assigned to the 6 Block group would have had in his investigations?
Yes, ma'am.
What is the name of that individual that's assigned to 6 Block?
His name is Detective McCullough.
As it relates to 1200 and that group, who is assigned to 1200?
Detective Griffin.
Day to day when there are developments, so say that a crime is reported, do you all work independently or together in order to ascertain what the issues are currently between the groups?
We would work together.
In ultimately identifying the members of ATK as it relates to this case as, or the relevant members of this case, were you consulted by Detective Nieder in his creation of a chart?
Yes, myself, Detective Drabeck and I, and McCullough and Griffin all pitched in to make the chart.
Is it common that you all work together to develop cases, develop what's going on between the gangs with each other, et cetera?
Yes, ma'am. They intermingle a lot.
As it relates to what we've talked about as being ATK and 1200, what is the difference between those two groups?
One of them, ATK, is they're two separate gangs, but they associate with each other through music and just like having a common enemy.
Who is the common enemy of ATK and 1200?
It would be the groups on the north side. The prominent one over there would be 6 Block.
And when you're talking about these groups, you're talking about them in areas. So you've told me out east and north side. Is that typically where their association or affiliation with these groups come from, is the location?
Generally, yes, ma'am, but you don't have to be from those parts of town to be a part of the gang.
You said that ATK and 1200 associate with each other. Have you personally, in your training, in your day-to-day work with these gangs, seen 1200 and ATK members on music videos together?
Yes, ma'am.
In social media posts together?
Yes, ma'am.
How about, you said both of those have a common enemy, which is 6 Block.
Yes, ma'am.
When it relates to 6 Block, are there individuals a part of 6 Block that claim other groups?
Yes, ma'am.
What does that mean, to be in 6 Block but be associated to something else?
6 Block has subsets, which is, they're documented as gangs, but they kind of like associate with each other. The subset would be like We All We Got, they call it WAWG, and then Bully Gang.
So those are other groups that are associated to 6 Block.
Yes, ma'am.
Would those members from We All We Got or 6 Block associate with each other? Would they be present in music videos together?
Yes.
Would they be on social media and pictures together?
Yes.
So despite being in separate groups or subsets, they are together at least enough to form a common enemy.
Yes.
And the enemy of 6 Block, at least as it relates to this investigation, was whom?
It would be like 1200 and ATK.
When you were working as a member of the Jacksonville gang unit, were you notified about the potential for Charles Jones coming to Tampa for some kind of performance?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you familiar with an individual by the name of Charles Jones?
Yes, ma'am.
And how are you familiar with him?
I've dealt with him several times in person. I dated, doing my daily duties.
Have you had contact with him before?
I have.
Have you seen his music videos over the years?
I have.
When you were working in patrol, were you familiar with the beef that was going on between the two sides or between the two areas?
My knowledge of it is way more extensive now, but I had general knowledge of issues on the parts of towns. Yes, ma'am.
As you developed in the gang unit, did there become a prominent person or member in the 6 Block group?
Yes.
And who was that?
Charles Jones.
As we've discussed in the ATK, ACES Top Killers group, is that the same level of prominence that we now have with 6 Block and Charles Jones?
Yes.
Does Mr. Jones also have that music career that we've discussed?
He does.
And is your position or your opinion based upon his position in 6 Block based on what you've already indicated was the same for Ace or
Yes.
Young and Ace?
Yes.
Is he the person in 6 Block with essentially the most views?
He is.
And when videos or music videos were released by ATK, if we start there and talk about Young and Ace, were those videos that you personally and members of your unit would watch?
Yes, we would.
What is your process in viewing the drill raps or music videos that are released by each of these sides?
My process is I listen to it, the whole thing through, and then after that, I will break down the video. You can collect a lot of good evidence towards the gang in them, as far as like hand signs and clothings and other stuff of that nature. And then once I get through all of that breaking down, and then I break down the lyrics.
Do you work with the other members of your gang unit in order to accomplish the review of these videos and discuss potential crimes surrounding them?
Yes, we do.
Is there any procedure in place where you also review crime reports to see if anything is related to what has been described in these drill raps?
Yeah, generally the drill raps, they come after the crime, so they'll talk about stuff that has already happened.
So at the time that you are watching these drill raps on YouTube, for example, do you, when you're viewing it, just based on your day-to-day training and experience, your duties day-to-day, relate this video is related to X incident?
Yes.
Have you personally, whether now in your time with the gang unit or earlier before that, responded to the incidents of violence between ATK and 1200 and 6 Block?
I have.
Now, you indicated that you worked to complete some charts with the other members of your unit with the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
I am showing you now what has been marked as State's Exhibit 90A. Do you recognize the individual depicted in that photograph?
That's Charles Jones.
And I am showing you 84A through C. Please take a look and tell me if you recognize the items depicted there.
Yeah, these would be members and associates of each group, but it's not like, it's not everybody. It's like a, more of the prominent guys, a part of the groups, rather than everybody inside of the group.
As it relates to the image of Charles Jones, does this image fairly and accurately depict Julio Foolio, or the person you came to know as Julio Foolio?
Yes.
And as it relates to these charts, despite not being all-encompassing of all of the members of 6 Block, ATK, and 1200, do they fairly and accurately represent the members or associates of those groups?
Yes.
This asset will be shown prior to approaching the witness with them.
At this time, Your Honor, the state seeks to admit states 90A and 84A through C.
Any objection?
No objection to the photo of Mr. Jones. We just renew our previous objection to the chart.
Okay, very good. Same ruling, so 84A through C will be admitted as well as 90.
I'm showing you on the screen, if you can look over your shoulder there, what I've previously shown as 90A. Is this the person that you know to be Charles Jones?
Yes, ma'am.
And were you alerted to an incident having occurred in Tampa in June of 2024, resulting in the death of Mr. Jones?
Yes, ma'am.
Prior to that incident, had you responded to calls for service related to Charles Jones or his potential injury?
I have.
Had you responded to calls for service related to the injury or homicide of members of the opposing gangs, ATK or 1200?
Yes, ma'am.
Speaking specifically about your viewing of the music videos in these particular cases, did you have an opportunity to view the music videos put out by Young and Ace in advance of your coming to the unit?
I'm sorry, can you ask that?
Before you came to the gang unit, were you aware of these drill raps in Jacksonville?
I was, just based off of the my time in the community problem response unit.
Since you're having come to become a detective in the gang unit, have you studied the videos that have been released, the music videos or drill raps released by Young and Ace?
I have.
Have you studied the music videos or drill raps released by Charles Jones?
I have.
Let's speak specifically about the evidence that you previously mentioned as the charts that were created by your unit. If you would look over your shoulder, please. Here, I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 84C. Do you recognize that chart?
Yes, ma'am.
Are some of the more prominent members of the ATK group depicted in this chart?
Yes.
As it relates to the members that you have discussed already, so Young and Ace, for example, can you show us where Young and Ace is in this chart?
He's on the first row, the top row, all the way to the left.
And in your time investigating ATK or studying the gang members associated with this group, did you come to learn the identities of the other people depicted here?
I have, yes.
Who is Quan or Trayvon Bullard?
Quan and Trayvon Bullard was a victim of a homicide in Jacksonville in 2018.
What about Royal Smith and Jacoby Grover?
It was a triple homicide. They all were killed in the same incident.
Where did that homicide occur?
It occurred in Duval County at an area of town we call the Town Center.
And what relationship, if any, do they have to Young and Ace?
Young and Ace was the fourth victim in that case. He was shot as well. He did not die.
As it relates to the drill raps that you saw subsequent to that homicide and the shooting of Young and Ace, were there music videos put out by 6 Block which referenced that shooting?
There was.
Was there a nickname associated to Royale Smith, in the middle photo there?
Yes, ma'am. His nickname was 23.
So just the number.
Yes, ma'am.
And as it relates to Gutta Zay or Isaiah Chance, did Isaiah Chance represent ATK?
He did. He is a member of ATK.
And did he have any associations or affiliations to other groups?
He had an association with 1200.
When we speak about your observations or your review of the social media profiles of each of these individuals, did you have an opportunity firsthand to review the social media posts by Isaiah Chance in his falling out with ATK?
I did, yes, ma'am.
Was there a group for which Isaiah Chance begun relating himself after his fallout with ATK?
Are you asking what the post was?
No, what was the group that he then wanted to associate himself with or did post to associate himself
He then
with?
associated himself with 1200.
When talking specifically about Antonio Tilley depicted in this image, is Mr. Tilley alive or deceased?
Mr. Tilley is deceased.
And are you familiar with how that homicide came about?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you respond to that scene specifically yourself?
Yes, ma'am.
And was that homicide referred to in the drill raps?
Yes, it should be.
The homicide of Antonio Tilley, is Tilley mentioned in the drill raps between the groups? Excuse me.
He is. He's mentioned in them.
As it relates to the group 1200, did you have particularized knowledge about the group 1200 as well, just in your role as a gang unit detective?
I do.
And in showing you states 84B, does this chart at 84B also fairly and accurately depict the members of the 1200 group?
Yes.
As it relates specifically to the top line, can you see that okay from where you are?
Yes, ma'am.
The nicknames that are depicted below the legal names of these individuals, how is it that you all are able to ascertain these nicknames?
That's their music name.
Go ahead.
Knowledge.
That's their music name. Whenever they post stuff.
They sometimes have 3 names: birth name, public persona, music name, and then they have a name that they only use within the gang, and sometimes they have a street name. Sometimes there's 4 names. Just FYI. Depends on what they're doing.
Online, that's the name they use as like their artist or their stage name.
And so on the Instagram posts, for example, are they utilizing their nicknames or their legal names?
Nicknames.
What about as it relates to the YouTube videos? Do they use their music or street name or their legal names?
Nicknames.
So when viewing these videos, are you able to ascertain, despite not having the legal name of the person on these drill raps, are you able to ascertain who the parties are inside of them?
Yes.
Do you, when viewing these drill raps, recognize the individuals as you're watching them, even if they aren't labeled?
Yes.
Have you had an opportunity to review a music video as it relates to saying the words Spaz or Corbin?
Yes.
And is that frequently used in the drill raps by 6 Block?
Yes.
Now, when a group says another group's member in their drill raps, is that intended to be a good thing or a nice thing to do?
If you're a part of one group and you say somebody else's name that's a part of the opposing group, it would be disrespectful.
And have you had an opportunity to view music videos from Waka with the Choppa and Spinna Benz?
Yes, ma'am.
Specifically as it relates to their music videos with members of ATK, have they been documented as having videos together?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you think of a video that would be reflective of members of ATK and members of 1200 together?
The most popular one would be Who I Smoke.
And by most popular, are you referring back to what you've already advised were the YouTube views?
Yes, ma'am.
Lastly, as it relates to 6 Block, can you confirm that it was determined in states 84A that Charles Jones was a member or active member of the gang 6 Block?
Yes, he was.
And his associates, as depicted here on this chart, were you able to determine or recognize the individuals depicted?
Yes.
Were there individuals included on your 6 Block summary as some of the bigger players with 6 Block that are also deceased?
Yes, there's some that are deceased on there.
In referring specifically to the second photograph next to Mr. Jones, Bibby, is that an individual who is deceased?
Yes, he is.
Is that an individual who is frequently referenced in the drill raps from ATK and 1200?
He is.
In the photo depicted just
Okay, what she is doing, I know this seems boring and monotonous, but what she is doing, she is laying the groundwork for a history of these artists, and artists loosely, some may be really serious, some may not, I don't know, but these artists, it is not uncommon for them to take the experiences in life and the things that they have done or seen or whatever and put it to music. She's laying the groundwork because all these young guys are deceased, but he has rapped about it in his music. Interesting.
below Bibby. Who is Therese Powell?
Therese Poe is another Jacksonville artist who goes by the name of K Shorty.
And is he a 6 Block member, affiliate? Tell me how it is that he's associated to 6 Block.
Therese Poe would be a part of We All We Got, WAWG.
At some point, was he directly associated to 6 Block?
Yes, WAWG is associated to 6 Block.
Is that what you've described earlier as one of the subsets?
Yes.
And would he be frequently depicted in videos or images to social media with other members of 6 Block as depicted here?
With some of the members, yes, but not all.
When we see in the photo that is on the second row and second one in, so Tiki Williams, is that someone who you're familiar with?
Yes.
Are you familiar with whether his name has been referenced by 1,200 and ATK members in drill raps?
It has.
When you all are referencing these drill raps or the music videos themselves, are you just accessing them from the internet, plainly YouTube, watching the videos, etc.?
Yes, ma'am. Generally, they'll post like little snippets of it on their social media with the like name of the song or like a link to YouTube, and then you can go to YouTube and watch the whole video.
And you have had an opportunity to review or view 4 specific videos as relevant to this particular case. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Was there a video that was published by members of ATK and members of 1,200 called Who I Smoke?
Yes, ma'am.
Is it fair to say that that is one of the more popular videos that has been put out by Jacksonville gang rappers?
Yes, it is.
And in your experience, have you had an opportunity
Don't
to
you
see the
know
number
this
of
video?
views that
And don't you know this video is going to get a lot of views now?
have been wrapped up to that video at this time?
Yes.
Approximately how many views, if you know, has that video received?
Last I believed it was around 50 million.
$57 million. Now, I'm not going to play it because I don't want to get in trouble. But, oh.
And you've had an opportunity to review the Who I Smoke video in its entirety?
Yes, ma'am.
One time or many times?
Many times.
As it relates to the response video, was there one posted by members of 6 Block?
There was.
And who posted a video in response to that?
Charles Jones.
What was the
My Discord to watch some of this. The deadly story of Who I Smoked has 92,000 views. Then you got there's a lot of views. Julio, Who I Smoke music video has 10 million. Wow. Just saying.
title of the video that was posted by Charles Jones in response to the YouTube video made by ATK and 1,200?
The name of the video is When I See You.
And ultimately, as it relates to the YouTube or music videos in this particular case, were there videos posted after the death of Charles Jones in 2024?
There was.
Did those music videos come from members of ATK and or 1,200?
Yes, ma'am.
Specifically as it relates to a music video by the title of Game Over, who was the music artist that made that video?
Young and Ace.
And when in relation to Charles Jones's murder was that video published to YouTube?
I'm not sure the exact time, but a couple weeks I don't know the exact date. It was a couple weeks after.
And was there an additional video posted by 1,200 members?
There was, and once again, I don't know the exact date of that one either, but it was weeks and month after.
What was the video titled from the 1,200 members?
Foolio dead.
All right, are you getting ready to play the videos? Yes. Okay, so I tell you what, it's 12:15, so it's probably a good time for us to go ahead and take our lunch recess. We'll come back and then you can play the videos, okay? All right, so if you all can be back at 1:15, we will continue. Okay, very good.
We don't have to worry about that. Y'all. Y'all, yeah, I don't get into that kind of music either, but I guess we're gonna get to see it. I'm gonna, I don't know what I need to do. I'm probably gonna have to mute it. I'll have to listen to captioning. I am not gonna get copyright stricken. Let me try to hit right.
In between the break, I jumped on the elevator with the person that wasn't sure, didn't know what it was.
Okay, thank you for alerting me. There was no conversation or anything, I'm assuming.
None whatsoever.
Okay, all right, thank you very much. All right, defense counsel's present, defendant is present, state's present. You guys ready to continue? Is that a yes?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, where's the detective? Yeah.
I think he's six.
Yeah, just go ahead and have him retake the witness stand.
He's looking pretty stressed, in all honesty.
No.
All right, we ready to go?
I think there's an issue that you want to address, Your Honor.
Judge, we were provided before the jump drive of 5 additional songs, one of which is already included in the state's presentation of evidence and on our exhibit list.
Yeah, I'm not going to play the
But
music.
the
I'll mute it.
others
And look
are
something.
several
You can go Google it.
Looks like attributable to the victim.
I'm not going to play it. I'm not going to get copy struck. I am not going there, y'all. I am not going back to jail for him.
Okay. Some of them obviously refer to or extend the time frame as previously discussed and of course objected to by the defense. So the playing of 4 additional videos is something that the state's going to be objecting to. It is.
Well, what's the basis of the objection other than it extends the time? I mean, if they open the door, they open the door.
Sure, but at some point, the playing of 4 in a row videos from our victim becomes cumulative by the defense when we're playing one from each side in the state's presentation of evidence. At some point, playing all videos that the victim published that were bad opens the door for then the state to publish whatever extra videos that the ATK members or 1,200 members also published that were bad. I don't know what the basis or honestly the relevance of publishing 4 more videos in addition to what we've already discussed and litigated is.
What's the relevance of 4 additional videos of the Mr. Jones?
Well, Your Honor, first, I guess to address the scope, there is no particular scope of these music videos that the state is entering. They're not limited to the 2023 incident. They're discussing murders that occurred well before.
No, I'm not as concerned about that. I mean,
Okay.
yeah, I'm not as concerned. The cumulative was the objection. So what's your response to that?
Well, first, Your Honor, I find that objection problematic, as that has been our argument, and the state has been the one to open the door to all of these videos. We're specifically introducing them or attempting to on this particular witness because he has been listed as an expert in gangs. He is the person that is testifying as to his analyzing of these different songs. They have said over and over again about my client's intent and then it goes to her intent and her knowledge, and these go to establish that she actually does not have that, right? That she's not involved in any of this back and forth, any of these individuals that are connected to these murders that the victim has been rapping about, just as, you know, some of the other individuals that are not involved in this trial have been rapping about. So this is our opportunity to cross-examine this witness and question this witness related to his knowledge and the scope of his knowledge of all of this information.
Okay, so obviously I haven't seen these videos, so at this point in time, you can go ahead and show them, but at some point, if it becomes cumulative, obviously, then the state can renew their objection, and I'll just rule.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay? So, all right, let's go ahead and bring them in. Yep. Hold on 1 second. Wait 1 second.
Just to add to that, the other reason that these videos are going to be relevant is to complete the story. The state has sort of cherry-picked particular videos. This goes through completeness and just to provide the entire context of what is actually happening in light of what they're alleging.
Okay. All right, very good. Well, I already said you could play them.
Yeah, I just wanted to...
Sure. Yep. Okay, now I think we're ready.
All rise.
Okay, very good. Welcome back, everybody. Have a seat and state you may continue with your direct examination.
Detective Nieder, before we broke for lunch, we were discussing some of the music videos that you've had an opportunity to review in relation to this war between ATK and 1200 and the 6 Block members. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And included in the videos of that back and forth were there some videos that we previously discussed as being Who I Smoke and When I See You.
Yes, ma'am.
And the videos subsequent to the homicide being Game Over and Folio Dead.
Yes, ma'am.
I am showing you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 89A through D. Essentially, have you had an opportunity to review all 4 of the videos that I've previously mentioned?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you had an opportunity to dissect or to at least decipher the language that's used in those videos as far as the lyrics that are being rapped to or rapped about?
Yes, ma'am.
At this time, Your Honor, the state seeks to admit self-authenticating exhibits, states 89A through D in the certification of Exhibit 111.
Okay, any objection other than those previously made?
No, Judge.
Okay, same
You
ruling.
just responded.
And, Your Honor, permission to publish.
Yes.
In discussing states 89D, or 89A, excuse me, if we are reviewing the videos that you've previously described in order, which video occurred first?
Who I Smoke.
And who was the creator of the Who I Smoke video?
It would be Young and Ace, Fast Money Goon, Wappa with the Choppa, and Spinabins.
And when you mention all of those names, are those all separate people?
Yes.
And of the individuals that you've identified, are they associated with different groups or gangs?
Yes. Young and Ace and Fast Money Goon would be ATK, and Spinabins and Wappa would be 1200.
I'm going to publish those videos before we look to the language of them. If you could look over your shoulder, please.
So we'll watch it in Discord. Okay, guys, we will watch it in Discord. We're not here. I'm not going to do it. I'm going to get in trouble. We have to watch it here.
YouTube, did you ultimately review it in its entirety?
Yes, ma'am.
And after reviewing that video in its entirety, did you have an opportunity to listen to that video and determine what lyrics could be ascertained as being said or rapped about in that video?
Yes, ma'am.
If you would look to the screen here, are these those lyrics that you believe to have been included in that Who I Smoke video?
Yes, ma'am.
And looking at the screenshot here depicted on the screen, are the individuals related to ATK and 1200 as being the rappers of this song the only members of ATK that were included in this music video?
No, ma'am. The guy you see right there on top of the golf cart with his hand in the air is an ATK gang member. His name is Malquise Worthen.
And does he have social media for which you all have been able to access or monitor as well?
Yes, ma'am.
Is his social media account named ATK Keys?
Yes, ma'am.
And during the review of the video, could you please refer us to some of the lyrics for which you all took note as it relates to your duties in your gang unit?
Yes, ma'am. The first one, we see 12 paramedics. They use the number 12 because that represents 1200. The next one we see is Rod K. dead and he never coming back. Rod K. was a prominent figure of 6 Block. And then he says, I don't go nowhere without my heat coup.
I object, Your Honor, at this time to speculation and invasion of the powers of the jury. As to what these lyrics mean.
Overruled, go ahead.
I don't go nowhere without my heat coup. Coup is a subset of 1200. 1200 gang members often call themselves coups. Smoking on Lil PD, and I was smoking Trey D too. Little PD and Trey D were also prominent figures in the 6 Block gang.
And when you see the language smoking on, what does that mean?
When they say they're smoking on somebody, it's a sign of disrespect or a sign of like a diss towards the opposing gang.
Is that different from smoking someone?
It's very similar to the meaning. Smoking on someone or smoking someone simply means that they were killed.
Throughout the video itself, were there names of the members from the actual group 6 Block that were depicted in the music video?
Yes, ma'am.
And during the course of that video, was there a portion when the artists were saying names of 6 Block that you can identify here?
Yes, ma'am.
Please describe what that was for the jury.
The Who I Smoke Bibby and Who I Smoke Tiki.
How about Little Nine?
Little Nine was, he was affiliated with another group associated to 6 Block. He wasn't 6 Block himself.
So he was an associate of 6 Block.
In another gang, yes, ma'am.
Well, was he the member of a gang that was rivals with ATK, 1200, or their affiliates?
Yes, ma'am.
And is Bibby alive or deceased when this video was created?
Bibby is deceased.
And is Tiki alive or deceased when this video is posted to YouTube?
Deceased.
Last question, Little Nine, alive or deceased?
Deceased.
Now, what is JIT? J-I-T-T. I'm smoking JIT mean?
JIT is what they refer to as like a younger teenager, like a young adult. They would, instead of calling like your friend, you say that like, that's my JIT.
And was there any reference to an individual that was a member of ATK or NHG named Queso?
Yes, ma'am.
And is Queso related?
Do you still have no sound, June? Or do we have sound again? Do y'all have sound? You should have sound. Okay.
To a gang in Jacksonville.
Yes, ma'am. Queso is an ATK gang member.
And what is the next line under the Queso lyric referencing?
It says, no hospital boy, that line. This is just relating No Hospital Gang to ATK. That some of the members of ATK call themselves No Hospital Gang, but they're still ATK gang members.
They all associate with one another, this NHG No Hospital Gang.
Yes, ma'am.
They associate then with ATK and members of 1200.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, are you familiar with an earlier attempt on Mr. Jones's life that occurred in Houston, Texas?
Yes, ma'am.
And did that occur on or before the date that this video was posted to YouTube?
Before.
And what was it that happened to Mr. Jones at that time?
Mr. Jones was shot in Houston.
Overall, go ahead.
Mr. Jones was shot in Houston, and shortly after he got shot, he went live on his Instagram page in a hospital bed.
Okay, so describe for us what we're seeing here in these center paragraphs, please.
In the center paragraph, it says, I was lurking on his page and caught him lacking in Houston. We let off shots and he went live and I was tweaking like he ain't die. And then, so that's speaking in direct relation to the attempt on Charles Jones's life in Houston.
When the videos here, these drill rap videos are actually posted to YouTube or posted in some way, are you all, in addition to documenting these, relating them back to whatever offenses that they're referencing?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you, in seeing these lyrics, relate this to the offense that occurred in Houston on the prior attempt on Mr. Jones's life?
Yes, ma'am.
Was there, in response to that video, a video posted by 6 Block member and the victim in this case, Charles Jones?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was the title of that music video?
When I See You.
And did that music video, or was that music video released, and did you have an opportunity to fully review the contents of that video?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you, or were you able to identify some of the individuals that were depicted in that video in addition to Mr. Jones?
Yes, ma'am.
Who are the individuals depicted at 3 seconds on this When I See You video on the screen, please?
In the black hoodie and the black pants with the red underwear, that's Charles Jones. On the poster board to the right, that's the 3 victims of the town center shooting, the triple homicide that occurred in 2018.
Were you all able to ascertain where generally this video was filmed? What was the nature of the place where the video was filmed?
It's a graveyard or a grave site.
And were you able to do the same with annotating or deciphering the lyrics that were included in this video after having an opportunity to watch it?
Yes, ma'am.
Publishing 89B.
Whoa. Sorry, guys. Can't do it.
Of these offenses to the detectives down in Tampa, you and other gang detectives, about the rivalries that were occurring in Jacksonville.
Yes.
Specifically as it relates to 2023, was there a scene to which you responded on August 16th of 2023?
Yes.
And what was the nature of that call out?
It came out as a homicide on I-95 near near Zoo Parkway. It's kind of up on the city's north side.
How was it that there was a homicide on the highway? What did you arrive to?
I arrived to a deceased black male, later identified as Jaquan Pickens, inside of a green Dodge Challenger that was crashed into the back of a semi.
Upon your further review of the vehicle or the evidence in that investigation, was it determined that it was more than a vehicle crash?
Yes.
What occurred?
Based on the evidence that we discovered, a drive-by shooting occurred on the interstate
Action.
where a car pulled up beside Mr. Pickens and started shooting at him.
You didn't object?
Go ahead.
When you are at that scene, did you document the injuries that had occurred?
Homicide detectives would have.
And did you at least ultimately make an identification of the individual that was the driver of the vehicle?
We did. We identified him as Jaquan Pickens.
And what gang is he associated with?
Jaquan Pickens is associated with 6 Block.
After the homicide of Jaquan Pickens, did you respond to a call for service on August 17th?
Yes, ma'am.
And was that the day following the homicide of Jake Jitt or Jaquan Pickens?
It was.
Was the victim of that instance identified?
Yes, he was identified as Jacoby Beals.
And is Jacoby Beals related to any of the gangs in Jacksonville?
Yes, he is 1200.
Following the incident that occurred in August, were there several social media posts that occurred after Jaquan Pickens was murdered? Did anyone take credit for that murder?
Generally, after all of gang-related shootings in Jacksonville, social media tends to boost up and get really active. A lot of people post and start disrespecting the deceased of the opposing groups.
Does that also happen on October 6th and 7th when there are additional offenses that occur?
Yes,
Did you respond on October 6th to the homicide of Antonio Tilley?
I did.
And what was the nature of that call?
Antonio Tilley and an Uber driver was located deceased after they crashed into a house. Evidence in that case showed that a female named Diamond Harris set up Antonio Tilley by sending him provocative.
Relevance, hearsay, outside the scope of.
I knew they were going to object.
Sustain, just talk about what actually happened to Mr. Tilley.
What happened to Mr. Tilley to bring about his death?
He arrived at an abandoned house and was ambushed by a black male.
Was he shot and killed with a firearm?
He was.
And while you were working that scene, did you receive additional information or a call for service elsewhere in the city?
I did, yes, ma'am.
Where?
It would have been in the city's side of town called Paxton.
Is Prospect and 16th located in that Paxton area?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was the nature of that call for service? Were you able to determine who the victim of that was?
Yes, it was Charles Jones was shot in his foot.
Did you receive that call and request to respond while you were still working the first scene?
Yes.
Approximately what time did the October 6th shooting of Antonio Tilley actually occur was reported?
I believe it was reported around like 2300 hours, which would be at 11 o'clock at night. I was not dispatched until like 1:30, 2 o'clock in the morning.
And while working that scene, you received notification of the scene that Charles Jones had been shot?
Yes, that notification came in around probably like 6:30, 7 o'clock in the morning.
Was there evidence that was obtained from that attempted murder on Charles Jones from October 7th of 2023, and was that ultimately provided to law enforcement in this particular investigation?
Yes, there was spent casings that were discovered on the shooting of Charles Jones.
When you learned of the homicide that occurred here in Hillsborough County, did you provide assistance to the gang members in Jacksonville and also to the Tampa Police Department investigators that was about the gang activity in Jacksonville?
Objection, moving on.
Overruled, go ahead.
Yes.
Specifically as it relates to Charles Jones and Isaiah Chance, were you and your daily...
Pause. The defense is really struggling. They are not winning any of their objections. Do you feel the judge is being too one-sided, or do you believe that the judge is ruling appropriately? Let me know in the comments.
activities able to observe some interactions with the co-defendant and the victim in this case on the internet in the days leading up to Mr. Jones's homicide?
I personally did not know.
Would another member of your unit have done that?
Very well could have.
Okay. When you are referencing Isaiah Chance being a part of ATK, was there some time at which he was being removed or removing himself from that gang?
Yes, he is. He had a falling out with ATK.
And what group did he begin then affiliating himself with based on the social media posts from his accounts that you reviewed?
1200.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay and speculation.
Overruled, go ahead.
After the death of Charles Jones occurs in
Not hearsay if they gain the information from an investigation.
Tampa, were you alerted to new videos on social media and YouTube that had been posted by members of ATK or 1200?
Yes, ma'am.
Immediately after the death of Charles Jones, was a video posted to YouTube?
Yes.
Were you
Objection, vague and hearsay.
Overruled, go ahead.
Are you familiar with the video that was posted on the day of the homicide?
Yes, I believe it's called Let's Do It.
Objection, hearsay.
Overruled.
As it relates to a subsequent video also posted by ATK called Game Over, did you have an opportunity to review that video?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have an opportunity to do the same in reviewing the lyrics as you had previously?
Yes, ma'am.
And is Young and Ace the only individual who is cited as being an artist on this particular video?
As an artist, yes.
Publishing 89C. Young and Ace, did you have an opportunity to review those lyrics as well?
Yes.
Was there a specific reference to the homicide that occurred in Tampa on June 23rd of 2024 in the death of Charles Jones?
Yes, there was.
When speaking about the lyrics that have highlighted here, has there been an ongoing feud for over the course of the last several years between the groups ATK and 1200?
Yes, that's the go to war reference.
In several of the videos that you have seen, or at least in these videos, surely this is not indicative of the only videos that have been posted between the two groups.
Correct.
And in the videos that you've seen, is it common to see this fuck the six language across the videos?
Yes.
Is that language used in the videos in a manner to disrespect Six Block?
Yes.
Six Block members that are posting their own music videos, including Mr. Jones, use similar language in his videos.
Yes.
And in the video that we've seen here, did you see the chain that was worn by Mr. Bullard?
Yes.
And is that the chain that you were indicating was indicative of ATK?
Yes.
When you spoke with the detectives in Tampa regarding the facts of the homicide of Charles Jones, were you able to ascertain that Mr. Jones had been shot and killed in a vehicle?
Yes.
And were you able to ascertain that other individuals were also with him?
Yes.
In the last video that we saw of When I See You that was actually published by Mr. Jones, was there some reference to Young and Ace, the artist of Game Over, in reference to him losing it over the death of 23?
Yes.
In your review of the lyrics and depicted here on the screen, is that a reference that Young and Ace himself also is making in his music videos?
Yes.
Your Honor, invading the province of the jury.
Overruled, go ahead. What is it that's indicated in this video?
Once 23 died inside my eyes, I lost my mind.
Can you describe for the jury what the 556 reference is as well?
556 is a caliber of round.
And was that used in the lyrics of this song?
Yes.
What was the 556 lyric?
556 increases the murder rate.
Was there a description as to clothing in this song as well?
Yeah, mask on, get up close. This is another closed case that's referencing like suspects or individuals.
Wait.
And invading the province of the jury.
Okay. Overruled, go ahead.
It's referencing suspects or other individuals masking up and getting very close to the people that they kill. And it's another closed case because they died and there's no a living victim.
Overruled, go ahead. As it relates to the language when the artist Young and Ace is referring to Mr. Six, do you plainly, based on your training and experience in day-to-day work in this area, understand who he's referencing?
Mr. Six is Charles Jones.
And the showing of Don Julio bottles, is there some significance to that as it relates to these videos that started in June of 2024 that were posted by ATK or 1200?
Don Julio got his name from the Julio liqueur. The Don Julio Foolio got his name from the Don Julio liquor that he absolutely loved.
Members.
Objection, speculation, objection to invading the province of the jury.
Well, no,
Go ahead.
Yes, ma'am.
Objection or relevance.
Okay. Overruled.
Yes, ma'am. During my investigation into the criminal gang ATK, until after the death of Charles Jones, Don Julio bottles were not referenced in any music video or any type of photograph that they have taken until after the death.
Is the bottle of Don Julio a bottle of alcohol?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that something that was commonly related to Julio Foolio or Charles Jones?
Objection, speculation.
It was
He-
related to him after his death. Some people knew him as Julio Foolio, some people knew him as Foolio, so the name Don Julio brought in the rapper name of Charles Jones.
Depicted in the beginning of this Game Over video, we see a Don Julio on top of the head, and we've heard some of those lyrics about having the head of another member. What does that mean?
Like they're killed. They've been deceased, usually by gunfire.
After the publication of this video by ATK's Young and Ace, was there a music video also published by the individuals who were in that first song?
Yes, ma'am.
The Who I Smoke video had members of both ATK and 1200, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And included in that video with Young and Ace were individuals by the name of Wappa with the Choppa?
Yes, ma'am. He's also known as Ducci.
And were there any other individuals also depicted in both?
Can you ask that again? I'm sorry.
Yes, was there anyone else from the original song that we played in States 89A with Spinabins, Wappa with the Choppa, Young and Ace, and Fast Money Goon of Who I Smoke that made their own videos after Young and Ace made Game Over?
Yes, ma'am. Wappa and Spinabins made their own song called Foolio Dead.
Posting now States 89D. The Julio Dead video by Spinabins and Wappa with the Choppa. Were you able to identify any specific language as it related to the homicide of Charles Jones?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that what's highlighted on the screen before us here?
Yes, ma'am.
When there's a reference to his mother stronger than him in these lyrics, can you describe for us what these lyrics are highlighted for?
Yes, ma'am. His mother was shot in Jacksonville prior to his death, and she survived.
So she lived from that shooting?
Yes, ma'am.
What? When she was shot, was anybody else shot or injured at that time?
I don't know the answer to that.
But you're familiar with her shooting?
Yes, ma'am.
What about the Holiday Inn? Is there any specific relevance to the posting about Holiday Inn in this particular music video after the murder?
Yeah, there's the chain of hotels that was here in Hillsborough County.
What does Glock Party, I'm smoking op pack, put that 8 in mean?
Eight is Trey D. He was shot and killed in Jacksonville. He was a prominent figure of 6 Block. When you say you're smoking an op pack, they relate the pack and like a cigarette pack or like a blunt package, and they're putting ops in it to smoke them.
In addition to having viewed the music videos that were posted, did you have a chance to review the images that were depicted in those videos?
Yes, ma'am.
And do Wappa with the Choppa or Spinabins have a hand sign for the gang 1200 to which they're related?
Yes, ma'am, they do.
And do they throw that sign in these music videos?
Yes, ma'am, they do.
Are you familiar with what that sign is?
I know of it, but Detective Griffin with 1200 would be able to demonstrate it better than me.
And be able to tell us the history of it itself?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Your Honor, I'll pass the witness at this time.
Woo, this is gonna get good. Oh, she's coming ready for bear, water and computer. That has to be some of the most interesting testimony I've heard in a while, y'all. Let's take a little breather. June, what do you think? How was that testimony? For me, it educational. It's interesting. Goes straight in line with what I've just been learning in my college about gangs.
All right. So today this is your first time testifying as an expert.
No, ma'am.
You've testified as an expert before?
Yes, ma'am.
In what hearing?
It was a sentencing hearing in Jacksonville. It was a case involving Sean Walcott, It was a 1,200.
Okay. Did that occur after your deposition in this case?
No, it was before.
Okay. I want to talk to you about where you get in your job, in your day-to-day, where you get your intel from. Part of your job is to provide information to other detectives to support them in their investigations, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So to get that information, I would assume you don't just get it sitting at your desk, right? You're out in the field or in the street getting information as well, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So you get information from citizens, just people that are uninvolved in the gangs. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Like witnesses who might have witnessed a crime?
Or like somebody lives in the neighborhoods where crime's happening, yes.
Right. They just might be concerned about something that's going on.
Correct.
You get information from snitches, from people that are giving you confidential information
Yeah.
in general, not asking about anyone specific. You might get information from the ops of the gang you're investigating. Is that accurate?
Yes.
You might get information from associates of the gangs as well, right?
Correct.
Okay. You also get information from social media
Yes.
and from the internet in general.
Yes, ma'am.
So like YouTube, for example.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You'd also get information from other detectives
Yes, ma'am.
if they're particularly investigating some sort of crime that might be related to something you're investigating.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And I know you are assigned to ATK, and we've mentioned 1200, 6 Block, but there are also other gangs in Jacksonville too, right?
Yes, ma'am. I think we have 30 or 31 active gangs.
Okay. And not all those gangs are connected to the idea of like drill music, but these specifically are.
Yes, ma'am. These are.
Okay. Now I want to talk to you specifically about YouTube.
Okay.
And so you mentioned that you looked at, specifically in your investigation of this gang war, you've looked at, I'm sure, many YouTube videos, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Not just music videos, right?
Yes, I would say it's a mixture, but general music. Music
Okay.
videos are the most common.
Okay. You also would look at like documentary style videos as well.
To a certain extent, yes, ma'am.
And in your review of those videos, sometimes you might find useful information, but you also find that not all the information is accurate, right?
Correct.
Okay. Now, even though not all the information is accurate, you have been able to take some of that information and use it.
As long as it's corroborated by other evidence, yes.
Okay. And in fact, you've even used some information you've gathered from YouTube videos and testimony and sworn testimony related to this case.
Yes.
Okay. Particularly a different chart, gang chart that you captured from a YouTube video. Is that accurate?
I personally did not capture it, but I have seen it, yes.
And you've used it in sworn testimony before.
I guess you could say that.
Okay. And that was from a video from a gentleman by the name of Chaplain Ross. That sound familiar?
I'm not sure who it was from. It was given to me. Like I said, I did not personally make that chart. I've seen it, but I'm not sure who it was from.
Okay. You are familiar with that gentleman though, right? Chaplain Ross.
I don't know who that is.
You've never.
I'm going to overrule the objection. He said he doesn't know who that is.
So.
Okay, go ahead.
You've seen some of the hours-long documentary videos that sort of try to break down the gangs in Jacksonville.
I've seen a few.
And those videos have like millions of views.
Potentially, I'm not sure how many views they have.
Okay, a lot of views. You'd agree with that?
I'm not sure how many views they have.
Potentially thousands of comments, a lot of comments.
I'm not sure about the comments either.
Okay. You would agree with me that a part of in your investigations that you sometimes go through the comments in these videos?
It depends.
On what? What would it depend on?
It depends on the video itself.
Okay. And what is an example of a video where you see information about the gang and you would not go through the comments?
Generally, it just depends on what occurs in the videos. If the comments are worthy. A lot of times the comments are just trolling, so it's kind of a waste of time to scroll through all the comments.
And how would you know if the comments are trolling unless you go through them?
Well, I don't go through all of them. I have went through them on some videos, but not all videos.
Okay, so it sounds like what you're saying is you might start to go through them, and then if you don't see anything useful, you move on.
Yeah, depending on the video.
Okay. And that's not just for the documentary style videos, it's also for the videos where there's music videos.
Yes,
And that's also going to be for videos that are posted on social media,
sometimes.
or pictures, or any sort of post that's posted on social media.
Yeah, sometimes.
And these social media posts and YouTube videos and other information that's posted on the internet, in those comments are going to be people that are talking about what occurred or their opinions of those things, right?
Sometimes.
And this is stuff that's just open to the public,
Yes, ma'am.
right? So it could be people from Jacksonville commenting on this stuff.
Could be.
And I'm sure you've probably seen people from other cities or even other states commenting on this stuff.
The usernames, I'm not real familiar where they're from.
Understood, but you wouldn't dispute me that there is no, it's not specified to Jacksonville. You don't have to be from Jacksonville to comment on this stuff, right?
That's correct.
Okay. All right, and you'd agree with me that the fact that this sort of gang beef is ongoing, this is common knowledge.
I would say yes.
You'd agree with me that the fact that 1200 and ATK or 1200 and 6 Block have a beef is common knowledge?
It would depend on your definition of common knowledge. I would say that like a normal citizen of Duval County may not know about this, but if you live in the neighborhood, it's pretty common knowledge to people who live in that neighborhood or into these type of wars and gangs.
Okay, so let me take it a step back. You're saying that people in Jacksonville don't have knowledge of this?
I would venture to say that there is people in Jacksonville who do not have knowledge of this, yes.
Okay. These crimes, when they occur, these are things that are posted on the normal news, right?
Some of them, yes.
Okay. And I'll just use one example. When I See You video, these videos have millions of views.
Yes.
The Who I Smoke video has millions of views.
Yes.
Right? But is your position that just normal people in Jacksonville probably don't know about this?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So you wouldn't agree with me that it's common knowledge that in Jacksonville, that Young and Ace was shot in this 2018 town center shooting?
Once again, I would probably venture to say what the definition of common knowledge is, that not everybody in Jacksonville is going to be aware of that, no.
Okay, so I'm not asking about what everyone knows. I'm not asking for every person that has ever, touched foot in Jacksonville. I'm saying generally, that people who watch the news, who are on social media, who maybe listen to rap music, or who just live in Jacksonville and are concerned about the safety of their community, that in common knowledge, people are aware that these things are going on.
That shootings in Jacksonville occur, yes.
Specifically, that shootings between ATK, 1200, 6 Block are going on.
Not necessarily. I lived in San Antonio. Yeah, they were shootings. They reported on a shooting here and there, but did we know specifically the details of who was doing it, what gang was involved, and all that? No. Sometimes we may know, but where is she going with? Sorry. Where is she going with this? Why are you saying it's common knowledge? What does that have to do with this case?
I wouldn't say that.
Okay. The shooting that happened in 2018 at the town center, that was on the news.
Yes, ma'am.
That was highly publicized on the news as well, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And that's the subject of the When I See You video.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. The one that has millions of views.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right, so the music videos that we watched on Direct, the ones that we just saw, those aren't the only drill music videos that exist within this amount of time, within this, let's say 2021, 2023 time period.
No, ma'am.
There are a couple others, right?
Yes, ma'am.
You're familiar with a song named Dead Ops by Julio Foolio?
Yes, ma'am. Are you speaking about number one or number two?
I was gonna go to that one next one. Are
Okay.
you familiar with Dead Ops too?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You familiar with Beatbox
By which artist?
by Julio Foolio?
Yes, ma'am.
And you familiar with WWE by Julio Foolio?
No, ma'am, I am not.
Okay. The four that we mentioned before, Dead Ops 2, and Beatbox. You've watched those videos, I'm sure, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Those are videos that you also use to assist you in your investigation of these crimes.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay? Those are videos that you've reviewed and analyzed the lyrics of as well.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
I think you're right. I don't think she really knows what to do with this. I think she's doing the best she can, but I don't think she has the experience and knows what to do with this, in my humble opinion. Is she court appointed? No, sometimes court appointed are some of the better ones, but I'm just wondering.
And so while we're doing that, those videos are videos that you also just sort of viewed on YouTube the same way you did the other ones, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Your Honor, I would move to introduce Defense Exhibit 1A through E as a composite into evidence.
We're in the state's case. Are you objecting to them introducing evidence during your case in chief?
We are objecting, Your Honor, as it relates specifically to 1D and 1E for efficiency purposes. No objection as to 1A and 1B
Okay.
and C.
So 1A, 1B, and 1C, you agree to allow them to introduce during your case in chief?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yeah, I thought that was weird.
As to the others, you said D and E, you object?
Yes, Your Honor. Lack of foundation, as this witness is not familiar, and lack of authentication as to those videos, and then cumulative as the fifth video was already played in state's case in chief.
Yes, sir. Your Honor, we're going to remove WWE, and I believe D is already in evidence, so no problem with
Okay,
that.
so we're left with dead
A through
ops
C.
1 and 2 and beatbox?
Correct.
Okay, so
It's A through C.
defense exhibits 1A, 1B, and 1C will be admitted.
Your Honor, I seek to publish those to the jury now.
Sure.
Let's start with beatbox.
I'm trying to skim.
Yes, ma'am.
I heard Busta that caught one to the face. Did you hear that?
I heard that, but I'm not sure who Busta is.
Okay. I heard a reference to the 2018 shooting about Ace being the only one to survive.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so this is another song where he's discussing that 2018 shooting,
Yes,
right?
ma'am.
And this song was also published to YouTube.
Yes, it was.
Do you recall how many views this video has?
No, ma'am, I do not.
Would taking a look at the actual video on YouTube help to refresh your recollection on how many views it has?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
And I guarantee you they're going to get a whole lot more views now.
Okay.
I may not even, probably not even going to go view them because I don't. I'll click.
I can see it, yes, ma'am.
Okay.
It
Is
says,
that refresher?
it says 30 million views, and the video was posted 4 years ago.
Okay, so that's an additional 30 million views to the other almost 100 million
You
views
get a couple
on What I
million
See
more.
and Who I Smoke, right?
Yeah, I'm not sure the exact numbers, but that would be an additional 30 million, yes, ma'am.
Okay, would taking a look at the views on Who I Smoke and When I See You, would that refresh your recollection as to how many views?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Well, what is the importance of the exact number of views? He's getting a lot of views. Okay. And what does that have to do with the case?
Okay, so this is related to When I See You.
Am I looking
Yes,
at
ma'am.
it
It
wrong?
says 69 million views.
69 million views. And for Who I Smoke,
57 million views.
Okay, so we have 57 million views for Who I Smoke, 69 million views for When I See You, and 30 million views for Dead Ops.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, I don't really feel like doing math right now, but it's definitely over 100, right?
Correct.
Over 130, right?
Yeah, roughly.
Okay, let's go to Dead Ops.
Your Honor, at this time, may we approach?
Yes.
What is this about?
Sidebar.
I'm just saying, to me, she's just, there's no rhyme or reason. Oh, no.
Julio Foolio in that video, there's someone else rapping as well, right?
Correct.
You know-
Kojak. Kojak.
Kojak. And who is he connected to?
He is 6 Block.
All right. And there were other people in the video, right?
Yes, ma'am.
There was even a little boy in the video, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know who that little boy is?
No, ma'am.
You haven't identified him as a member of any sort of gang connected to this, right?
Objection, Your Honor, relevant. Go ahead.
No, ma'am. I don't know who he is.
Okay.
They won.
All right. And do you know or do you recall how many views that video has?
Oh, no, ma'am.
Okay. We're taking it.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Why is that important?
Has million.
20 million views.
Yes, ma'am. That one has 20 million.
20 million views.
Yes, ma'am.
So we're somewhere north of 150 million views at this point, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and then the last video that we mentioned that you have seen was Dead Ops 2.
Yes.
Any information that you might have that could assist is to give to them, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And as far as what you know about that crime, you know that he was shot in the foot and that he drove himself to the hospital, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you know that it occurred after or within hours of an ATK member being shot.
Shot and killed. Yes, ma'am.
Shot and killed, right?
Yes, ma'am.
You still have not made an arrest in that case, the October 2023.
There has not been an arrest. No, ma'am.
All right. And you don't have any evidence to suggest that Alicia Andrews was involved in that shooting?
I do not. No, ma'am.
No. She obviously, you have not made an arrest, so she was not arrested in relation to that shooting.
That would be correct.
Okay? You don't have any evidence to suggest that she knew about that shooting,
I do not.
that she was on the scene of that shooting.
I do not.
You don't have any evidence to suggest that she was aware or knew any of the people that you suspect were involved in that shooting at the time.
No, ma'am. I do not.
Okay. Now I want to talk about the evidence in this case specifically.
Okay.
You didn't draft any reports in this case, right?
Related to the homicide in itself, no, ma'am.
Okay. Did you draft any other reports
Some Duval County related incidents, yes, ma'am.
connected to this incident?
It would be connected to Duval County cases.
Okay, not the murder in this case.
No, ma'am.
Okay. You didn't collect any physical evidence. Obviously, you weren't in Tampa. You were in Jacksonville, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. At what point do you kind of step in to assist or to take over from Detective Drabeck?
We worked along together pretty much the entire case, just because it was a lot of information and stuff in the back and forths. So I would say I never took it over completely. We worked alongside each other the entire time.
Okay. And if you had to put like a time on it, how long would you say you and Detective Drabeck are assisting in this case?
From the day it happened until current day.
Okay. All right. You would agree with me that one of the catalysts to this back and forth gang war is that 2018 shooting at the town center.
I would say that was a very big moment in this war. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and we've heard a lot about, so I just want to kind of refresh the jury's understanding. So
Okay.
this 2018 shooting, Young and Ace is shot and survives, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
His brother, Trayvon Bullard, is also shot and actually dies in this shooting.
Yes, ma'am.
There's another gentleman named Jacoby Grover
Yes.
that dies.
Yes, ma'am.
and Royale Smith, that is 23. He also dies.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You don't have any evidence to suggest that Alicia Andrews is personally connected to any of these individuals that died.
That died? I do not.
Okay. Or to Young and Ace,
I
who
do
survived.
That is the only important question that I believe that this woman has asked this entire cross-examination. Period.
I would assume, but I'm going to ask that you relayed, or you and Detective Drabeck relayed your knowledge about this 2018 shooting and the origins of the gang war. You relayed that to Detective Ramos, who's the lead detective in Tampa.
Yes, we have.
Okay. Do you know a woman by the name of Aaliyah Albright?
I know of her. I don't know much about her.
Are you aware that she was on the scene the night of this shooting, this murder, the murder in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
And I'm sure you have reviewed the video footage or surveillance in front of the hotel.
Yes, ma'am.
Right before the shooting occurs?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So you would recall that Miss Albright gets out of a vehicle and then goes inside of the hotel lobby, immediately proceeding. I see you're looking at the state. Did you?
No, just look around.
Oh, okay. She proceeded inside of the hotel lobby immediately before the shooting happened, right?
The last time I saw the video was a good while ago. I would need to refresh my
Sure.
memory on the video.
No problem.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to outside the scope of direct.
Yes, what's this relevant to?
Your Honor, can we go sidebar about this?
Yeah.
I wanna make this argument.
Come on up.
We got another.
Sidebar.
Bruh. They have done better with the sidebars today, I will confess. And we are in a break. We needed a break. Okay, here is the bingo card. The only thing we have left is phone, extraction, universal time, and saggy pants. I don't know if we'll get to those. Miss June, you've done phenomenal. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 bingo. I've got 6 bingos. How are y'all doing on your bingos? Make sure you get your bingos in. Make sure you get your bingos in. I have to tell y'all I'm getting sleepy. "29 hours I've been up. My third cup of coffee's cold. Didn't drink it fast enough. I may have to go nuke it. Looks like they're coming back in. What are your thoughts? I think the best testimony has come from this guy. Out of everything in this case, this guy has kept me awake. This testimony here, although be it the defense is an idiot, I can't call her an idiot. The defense is struggling, in my humblest of opinions. I just want an hour nap. I just want to go lay down for an hour.
Back on the stand. Let's go ahead and bring in the jury. Yeah? Well, hold on to bring him in yet. Yeah, just talk regularly.
Oh, wait. Wait.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Happy birthday to you.
Happy birthday, Ruth. And Ruth is the sister of our fabulous mod, Miss June. So, Miss June, let your sister know that we played happy birthday for her and we wish her a happy, happy birthday. Many more blessings and hope she has a fabulous year.
Stipulation to identification, and I know there's an instruction
Yes, I
more what to do
can.
with that, so
I
I would
will.
ask the court to read that before I begin, if it's direct.
Sure. Okay, very good. All right, now let's bring in the jury. I think you did too.
I don't know if it's easier.
So much paper up here. My biggest problem is finding what I need at any given moment, but I do have it.
Very good.
Yep.
All rise.
Why is she not standing up? She's so little. She is.
Okay, very good. You may proceed attempting to lay the predicate. Go ahead.
Yes. Alrighty, good afternoon again, Detective Meter.
Yes, ma'am.
So I was asking you before that, at some point in your investigation, either during this case or in another, you became aware of a woman named Alicia Albright.
Yes,
All right, and you're aware that she was on the scene, the night of the murder.
yes,
Specifically that she was a part of the group of people that Julio Foolio was with the night of the murder.
yes,
Right, and you reviewed the video surveillance that shows her entering into the hotel?
I have.
Okay.
And for the record, what are you getting ready to show this witness? What is this?
That's what he just testified to.
I know, does it have an exhibit number for the record?
Yes, sure, Your Honor. It's exhibit 22B.
Okay, very good.
22B6.
Meaning do your
I
job,
guess you're
woman.
supposed to be looking.
I'm gonna go try to limit this to exactly where. I have a little pointer I'm gonna try to use.
Okay.
If it works.
Congratulations.
It doesn't. Okay, so I want to direct your attention to the vehicle, the people getting out of the vehicle.
Yes.
Do you recognize one of those individuals as Miss Alicia Albright?
I believe that's her in the pink. I'm not
Okay.
100%, but I believe that is her.
All right, and what do you see her doing at this point?
She's following a young man named Tafa McCray into the hotel.
And as far as your understanding of this video, this happens prior to the shooting.
Yes.
All right, and in your recollection of what occurs in this video, I can play it through if you need me to. Miss Albright doesn't come back out before the shooting occurs, right?
I'm not sure.
Okay. You do know that she was not shot in this incident, right?
I don't think so. I don't know the answer to that either.
Okay. But you have seen this video in its entirety?
I have.
Okay.
Okay, what's your next question?
You mentioned earlier, we spoke at length at this point about the 2018 shooting, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And one of the individuals involved in that shooting is going to be this gentleman right here, Trayvon Bullitt, right?
Yes, ma'am. He's one of
Also
the
known as
deceased.
Spawn.
Yes, ma'am. He's
or-
deceased.
He is deceased. He died in that 2018 shooting, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And the person that you placed him next to in this chart, this is his brother,
Correct.
correct? Same last name,
Yes.
same mother, as far as you know.
Yeah, I would assume so.
Okay, brothers, nonetheless.
Yes.
Were you aware that Miss Albright videoed in that video, entering the hotel right before the shooting, that she was dating Mr. Trayvon Bullard, aka Quan, at the time of his death in 2018?
I'm aware of them dating. I didn't know about the time of his death. I'm
Okay.
not sure about that answer.
Is that information, but you were aware that they were dating?
At some point in their lives, yes.
All right. Is that information that you provided to Detective Ramos in Tampa?
I'm not sure if I provided it, but I believe it was provided at some point.
Okay. And in your assistance in this investigation, is that a lead or an investigative tool that you ever used? Did you ever investigate Ms. Albright related to the connection, any connection to this murder?
Me, I did not. I was not in charge of investigating this homicide.
Okay. But you are the expert on ATK.
Yes.
And as far as you know, is there any other detective that investigated her potential role, if any, in this murder at all?
In this murder, I'm not sure.
Okay. You're familiar with a gentleman by the name of J. Dot?
Can you elaborate more? There's multiple.
There are multiples. Jacory Rivers.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Nickname or street name or rap name, J. Dot.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. To your investigation in this case, in this particular murder, did you learn that J. Dot apparently may have sent Mr. Isaiah Chance money to pay for an Airbnb in this case?
Yes, I did learn that.
All right. Was he arrested in relation to this case?
Not to my understanding.
Is he a member of 1200 as far as you know?
I don't think he's a member status. That would be a better question for Detective Griffin.
Okay. Understood. In your investigation in this case or in any other case, have you ever come across... One second, Your Honor. Have you ever come across a young woman by the name of Kyla Enright?
I believe, I don't recall her name, but I believe so. Yes, ma'am.
Let me ask maybe, let me frame it a little bit better.
Okay.
Did you review any of the information that was taken from the iClouds of the suspects in this case?
Very limited.
Did you review any information from the iCloud of Mr. Sean Gaithright?
No.
None.
None.
Okay. All right, let's talk about what occurred after the murder in this case. Is it your understanding, based on information that you've received, that after this murder, that Mr. Isaiah Chance and Mr. Rashad Murphy made posts on social media sort of celebrating this murder?
Yes.
And specifically made posts of, not a football girl, Tom Brady and Bill Belichick?
Yes.
Right? As a sort of celebration to successfully having committed this murder? Is that your understanding?
My understanding, yes. Brady and Belichick are, in the football world, are considered the GOATs, which would be like the greatest of all time.
Right. And that's not something that's uncommon. That's done often, right?
What's that?
Celebratory posts, if you will. Correct. On social media.
Yes, ma'am. That's
right.
That's not uncommon.
Okay, and that's outside of the music, right? This is just like an Instagram story or some sort of post on social media.
Yes, ma'am. That's correct.
Okay. And this will be done specifically by the ops?
Yeah, most times, or just somebody who didn't like them. And that might not necessarily be their op, or it's just somebody who is what would be considered trolling that
Okay.
group or that person.
All right. And in your investigation of this case, have you seen any posts? Do you have any evidence to suggest that Alicia Andrews ever posted anything celebrating the death of Julio Foolio?
Not that I'm aware of.
Right. And not as a potential op or someone trolling or in any way. You've never seen any posts that suggest that she celebrated this death after it occurred?
Not that I'm aware of.
All right. Now, at some point, you actually have contact with Ms. Andrews. You speak with her in an interrogation or an interview, right?
Yes.
All right. And during that interview, when you spoke with her, you asked her about her tattoos, right?
Yes.
You asked her about whether she had any tattoos related to Isaiah Chance or Gutter Man.
Yes.
And she actually opened her blouse to get ready to show you those tattoos, right?
Yes.
And you had to stop her because you didn't know what she was showing you.
Correct.
So she wasn't hiding her tattoos from you.
No, she showed him when asked.
Okay. Now I want to talk a little bit about it's gonna sound a little vague, but subliminal language in general in relation to gangs.
Okay.
Is that something that you see kind of often, that they will use language maybe to try to avoid people knowing what they're talking about?
No, I wouldn't say it's too often, but they do use it.
Now I want to ask a very specific question. Subliminal language in, for example, jail calls,
Okay.
right? Is that something you see common or often?
Yes, ma'am, they try to get their point across without law enforcement understanding.
Right. And the goal of that is so you don't know what they're saying,
Yes.
right?
Yes, ma'am.
So they're not being explicit. They're not telling you their plans or anything like that, right?
No, ma'am.
They will be using like code words or symbols of some sort to.
Yeah, with some, whatever they have created that they, both people on each side of the lines understand.
Right. And when you are listening to a jail call, it's going to be on recording, right? Like it's a like a jump drive or a CD that you might have.
For us in Duval County, we have access to the system, so we listen to them once they are recorded. They are uploaded to like a website under the name.
Got it. Okay. And the bigger point is, with your access to these calls, you have the ability to go back, record, rewind, replay to decipher what is being said, right?
Correct.
So you're not in a situation where it's being said once in passing and you don't have the opportunity to hear it again.
Yeah,
That's
we're
not your situation.
Yeah, no, that's not our situation.
Okay. All right. Would you agree with me that there are a lot of unsolved murders and crimes related to this gang in Jacksonville, these gang issues in Jacksonville?
Yes, I would say that's a fact.
All right. And the cases that are solved, you sort of track those as a part of your investigation?
Yes.
Like you keep up with who's been, convicted or who's going to trial, who's off the street, who was let back out on the street?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You're aware of someone by the name of Queso. You mentioned it before, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And Queso, as far as you know, is a member of ATK?
He is.
Right. And you listened to many of Young and Ace's songs that mention Queso.
Yes.
You're familiar with the lyric in one of Young and Ace's songs where he says that he dropped $50K on Queso's lawyers?
I don't know the exact song that you're speaking of.
But you're aware that Young and Ace or ATK has paid for Queso's attorneys?
Allegedly. I don't know if that's the truth or not.
Okay. You're not aware, allegedly or in fact, that Young and Ace or anyone associated with ATK paid myself or anyone sitting at that defense table?
Your Honor, improper calls for speculation.
You can answer.
That would be between you and y'all and Young and Ace. I have no idea.
I'm asking you if you know.
I have no idea.
Okay. You don't know?
No, ma'am.
All right.
I want to know how she's paying. How's she paying for it? I want to know. Yeah, I do.
All right. So we talked a lot about the way that the gangs are disrespectful to each other in music and back and forth, right?
Yes, ma'am.
But there are also some instances where the members of the gangs will communicate in a almost not threatening way on social media.
I've seen that. Yes, ma'am.
For example, on Twitter Spaces,
Yes, ma'am.
which is a new thing where you can kind of like, it's just a room where people
like
can
a chat
talk.
room.
Right, like a chat room. So you've seen that before, correct?
Yes.
And specifically, you've seen it between members of ATK or 1200 and 6 Block,
I have.
all right? One second, Your Honor.
Okay.
No, may I have a moment, please? Thank you. I have a very nice, this is a.
Okay, outside of the allegations in this case, you've never investigated Alicia Andrews in connection with any crime connected to ATK?
No, ma'am.
You've never investigated her in connection to any crime connected to 1200?
No, ma'am.
You've never investigated her in any crime?
Overruled. What's your next question?
Well, I guess 2 other gangs that I was gonna list, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
In connection to 6 Block?
No, ma'am.
In connection to, I guess what would be considered Out East?
No, ma'am.
And in connection to any other gang in Jacksonville?
No, ma'am.
Right. Outside of the accusations in this case, her name has never come up as a person of interest in relation to any of these gangs or the crimes that are connected to these gangs? I notice you keep looking at the state when I ask you questions.
Other than,
Yeah, so you can answer the question.
other than this one, no. Other than this crime, no, I haven't.
Okay. You're not aware of any close or intimate relation or connection that Alicia Andrews has to anyone that was murdered in this gang war?
Murdered? No, ma'am.
Okay. You don't have any evidence that Alicia Andrews had any personal or close connection to any of the people that are mentioned in these music videos that we have watched?
Not the ones we've watched, no.
Any ones that we haven't watched?
Yeah, I would say there's a wide variety of them out there. I would say she has connections to ones we haven't watched.
And let me be specific. I don't mean her boyfriend, Isaiah Chance. So I'm asking if you're aware of any sort of personal, intimate relationship that Alicia Andrews has to any person that has been murdered and mentioned in any of these videos?
No, ma'am, not
Okay.
murdered.
All right. Other than the fact that she was dating Isaiah Chance, strike that question. You don't have any evidence that Mr. Chance has ever given her any sort of information that's not just public knowledge about this gang war?
Question calls for speculation.
If you know
I-
what the defendant has ever told Isaiah Chance, go ahead and answer if you know.
I do not know.
In your work on these cases, throughout Jacksonville, these gang cases, you've never discovered any motive for Alicia Andrews to want Julio Foolio to die,
No, ma'am.
right? And other than Alicia Andrews being the girlfriend of Isaiah Chance, you don't have any evidence to suggest that she's somehow connected to gang activity at all?
No, ma'am.
No further questions.
Okay, redirect.
Detective Peter, have you made arrests for homicide? I'm sorry, excuse me. Have you made arrests for homicide or conspiracy to commit murder in Jacksonville in your time in the gang unit or before that from individuals that were related to these gangs that were not paid for defenses by Young and Ace?
Me personally, I've not been the affiant or like the author of any of homicide reports, but I've been involved in them, yes.
And have you had any cases where there was some paid-for defense team by Young and Ace that you can establish proof of?
I'm not aware of who pays for defense attorneys.
Is that, whoever's going to pay for an ultimate defense attorney, does that even have any part of your consideration regarding your investigation?
No, ma'am.
You were asked in relation to whether Miss Andrews has a close personal connection or relationship with anyone from these videos that had been murdered. How about people from these videos that have not been murdered and are still alive?
Yes.
Have you had an opportunity to review the cell phone extractions or the data that's been collected from Miss Andrews' device?
Not the thing entirely, but I viewed some of it.
So some of the extraction pages or packets of information.
Yes, ma'am.
Some of the chats that were extracted from her device.
Yes, ma'am.
Based on the extractions from her device, is it apparent that she has knowledge of who Robert Howard is?
Yes, ma'am.
Is Robert Howard Kenny Capps?
Yes, ma'am.
And was Mr. Howard present at the scene of the homicide of Charles Jones in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Was Robert Howard convicted for the homicide of the co-defendant's brother, Rashad Murphy, convicted for his homicide, Spaz?
Yes, ma'am, he was.
When did that homicide occur? What year?
I'm not sure the exact year, but I know the facts of that case.
How did Spaz die?
He was at a Raines High School football game where he was shot and killed by Robert Howard and Adrian Gaynor, which is Bibby. Robert Howard ultimately served 5 years for it and was on probation at the time of this incident.
Based on your review of the cell phone extractions from Ms. Andrews' device, or at least a portion of those, are you able to also make a connection that Bibby is mentioned in that device?
Yes, ma'am.
How about ATK Keese? That's a member of a gang that's different from 1200. Was ATK Keese referenced in that device?
Yes, ma'am.
Objection to vague as to being just referenced in that device.
Whose device?
Was there evidence in Miss Andrews' phone of her communications with ATK Keese and direct messaging in the Instagram?
Yes, ma'am.
Was there screenshots of those communications between this defendant and ATK Keese in that device?
Yes, ma'am.
How about screenshots of messages, from that extraction between this defendant and 6 Block member Kay Shorty?
Yes, there was.
And is that the same Kay Shorty that you previously described had some kind of falling out or split off from 6 Block and is now We All We Got, YAWG?
WAWG. That is the same case, Shorty. His name
I'm
was
not objecting
Therese.
to this line of questioning, actually asked it to go sidebar.
No, the door was
And I
open.
would ask
No.
that I be allowed to make my arguments in front of the jury, Your Honor, if I would insist on the sidebar, based on this testimony.
No, I've ruled. No, the door's been opened.
It's not related to the door being open, Your Honor.
I just am ruling the door's been opened, okay? No, you may proceed.
You indicated that your involvement in this particular case was attempting to share information about the gangs from Jacksonville to the Tampa officers. Is that accurate?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have communications directly with Detective Ramos?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Was there another member of your unit that was actually providing or acting as the lead for the Jacksonville portion of assisting Tampa Police Department in this case?
That would have been Detective Drabeck.
So in your role, did you provide Detective Drabeck some assistance with providing whatever information you could from Jacksonville to Tampa?
Yes, ma'am.
You indicated that the homicide at the Rains High School was of Spaz. Do you know the real name of Spaz?
Joe Rod Adams.
And the relationship to Spaz and the co-defendants in this case, Rashad Murphy specifically, what is that relationship?
It's either his brother or cousin, I'm not sure.
Overruled. What was the answer?
It's either brother, it's a close family, it's either brother or cousin, I don't know for sure.
Is that the same for Davion Murphy?
Yes.
Would the lead detective who investigates 1200, Craig Griffin, have a better idea of the relationship between the two?
Yes, ma'am.
And again, you are providing information as you can as to what posts you believe were relevant from social media, and again, the information is history, as far as history is concerned from these Jacksonville gangs, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
You were asked about whether you had the opportunity to speak with Alicia Andrews in Jacksonville, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Did that occur after her initial interview with law enforcement as it relates to her relationship to this homicide with Detective Ramos?
I'm not sure when Detective Ramos spoke to her. I can just recall myself and Detective Drabeck speaking with her.
And do you have an independent recollection of the interview that you had with her?
I wouldn't be able to tell you everything that happened in there.
Was it a formal interview?
I don't believe so.
The pineapple was
formal.
good.
I believe we Mirandized her and read her rights and spoke with her as she was under arrest or like being lawfully detained.
You were asked whether Alicia Andrews has any relationship to the attempted murder case that happened in 2023 of Charles Jones.
Yes, ma'am, I was asked.
You specifically were asked whether she had relationship to anyone who had been linked to that offense.
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor, mischaracterization of the testimony and the questions asked by the defense.
Overruled. Go ahead.
You did you have an opportunity to review that investigation, and ultimately you responded to that scene?
I did, yes.
Did you develop potential suspects for that offense?
We did, based on the evidence that was recovered and tested.
And were there ballistics evidence recovered in this case that linked back to the individuals that you suspected had committed that offense?
There was, on the scene there, we recovered spent shell casings. Those shell casings were sent off to a lab and were tested through our NIBIN technology.
Objection, here a second.
I'm going to sustain the objection at this point. I don't think the results of the testing have come in, correct?
They've not come into evidence, but they were already mentioned by the defense in opening statement, Your Honor.
Well, I understand that, but the results of the testing has not come in yet.
Yes, Your Honor. Just speaking about your investigation and the links of those persons. I understand it's an unusual question to ask you about who you suspected may have committed those offenses, but based on the questions you were asked by the defense, did you develop a suspect in the attempted murder of Charles Jones from October 2023?
Yes.
Objection.
And
Overruled. Go ahead.
Do those persons have a specific relationship to this defendant, Alicia Andrews?
Yes.
Are they her co-defendants?
Yes.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Your Honor, I'd ask for recalls based on not being allowed to argue on my objections and what I need to get out before this witness.
Denied. Okay, may this witness be excused, subject to recall?
Subject to recall.
Okay, very good, thank you. All right, you're free to go, subject to being recalled.
Yes, ma'am, thank you.
I'm sure whoever will let you know, they're going to
Awesome.
recall you.
Thank you.
Okay, who's next?
Your Honor, the state's calling Dr. Ryan McCormick.
Yo, that was spicy. Now that I enjoyed. It kept me awake, y'all. Y'all, seriously, I'm awake. Still kind of into that situation.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, have a seat, and I'm going to read the stip now, correct, Mr. Harmon?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, when the parties agree that certain facts are true, that is called a stipulation of fact. You must accept stipulated facts as having been proven. However, the significance of these facts, as with all facts, is for you to decide. In this case, the stipulated... I saw it, June. We have the same one. Here it is. Y'all, we have the universal time clock, and we have saggy pants. That's all we got left. Miss June, you did really good with this card. Thoroughly enjoying the game today. You did it, boo. Facts that you must accept as true are stipulation to identity. It is hereby stipulated by and between the defendant, Alicia Latoya Andrews, and the state of Florida, that Charles Jones, the person named in count 1 and 2 of the indictment in this cause, was found deceased on June 23rd of 2024 at 11606 McKinley Drive in Tampa, Hillsborough County, Florida. An autopsy examination was performed on the body of Charles Jones on June 23rd, 2024 by Dr. Noah Riley, D.O. We hereby certify that the foregoing stipulation is made in good faith and for the reasons herein alleged, dated this 27th day of October 2025, and then the stipulation is signed by Mr. Harmon, Assistant State Attorney, Jeremy McClymont as attorney for the defendant, and the defendant herself, Ms. Andrews. All right, very good. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court. Good afternoon. Would you please state your name?
Ryan McCormick.
Can you spell your last name?
That wasn't me, y'all.
The person named, when did the attorney for
I took my board examinations in both anatomic and clinical pathology and passed those. The board exams are really just multi-day exams to show you're competent to go out and practice on your own. At the end of my residency, I then started a one-year fellowship in forensic pathology at the Fulton County Medical Examiner's Office in Atlanta, Georgia. And at the end of that 1 year, I then went ahead and I took my board exam in forensic pathology and passed that exam as well.
So are you now board certified in certain areas of pathology?
Yes, I'm board certified in anatomic, clinical, and forensic pathology.
Doctor, how many autopsy examinations have you performed in your career?
I've performed approximately anywhere from 2,000 to 2,200 autopsies.
And have many of those involved gunshot wounds?
Yes.
Do you have an approximate number out of the more than 2,000 autopsies?
I typically do anywhere from 20 to 30 homicides a year, which are typically gunshot wounds. Probably like three quarters of those are gunshot wounds. And then I supervise fellow trainees, essentially, who are doing autopsies on gunshot wounds. And then suicidal gunshot wounds, I've probably done a few hundred in my career. So I've seen quite a bit.
Is the medical examiner's office here in Hillsborough County, is it related in some fashion as a teaching institution to the University of South Florida's medical school?
Yes.
How so?
So the medical examiner's office here, we teach resident physicians how to perform autopsies. We also teach fellows who have completed their residency how to be forensic pathologists and how to perform the job duties of a medical examiner.
And they get on-the-job training at the medical examiner's office here?
Yes, correct.
Can you tell the jurors, as far as medicine, the area of forensic pathology, what that deals with?
Yes, so forensic pathology is the study of natural disease and trauma, and how either the disease or trauma
Is an expert in the area of forensic pathology and medicine.
Yes, I have.
Approximately how many times?
Approximately a dozen times.
In what jurisdictions?
Both here in Hillsborough County and in Fulton County in Georgia.
The term cause of death, what does that term mean?
So the cause of death is defined as the initial disease process or injury process that starts the chain of events that leads to a person's death.
And the term manner of death?
So manner of death is a statistical classification scheme that medical examiners use. It's a medical classification scheme that kind of synthesizes all the data that we have from autopsy, from toxicology testing, from circumstances, and we try to fit deaths into these categories for statistical purposes.
What are the other manners of death other than homicide?
Besides homicide, there are natural manners of death, which are things like cancer or high blood pressure. We have accidental manners of death, which are things like car accidents, drug overdoses. We have suicide as a manner of death, which would be self-inflicted injury that led to a person's death. And then we have an undetermined category where we, after all of our investigation, we can't really determine or place it into one of those categories neatly, so we consider them undetermined.
Okay, so I'm going to draw your attention to this case, a case involving a decedent by the name of Charles Jones. Was Mr. Jones' body transported at some point to the medical examiner's office?
Yes.
Okay. And was there an autopsy performed on his body?
Yes, there was.
All right. And was that by Associate Medical Examiner Dr. Noah Riley?
Yes, correct.
Excuse me, okay. And Dr. Riley, is he an Associate Medical Examiner like you are?
Yes, he is.
At the Hillsborough County Medical Examiner's office?
Yes, he is.
All right. And due to his unavailability to come in and testify at this trial, were you assigned by the Chief Medical Examiner, and did you agree to review this case?
Yes, I did.
And I want to talk to you about that, but did you agree to review items in this case to come to your own conclusions as to cause and manner of death?
Yes, I did.
And is that a common practice in forensic pathology and here at the medical examiner's office in Hillsborough County?
Yes, it is.
When fellows that come in from the University of South Florida and they perform autopsies and render cause and manner of death, frequently they will take jobs in other locations throughout the United States?
Yes, that's correct.
And in those situations, normally do you and other doctors who have permanent positions here at the medical examiner's office, do you also substitute testify in those cases?
Yes, we do.
Okay. Is there ultimately, when a autopsy examination is performed, is there ultimately a report of diagnosis and autopsy on that decedent that is generated by the examining doctor?
Yes, there is.
And is the examination of the decedent in the autopsy procedure, is it commonly photographed or documented in a photographic manner by the medical examiner's office?
Yes, throughout the autopsy process, really throughout from the time the body gets to our office to the time we complete the exam, we're doing digital photography.
So in this case, we're dealing with Hillsborough County Medical Examiner Department file number 2405732 involving Charles Jones. That number, that file number, is that unique to him and to his file in your office?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And Dr. Riley did in fact generate a diagnosis and autopsy report on Charles Jones?
Yes, he did.
Does that report follow a certain format that is generally followed at the medical examiner's office?
Yes.
And have you had an opportunity to review that report?
I did. As part of my review, I reviewed the autopsy report, yes.
Did the autopsy report include anatomical drawings by Dr. Riley where he was describing by drawing these and indicating where injuries occurred?
Are you referring to like the body diagram?
The body diagrams, yes.
Yes, so the case file did have the body diagrams within them, yes.
And did you review all of the photographs that were taken during the autopsy procedure in this case?
Yes, I did.
When the body is brought into the medical examiner's office, is it prepped in some form or fashion for autopsy?
Yes, we initially prep the body when it comes in. Before we unzip the body, we will actually perform an x-ray just to get an idea of what's inside prior to opening. Once we open it, we then take photos of the decedent and how they are. And then from there, we continue to process by undressing the body, removing any kind of, sometimes we, at scenes for homicides, we'll bag hands to preserve evidence. So we'll remove those bags and we'll photograph the hands as they are. We'll take fingernail clippings, we'll take head hair to preserve for evidence possibly in the future. And then we will usually remove him from the body bag, usually remove the person from the body bag and re-x-ray them prior to starting our external examination.
Is the body washed in its preparation process?
It is eventually, but typically what will happen is we'll do what we call the external examination first. So we'll go through and look head to toe and pretty much perform a physical exam documenting natural disease findings, trauma, physical identifying features. And then once we've significantly done that and photographed those things, then we would wash the body.
Okay. So I'm getting a little ahead of myself. So in the that external examination, would you document things such as tattoos and scars, things like that, surgical scars?
Yes.
And would you make observations of any external injuries, such as a gunshot wound that may have an external component?
Yes.
Okay. Is the body weighed and measured?
Yes, it is.
In this case, do you recall what Mr. Jones' height and weight were at autopsy?
He was 6'2" and 135 pounds.
Okay. Does the file, the medical examiner's file, also contain a death investigator report of scene investigation?
If there is a scene response, then yes, it will have a scene report or some kind of documentation of the scene findings.
In this case, was there a death investigator report of scene investigation?
Yes, there was.
And did you review that?
I did, yes.
So one of the forensic investigators with your office responded to this scene?
Yes, that's correct.
And when the body is transported from the scene, is the body typically placed on a sterile cloth or blanket of some type?
So typically when the body is examined at the scene, it is placed on a brand new kind of white blanket just to preserve any kind of evidence that may fall off the body while they're examining it on scene. And then they'll take the sheet with the body and put it in a brand new body bag and seal the body bag for transport to our office.
Okay. And there's some agency that the medical examiner's office contracts with that brings the body to the medical examiner's office from the scene?
Yes, correct.
In this case, when Mr. Jones' body was brought in and he was removed from the body bag, was there some object that was found in the body bag that had come off of the body?
So there was a fragment of a projectile found within the body bag when they initially were processing.
Okay. And was that ultimately collected by Dr. Riley? And I'll get to that in a little bit, but was it ultimately collected and packaged in some way?
Yes.
Okay. Based on your review, Dr. McCormick, have you come to an opinion as to Charles Jones' well, let me rephrase that. Have you come to an opinion as to a reasonable degree of medical certainty as to Charles Jones' cause of death?
Yes.
And what is that?
His cause of death is gunshot wounds to the torso.
And have you come to an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty as to Charles Jones' manner of death?
Yes.
And what is that?
Homicide.
Now, the external examination that we talked about, was that documented in Dr. Riley's report?
Yes, it was.
And is there an evidence of injury section where wounds to the body may be documented?
Yes.
Now, in this case, did Dr. Riley document several gunshot wounds to Mr. Jones' body?
Yes, he did.
And is there past that, is there an internal examination section of the report?
Yes, there is.
And in the internal exam section of the report, did Dr. Riley document his findings and observations of his internal examination of Mr. Jones' body?
Yes, he did.
Now, would that include examination of things such as body cavities, the head, the neck, the cardiovascular system, the pulmonary system, internal organs such as the liver, the gallbladder, the pancreas, the spleen, the lymphatic system, and other systems and sections of the human body?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And is one of those sections referred to as the musculoskeletal section?
Yes, that's correct.
All right. So I want to start under the evidence of injury section of the report dealing with a gunshot wound to the victim's chest. And I'll ask, first of all, did Dr. Riley label that in some form or fashion?
Yes, I believe he did.
Okay. And did he label it as, I believe, wound A?
Yes, I think that's correct.
Okay. And is that label there for any reason other than just documenting and distinguishing that wound from others?
Yeah, I think it's just for ease of understanding which wound he's referring to.
Okay. All right. So these letters, as we walk through this, they're not there sequencing the wounds as they were inflicted in time or anything like that?
Correct. Usually when we label wounds, it doesn't indicate severity or order of injury.
Okay. As part of that wound, was there an entrance wound on the upper right chest?
Yes, there was.
And was there any exit wound associated with that gunshot wound?
No, there was not.
May I have one moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Your Honor, we would tender states 32A as in alpha through triple W, W as in whiskey.
Any objection? Anything more specific? Okay, admitted.
Publishing states 32A, and I'm just looking, you can look over your left shoulder there, Doctor. Do we see the wound on the right side of Mr. Jones' chest?
Yes.
And is it right here where my finger's pointing?
Yes, correct.
Now, we see another wound that I'm going to talk to you about a little bit later, this wound on the upper right arm. Do you believe that these two wounds are associated in some form or fashion?
Yes, I do.
Can you explain to the jury?
So the general, so first off, the wound on the right arm that you see in the exhibit is superficial. It's what we consider a graze wound. And so it doesn't actually enter into the right arm itself. And if you, just from this picture, can kind of see that it's kind of in a line with the entrance wound on the chest. So my opinion is that it's likely the same projectile or bullet that caused this injury pathway. So it grazes the right arm and then enters the right chest.
Okay. Can you tell us what internal structures of the body that projectile passes through during the infliction of this wound to the right chest?
So the injuries sustained to his chest included pretty much defects or perforations of the lungs, the heart, and the aorta.
Now, there's a documentation about a right second intercostal space where the bullet core and the jacket separated. First of all, the right second intercostal space, is that related to the rib cage?
Yeah, so the intercostal muscles are the muscles between your ribs.
I was about ready to correct him. It's not intercostal, it's intercostal. Yes, I got my little thing going. I'm having a muscle spasm.
Okay, the muscles between the ribs. So
Yes.
there is musculature there on the rib cage.
Yes, that's correct.
Bullet cores and jackets separating, is that an uncommon event?
It's not common, but we see it.
Okay. See it enough to where you recognize it when you see it?
Yes.
Okay. And the jacket portion of this projectile embeds in pectoral musculature somewhere in the body, is that right?
Yes, so it actually is pretty much gets caught in the right chest muscle, the right pectoral muscle.
And then the core continues to course through the body after that?
Yes, it continues on, and it's found later on the left side of the chest.
Now, you indicated that core passed through, I guess, the upper lobe of the right lung, the aorta, the heart, and I believe you said the lower part of the left lung?
I just said the lungs, but yes, I believe Dr. Riley documented it as the left, or the lower lobe of the left lung.
Okay. Was there also some type of injury to the pericardial sac?
Yes, there would be holes in the pericardial sac. The pericardial sac is pretty much this fibrous tissue or the tissue that surrounds your heart. And in this case, it had defects in it consistent with within the wound path.
And then it ends up in the musculature of the lateral left chest.
Yes.
Let me ask you first of all, would this wound have been fatal?
Yes.
The aorta, for those of us who don't know, what is that structure? What is its function within the human body?
So the aorta is like the main pipe that takes all your blood to all your other organs to every other part of your body. So it comes off of the top of the heart, and it's pretty much responsible for making sure that blood gets everywhere inside of you.
Is it a pretty large artery?
Yes.
Were there associated injuries to this wound, such as hemothorax?
Arteries.
Yes.
And hemothorax, what does that term mean?
Hemothorax, so hemo just means blood, and obviously thorax is chest. So really it's blood within the chest cavities. So you have some really minuscule space between your lung and the inside of your chest wall, and fluids can accumulate there. So there's a buildup of blood in those spaces.
Was there a documented amount of 700 milliliters of liquid and clotted blood in the right pleural cavity?
Yes.
What is the right pleural cavity?
Again, this is the right. The pleural cavity is the space between the lung and the chest wall.
And then there was a left hemothorax consisting of 1,100 milliliters of liquid and clotted blood in the left pleural cavity, so the same area on the left side of the body?
Correct.
And then another 50 milliliters of liquid and clotted blood in the pericardial sac, which you've already told us is a sac that it surrounds the heart.
Yes, correct.
So we're talking about almost 2 liters of blood just in this wound.
Yes.
Is that a significant amount of blood and bleeding?
Yes, that is.
What is the total volume in an average adult male?
The average adult male can have anywhere from 4 to 5 liters of blood.
Was the separated jacket and bullet core, were they recovered?
Yes, they were.
And were they photographed?
Yes, they were.
And were they sealed into appropriately labeled envelopes?
Yes.
So those would have been available for law enforcement to come and pick up?
Yes, so anytime we collect evidence such as bullet fragments, we tend to photograph them with the package that we label, and then we place them inside, seal them, and then we will turn them over to law enforcement at the completion of the autopsy.
So I'm going to publish States 32C, and this is just another view of this wound, this grazing wound to the upper right arm, and then the wound to the upper right chest. So the grazing wound, is that going to affect any structures other than the skin and the subcutaneous tissue underneath the skin?
No.
Okay, so that's just kind of going straight across the skin.
Yes.
All right. And, all right, let me move on then. Oh, with this wound, the way it entered the body and its direction, were you able to determine or, based on your review, the direction of that wound track?
Yes, I was.
And what was the direction of the wound track?
So when we give trajectories, just to understand this, is we don't know what position the person is in when they have these wounds inflicted, right? We move around a lot, we're flexible, and since we can't tell based off the wound track, we have to go by what we call the standard anatomic position. So standard anatomic position is
Gremlin, I tell ya, Miss June even realized we had a problem. I lost.
So in relation to the standard anatomic position, this bullet path was right to left, front to back, and downwards.
Moving on to a wound that is labeled as B, as in Bravo. Was this a gunshot wound now on the opposite side of the body, the thoracic, lower left back?
Yes, this was a gunshot wound to the back.
All right.
On the left side of the back.
Publishing states 32E. Is that wound reflected here in this photograph, at least the external portion of the wound?
Yes.
Okay. And we have these two wounds that I'm pointing out on the lower left back. Were both of those gunshot wounds?
Yes, the wounds that are labeled 3 and 4 were both entrance gunshot wounds.
Okay. And one of these is the B wound that we're talking about?
I believe it was number 3 was the B wound.
Okay.
Or what Dr. Riley had distinguished as B.
All right, so the one that is, for lack of a better way of describing it, above the number 4 wound.
Yes.
That is an entrance wound. Is there an exit wound component to that gunshot wound?
No.
Were there any exit wounds in any of these wounds?
No.
So this wound, what part of the body, what anatomic structures did the projectile pass through?
So this wound passes through the left kidney. It passes through the diaphragm, which is your muscle that helps you breathe, and it passes through the left lung.
Okay. Is this a fatal wound?
Yes, it can be.
Now, the diaphragm, is that an important structure as far as its function and it being injured? Does it have?
Without the diaphragm, you can't breathe. If it's injured, you can't breathe because that is what triggers your lungs to fill up. Without the diaphragm, you ain't breathing, boo.
Have an effect on the body when it's injured like this?
Yes, it would compromise to some degree your ability to breathe.
Does the diaphragm, does it assist or does it work with the lungs in breathing?
Yes, so the purpose of the diaphragm is as it's a muscle, and as it contracts and relaxes, it actually allows air to enter your lungs and then pushes air out.
Your lungs don't breathe. The diaphragm pushes and pulls the air. If you destroy that wound.
And in this wound, was there a projectile that was recovered?
I believe there were fragments recovered from this within the left pleural cavity.
A deformed jacketed bullet and a bullet core fragment were recovered?
Yes,
Okay.
that sounds correct, yes.
And that would have been in the left pleural cavity, which you've already described the space between the lung and the chest wall?
Yes, correct.
And the left kidney respectively, I believe. Were those projectiles also appropriately sealed into appropriately labeled envelopes?
Yes, they were.
All right. What was the direction of that wound track?
So again, in relation to standard anatomic position, this wound track traveled from back to front. It traveled, I believe it was from right to left and upward.
All right.
I'm sorry, left to right and upward.
Left to right and upward.
Yes, left to right and upward.
So it's on an upward trajectory through
Yes,
the body.
it was pretty steeply upward.
All right. And let's move on to the wound below that, number 4, which is labeled C in the report. Is that also an entrance gunshot wound we're looking at?
Yes, that is.
And is there, well, you've already told us there's no exit wounds in
Yes.
this autopsy. Okay. Did this wound, was the wound track similar to the one in the B wound or the number 3 wound?
Similar.
As far as its direction?
Yes, in terms of directionality, it was the same.
Okay. What internal structures were affected by that wound?
It only struck the left kidney.
So Mr. Jones suffered 2 gunshot wounds to his left kidney?
Yes.
Okay. And what were the projectile or projectiles that caused that wound collected by Dr. Riley?
Yes, there were fragments that were collected by Dr. Riley in that wound path.
And did he follow the same process of placing them into a sealed envelope and marking it appropriately?
Yes.
Okay. With both of these wounds, were there associated bleeding, I guess, or associated wounds?
So yes, with the with gunshot wound labeled number 3 on here, or on this this photograph, it probably has some bleeding within that left pleural space. I don't recall him mentioning blood within the abdominal space, but there would be some kind of soft tissue hemorrhage. There was, based off the picture, some hemorrhage around around these injuries.
And you indicated that the wound track or the wound direction in number 4, or label C within the report wound, which is below the number 3 or B, that it had a similar direction.
Yes, it was back to front, left to right, and upwards as well.
Okay. So I want to ask, with these wounds to both the chest, the trajectory of the wound through the chest and the A wound, and then this B and C wound on the victim's back, I want to ask you if those wounds would be consistent with having been caused while the victim was seated in a car by shooters in front of the car, while the victim was both turning to avoid the gunfire and then trying to turn his back to the shooters and crawl through the front 2 seats into the back seat.
Yes, they could be consistent with that.
Especially the fact that he would be bent over. Would that, in your opinion, would that account for this upward trajectory, or could it, through his body?
Yes.
Was wound number, wound labeled C, the second wound to the back that we've talked about, which is number 4 in that photograph, was that a fatal wound?
So it wasn't immediately fatal. There is a lot of variables with that injury. It depends on how much he bleeds from his kidney and how long it would take him to get care. He could survive from that wound, but he could also succumb to it too. It would be really hard to determine.
Okay. These wounds to the back and to the front of Mr. Jones' body, how long would it take after infliction of these wounds, especially if they happen in rapid succession, to cause death?
It would only take seconds with the amount of blood loss that he had or he sustained.
Okay. And could he have lost consciousness in seconds?
Yes.
With these types of wounds, what is the actual, you've talked about gunshot wounds being the cause of death, what is the actual mechanism of death?
So mechanistically, there are 2 things at play here. One is blood loss. So if you don't have enough blood in your vessels, you can't maintain your blood pressure, and you can't get blood up to your brain or to your heart. And then the fact that the one bullet in his chest passed through his heart muscle, it caused structural damage to the heart, and so you're going to be more prone to having an abnormal heartbeat. So both are, and combine that with the blood loss and him not getting enough blood to his heart, you kind of have both of these mechanisms happening at once.
So I want to walk you around the victim's body with photographs, and I'm going back to 32E. There was another wound here at number 2, and states 32F, just more of a close-up of it, states 32G, more of a close-up. Is that wound something that is consistent with being caused by shrapnel?
Yes, it is.
And were there other wounds on his body that were consistent with having been caused by shrapnel?
Yes, there were.
States 32P is in Peter. This incised wound to the victims, that's his left elbow, is that correct?
Yes, correct.
All right, and this would be the interior or the outside of his arm?
This would be the outside of his arm, yes.
Okay. Is that a wound that is consistent with having been caused by shrapnel?
Yes, it could be consistent with that.
States 32Q, just a close-up of it. States 32S. What are we looking at here, Doctor?
This is the, this photograph shows the outside of his, of Mr. Jones's right ankle
Okay.
or lower leg.
What kind of wounds are those?
These are what we would consider as abrasions or superficial defects, possible lacerations. They would be consistent with shrapnel as well, or some kind of projectile fragment hitting his body.
32T, just a close-up. Back out. And then above those two wounds, we see this little wound up here. Is that another injury that would be consistent with shrapnel?
Yes.
And that's seen in 32V in close-up. V is in Victor.
Yes.
States 32X. There was an injury to the victim's right hand. Right here, the palm side of the hand. What type of injury is that?
This again looks like an abrasion to his hand.
Okay, 32Y. Just a close-up of that. Something else that could have been caused by shrapnel?
Yes.
These shrapnel wounds, would they be consistent with both projectile shrapnel and intermediate barrier shrapnel, such as automotive glass?
Yes, they can be from automotive glass, from the bullet itself or the projectile itself, or even from plastic or any other material.
States 32AA, just a photograph of the item that was located in the sheet within the body bag with the body.
Yes, that's correct.
I'm going to show you some photographs of Mr. Jones' clothing. 32K is in kilo, double K. Sock from his leg. Would this be consistent with those two abrasions on his lower right ankle? The shrapnel coming through the cloth and causing those injuries?
Yes, so these could be consistent with those injuries.
When a person suffers either shrapnel or gunshot wounds and they're clothed, is it not uncommon to find defects in their clothing?
No, it's not uncommon.
States 32 double B, we see a hole here with the blue background and another one up here. Again, defects in the clothing where the bullet may have passed through the clothing.
Correct.
In the musculoskeletal section of the internal exam, did Dr. Riley notate that he had recovered a projectile from the victim's lower leg?
Yes, correct.
And I think he described it as a remote injury.
Yes, that's correct.
Would that be consistent with a shooting event that had occurred 9 months earlier where something or a projectile had been lodged in the victim's leg and left there?
Yes, there was, from the photographs, there was significant scar tissue around this fragment of projectile, which indicates to us that it's been there for some period of time.
States 32, L is in Lima, L. We see the victim's lower leg having been entered during the autopsy. We see this grayish area here. Is that the projectile?
Yes, correct.
And so that's deep in that muscles of his lower leg, is that correct?
Yes.
32M is in Mike, double M, and that would be the item there.
Yes, that's correct.
Was that item also collected by Dr. Riley and placed into an envelope that was appropriately labeled?
Yes, it was.
So when we were talking about the appropriate labeling, states 32 double P, as in Paul, we have here an envelope that's labeled right leg, and we have a sticker on here that has the victim's name, the medical examiner's case file number. I can rephrase, Judge.
Thank you.
Is this label that's on the envelope, does it contain the medical examiner's case file number?
Yes, it does.
Does it contain the decedent's name?
Yes, it does.
Does it contain Dr. Riley's name
Yes, it does.
and the date of autopsy?
Yes.
And is it labeled with an agency's name there?
Yes, that's correct.
And that's your office's designation?
Overall, you can answer that one.
Yes, that's our office, address and name of our office.
Does the labeling have a place for the doctor to indicate the position of the body that the item was recovered from?
Yes, it does.
And is it indicated on this envelope?
Yes, it is.
And that's from the right leg?
Yes, correct.
And does it indicate whether it's a bullet or a pellet or a jacket or a fragment?
Yes, it indicates that it's a fragment.
States 32Q, double Q, photograph. Now, would this be the fragment from the lower right leg that we were just looking at, the remote injury?
I don't recall. Usually we take a picture with the envelope and the projectile that will indicate what piece went into which envelope. It actually might be.
Actually, the remote injury, I think, is from the left leg. These would have been fragments in the right leg. I guess we were looking at the right leg, those abrasions.
So the initial image you showed with the muscle being incised, that was the left leg. That was the remote injury. There was additional shrapnel that was recovered from the right leg as well, though.
And in this photograph, we do see down here the item that was recovered?
Yes, correct.
Okay. And is that what you were talking about, usually photographed together?
Yes.
Okay. So with the remote gunshot wound to the left leg, we're going to look at that photograph. And there appears to be an item down here. Would that be the item that was recovered?
From the left leg, yes.
States 32 double V. Once the items are placed into the envelope, is the envelope sealed in some form or fashion?
Yes, it is.
How is it sealed?
We use red evidence tape, and we'll seal along the seams on the back of the envelope, and then we'll sign and date our initials on the back, overlying the red evidence tape.
This is 32 WW, W is in whiskey. Does that show the evidence tape and Dr. Riley's signature and the date?
Yes.
And is he following your standard operating procedure as far as sealing those envelopes?
Yes.
States 32 double X. Are these envelopes of several areas? Let me rephrase that. Are these envelopes of items that were collected from several areas of the body?
Yes.
And starting in the upper left here, if you could walk us kind of in a circle here, clockwise, and just tell us the areas.
Sure. So we have fragments recovered from the left kidney, a bullet recovered from the left chest wall, a bullet recovered from the body bag, a fragment recovered from the left pleural cavity, a jacket recovered from the right chest, a fragment recovered from the, it says periaortic tissue, and a fragment from the sock.
Okay. And so not only is the area of the body that the item is collected from labeled, but also he's checking off what type of item it is.
Yes, correct.
Whether it's a bullet or a fragment.
Yes, correct.
Or jacketed.
Yes, it could be. I don't know if he actually labeled. He did. Jacket from the right chest, yes.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
All right, I'm going to show you what's been labeled as 32. I believe this is 32A. There's a smaller envelope inside of the bigger envelope, is that correct?
Yes.
Do you recognize the envelope?
Yes.
And what is the envelope?
The envelope is a fragment that was collected from the left pleural cavity at the autopsy of Mr. Jones.
Okay. Your Honor, we would tender states 32A.
Any objection? Admitted? Is it, what is it, 32, you said 32A, but I think it's 30, what does it state on there?
I'm sorry, 33A.
Okay, any
All of
objection
these
to,
are 33.
any objection to 33A? Okay, admitted.
So 33B. The envelope has a smaller envelope. Do you recognize that, Doctor?
Yes.
And what is it?
This is the envelope that was contained the bullet from the left chest wall that was recovered at the autopsy of Mr. Jones.
Your Honor, we would tender states 33B.
Any objection?
No objection.
Admitted?
33C. Do you recognize the smaller package?
Yes. It's the bullet that was recovered from the body bag of Mr. Jones.
And 33D. Do you recognize
Moving that into evidence?
I am, Your Honor. Tendering it for admission.
Any objection?
And 33D.
33D is the jacketing that was recovered from the right chest of Mr. Jones.
Any objection? Admitted, all of those, 33A through D?
Move to publish 33D as in Delta. C, moving to publish. And this is the item that came from the body bag?
Yes.
And it's described as a bullet by Dr. Riley?
Yes, correct.
And 33B, publishing from the left chest wall, and it's a bullet, correct?
Yes.
And then just the back of the envelope. The autopsy in this case actually occurred on June 23rd of 2024, is that correct?
Yes.
All right, I think I had said the 24th. I think one of these may be dated the 24th. Was Mr. Jones' date of his age documented?
Yes.
What was his age?
I believe he was 26. Do you mind if I refer to the record or to the?
Oh, that's fine if you want, if it will refresh your memory.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was 26.
Okay.
Yeah, he's 26.
And states 33A, from the left pleural cavity, a fragment or fragments,
Yes.
and the back. Thank you, Doctor. I don't have any further questions, Your Honor.
Okay, cross-examination?
Did you perform the autopsy in this case?
I did not.
Another medical examiner did?
Correct.
All right. And how many gunshot wounds did Mr. Jones have?
In my opinion, he has three gunshot wounds.
All right. And so he passed away as a result of those gunshot wounds?
I'm sorry?
He passed away as a result of the gunshot wounds?
Yes, correct.
That's what the core of your testimony is about today, correct?
Yes, correct.
All right. But you're not here to say who shot Mr. Jones?
That's correct.
All right. And so you don't know which person that was involved actually pulled the trigger that that the gun that was used to kill Mr. Jones?
Yeah, so that's beyond the scope of my job. My job is just to determine cause and manner of death.
All right, no further questions.
Okay, thank you. Redirect.
No, Your Honor, he may be released.
Okay, thank you. You're free to
Thank
go. All right, state clerk, next witness.
State Post Detective Craig Griffin.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, you may proceed.
Good afternoon, sir. Would you state your name, please?
It's Craig Griffin,
And where are you employed?
Jacksonville Sheriff's Office.
Do you have a particular assignment with the sheriff's office?
Yes, ma'am, I'm currently assigned to the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office Gang Investigative Unit,
What is your title in that unit?
gang detective.
How long have you been in the gang unit?
Currently, a little over 4 years.
And what was your prior assignment in advance of the gang assignment?
Prior to the gang unit, I was assigned to patrol on the north side of Jacksonville. Also assigned to the narcotics unit or internal affairs unit, and I was also in the jail prior to going to the street.
And during your time on patrol, did you have an opportunity to work the areas related to specific gangs that are tracked by your unit?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you specifically assigned to a particular unit out of the sheriff's office?
Yes, ma'am, I currently am.
And what is the unit to which you're assigned?
The gang or the unit?
I'm sorry, the gang.
The gang, 1200 out east.
And that would be inside of the gang unit. I'm sorry about that.
Yes.
Have you had an opportunity to review what has been previously admitted as State's Exhibit 84B, the gang chart that was created to represent the members or some of the members of 1200?
Yes, ma'am.
If you'll look to the screen and publishing 84B, have you had a chance to see that?
Yes, ma'am.
And in your role with the gang unit, did you help or assist to create this chart, at least as it relates to the relevant members of 1200 as related to this investigation?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
We have depicted on the chart a Rashad Murphy and a Davion Murphy. Over the course of your investigation, have you been able to assess what, if any, nickname was provided to you or that you learned to be assigned or associated to Rashad Murphy?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was that?
Ghost 18.
June, did you miss my swoop? Did you just swoop?
What, if any, relationship is there between Rashad Murphy and Davion Murphy?
I believe they're blood cousins.
And what, if any, relationship is there between both Mr. Rashad Murphy and Davion Murphy to Joe Rod Adams?
If I stand correct, I believe Joe Rod and Rashad are brothers, and then Davion and Joe Rod are cousins.
Is this information that you often collect from social media or videos?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you oftentimes also have the ability to reference, for example, obituaries that are posted?
Yes, ma'am.
And in this particular case, was there an obituary for Joe Rod Adams, aka Spaz?
Yes, ma'am, there would have been one.
And is Spaz the individual that was killed at the Rains High School football game?
That's correct.
Did you, in this particular case, have any involvement with the investigation that was conducted into the homicide of Charles Jones?
Yes, ma'am.
And what particular involvement did you have?
I conducted a traffic stop on a Shane Gathright.
And when you conducted that traffic stop, were you accompanied by other law enforcement officers?
Yes, ma'am.
As you all made contact with the driver, Mr. Gathright, did you ask him to exit his vehicle?
We did, yes, ma'am.
And did you complete a search of that vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
Having attended that traffic stop, are you aware of whether any of your fellow officers were wearing a body-worn camera?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 102 through 104, so you'll take a look at that and let me know if you recognize those images.
Yes, ma'am, these are from the traffic stop.
Do they fairly and accurately represent the beginning of the contact that you had with Sean Gathright on, at this vehicle stop, excuse me?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this time, State seeks to admit State's Exhibits 102, 103, and 104. Any objection? Admitted. In publishing State's 102, are you able to see the screen okay?
Yes, ma'am.
And what date did the traffic stop of Sean Gathright actually occur?
Looks like June 26th
Of what year?
of 2024.
Were you working in your capacity as a gang unit detective
Yes,
when
ma'am.
this stop was conducted?
Yes, ma'am.
You indicated that Mr. Gathright was asked to exit the vehicle. Is that what's depicted in, excuse me, is that depicted in State's 104?
Yes, ma'am.
Before he exited, were you able to make contact and ultimately identify the driver of the vehicle,
Yes.
confirming it was Sean Gathright in State's 103?
Yes, ma'am.
Specifically as it relates to your work with is that the only actual involvement that you had, roadside or otherwise, with the Tampa Police Department case, other than providing background or historical information about the 1200 gang?
That and then also the interview of Rashad Murphy.
And that would have been subsequent to the vehicle stop with Sean Gathright?
Yes.
And who, if you recall, attended that interview of Rashad Murphy with you?
It was myself and Detective Drebeck.
And where did that interview occur?
That took place at our CJIC unit.
Was that interview recorded or documented in some way?
Yes, ma'am. Audio and video recorded.
Referring back to your responsibilities with the gang unit, how long have you been assigned to the group 1200?
Going on almost 2 years now.
And are you familiar with whether 1200 used to be represented by a different name or the members therein?
They had a couple of different names, yes, ma'am.
In advance of 1200 being the leading name as referred to that group, what was Rashad Murphy, for example, or Ghost associated as?
Another group called 187 Boys.
As the groups develop into bigger groups or grow in size, do they ultimately assume these additional names? So from 187 to 1200?
Yes, ma'am.
In this particular case, would that mean that Rashad Murphy no longer considers himself 187?
Not 187, but also 1200.
What does 1200 specifically actually represent?
It's a block located in Jacksonville, Florida, at the corner of First and APR.
And would you say that that's a neighborhood or an area of Jacksonville?
Yes, ma'am.
Does 1200 associate with ATK or its members?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you personally in your time or work with the Jacksonville Gang Unit seen videos and social media posts which depict both of those groups in the same video or post?
Yes, ma'am.
Do ATK and 1200 share a common enemy in Jacksonville?
Yes, ma'am, they do.
And who is that common enemy?
It'll be members from 6 Block.
Did you have an opportunity to review some photographs that were taken of Davion Murphy at the time of his arrest?
Yes, ma'am.
I may have one moment.
Yes.
I can't zoom or I do it.
Elements of that criteria does Davion Murphy meet?
He has hand signs, he also has tattoos, and then associations.
So essentially, he meets the criteria to be a gang member by statute?
To be documented as a gang member.
Overruled, go ahead.
I'm
Answer
sorry.
the question. Does he or doesn't he?
He does, yes.
To be documented?
Yes, ma'am.
But has that documentation actually occurred?
No, ma'am.
As it relates specifically to the footage from the interview room or the documentation from the interview room, state seeks to admit actually state 69.
Any objection? No objection. Okay, admitted.
Publishing 69A, you mentioned that he would meet that criteria based on hand signs. Can you tell me what it is about the hand sign that's depicted in this particular image that would meet that criteria?
So his right hand, he's holding up the 1200 hand sign. So the single finger showing the 1 and then the 2 over here to represent 12.
So 1 and 2, so 12.
Yes, ma'am.
And how did that relate back to?
I'm going to take it a bit further. This is 100, 100, 200, 300. I'm going to do it with the right hand. 400, 1200. So the 1 here and the C is 100 with the 12. That's 1200. Yeah, actually knew.
1200 as you provided or described that to us.
Well, 1200 is the group itself, and so being without adding the 2 zeros, 12.
And 69B, was this screenshot actually taken from the interview room after Mr. Murphy's arrest?
Yes, ma'am.
Are interviews like these, photos like these, documented in your day-to-day activity as a gang detective?
Yes, ma'am.
And in the chart that was previously presented, 84B, is it common for the members of 1200 to utilize that same hand symbol when posting on social media or in music videos?
Yes, ma'am.
Is there any specific relation as to when they do that?
No, ma'am. Just when they're on camera or taking a photo of any sort.
In your activity and based on your training and experience, if you see this hand sign, is the individual throwing it related to 1200?
Yes, majority of the time, yes, ma'am.
Are there times in which the opposing gangs will throw their rivals' hand signs?
In a disrespectful way, yes, ma'am.
So do you view those items or posts in context
Yes.
to determine the nature of that?
Yes, ma'am.
Would it be common for a rival gang member to switch to the direct opposition? So from 6 Block, for example, to 1200?
If he knows, go ahead.
You said, is it common?
Yes.
No, it's not common.
In addition to the screenshots from the surveillance footage, were you also able to view some photographs that were taken by Detective Nieder of Davion Murphy?
Yes.
In 69D, are you able to tell us what, if any, significance was related to the tattoo on Mr. Murphy's neck?
It says, rest up Avery McKnight.
Is Mr. McKnight an individual who is alive or deceased?
Unfortunately, he's deceased.
And do you know the circumstances of his homicide?
I believe.
Overruled, just limited, just explain this.
Was the circumstance of his homicide something related to the gang war in Jacksonville?
Yes.
(69E), specifically as it relates to the tattoo across the bottom of Mr. Murphy's midsection. Are you familiar with an individual that went by the moniker of Suge?
Yes, ma'am.
And was Suge a name that is regularly utilized or mentioned by 1200 members?
Yes, ma'am.
Is Suge also a person or an individual that's disrespected by their rival 6 Block?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, previously had Davion Murphy and Rashad Murphy represented 187.
Yes.
At some point, do you document Davion Murphy's transition to 1200?
Document it, no. Monitor it, yes.
So is there some mechanism by which you all record updates that you'll see or items that you think may prove valuable in when you do updates to documenting or undocumenting specific members?
Well, yes, because everybody has to be redocumented every 5 years.
So is there a log or some record that you can keep for documentation or items that would go towards potentially meeting that criteria?
Yes, it's called an FIR.
So having received these, would you have added essentially a note regarding Davion Murphy and his tattoos or known tattoos had you not had them before?
Yes, ma'am.
Was there another tattoo in state 69H that was depicted on the left side of Mr. Murphy?
Yes, ma'am.
And are you familiar with Jacoby?
Yes, long live Jacoby J. I'm not familiar with that Jacoby.
Jacoby Wright or Jacoby J?
Jacoby was hook on the end, and then you have Jacoby Wright at the bottom. But I'm not familiar with Jacoby Wright.
Okay. But did you have an opportunity to view this photograph?
Yes.
Were you able to view a photograph of tattoos that were taken on the bicep and shoulder area of Mr. Murphy?
Yes, ma'am.
Specifically, do you recognize the image that's depicted on the top of Mr. Murphy's shoulder?
Yes, ma'am. It says long live Joe Rod.
And are you familiar with Joe Rod?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that the same Joe Rod Adams that was killed at the Rains High School football game?
Yes, ma'am.
Were there several Shug tattoos across Mr. Murphy's body?
Yes, ma'am.
And lastly, do you recognize the name Corbin from your investigations?
Yes, ma'am.
And who is Corbin?
Corbin is the deceased member, Corbin Johnson.
We heard some music videos earlier today referencing Corbin's kidnapping. Was there some kind of relationship between the gang rivalry and the death of Corbin Johnson?
What do you mean?
Meaning, was it related to this gang beef or gang war?
That, as far as I know, his homicide is
If he knows.
unresolved.
Correct. Has Corbin Johnson's homicide been the subject of drill raps back and forth between ATK and 6 Block?
Yes, ma'am.
That's my fault. That was not a clear question. I'll pass the witness, Your Honor.
Okay, cross.
Alicia Andrews, she's not a gang member, correct?
No, sir, not that I know of.
She's not a gang associate either?
Not that I'm aware of.
All right, and that's according to the Florida statutes?
Not that I'm aware of. Not on my radar.
All right. These 1,200, when did it start?
Early 2000s?
Early 2000s?
Yes.
So this is going back, you're saying more than 20 years?
Roughly, yes, sir.
All right, so when was it the 187 boys?
187 would have came around probably 2015, 2010, 2015.
Okay, so earlier when you said that, I guess it was Ghost, Rashad Murphy, he was
Yes.
part of 187 boys?
Yes.
So, do you know what time frame he was a part of 187 boys?
I don't, not offhand.
All right, so he was a part of 187 boys and then he switched over to 1,200? How does that work?
So 1,200 as a whole, it's a neighborhood. It's a gang. It's a documented gang. And then within there, they have select groups, okay? So you have 187 boys. You also had another group referred to as A Team, and then you had another group referred to as Cut Circle. They're all from 1,200.
So it's not that he switched from 187 to 1,200, he was always a part of 1,200?
Correct.
And I guess in 1,200, there may be even more specific groups?
Yes.
All right, and those groups are based off of what, streets?
Streets, maybe just something that they come up with.
Okay. All right. And not all of these people, they're not all born gang members, right?
No, sir.
All right, they become gang members at some point in their lives?
Being documented according to Florida state statute.
Okay. This is the 1,200 chart. You're the gang detective for 1,200, right?
Yes, sir.
So on this, I guess, chart here, 4 of these individuals, they're no longer alive, at least 4?
At least 4. You give me a second, I can. I count at least 6.
6. I have from your testimony. You can add or
Okay.
something to it. But I have showed is no longer alive.
Correct.
Davion Murphy had his name tattooed on him. Is that
Correct.
I saw Corbin, right? He's no longer alive.
That's correct.
That's the unsolved murder you were discussing.
Correct.
And that's the one that Charles Jones, Julio Foolio, was rapping about in his songs.
Yes.
Saying that Corbin got kidnapped.
Yes.
All right, and found in a field, with his bones were found in a field.
That's correct.
All right, and Spaz was killed at a football game. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
At Rains.
Yes, sir.
That's the school where Alicia Andrews went.
If you say so.
Okay. Well, Spaz went to Rains.
Okay.
I'm asking.
That I don't know. I believe he did. Him along with Kenny Capps, or I'm sorry, Robert Howard.
Robert Howard. Okay. And Robert Howard is accused of killing Spaz.
That's correct.
All right. We have this Leaky.
Yes, sir.
He passed away.
Yes, sir.
All right. So I have Leaky. I have Spaz, Corbin, Suge. Who are the other 2?
So at the bottom you have Darian Self, Michi, and then Brandon Bevel, 5, who are also deceased.
You said Brandon, deceased?
Yes.
Darren, Michi?
Deceased.
Deceased. That's also one of the ones that Julio Foolio was rapping about in the songs?
Yes.
And then what was the third one?
No, that should be
I think
6.
you mentioned 3 on the bottom, did you?
He said
Or just
2.
2.
Okay, so just those 2. All right. And the others, are they still in 1200 that are on this chart?
They're still, yes, sir. Well, so J-Dot, not so much. He would be
J-Dot.
associated to a different gang now.
J-Dot, is this Jacory Rivers?
Correct.
He's in a different gang now?
Yes.
What gang is he in now?
I would possibly tie him to the Bloods gang.
The Bloods gang?
Yes.
So he's no longer with 1200.
No.
Do you know why he's no longer with 1200?
I don't know.
All right. And Bloods gang, is that a Jacksonville gang?
No.
These are young men, right?
Yes, sir.
Like early 20s?
Early to late 20s.
Early to late 20s.
Mixture of.
All right. And there are other individuals on here who went to Rains High School, correct?
I believe so. I'm not 100% sure on that one.
And if I told you that Alicia Andrews went to Rains High School, would you have any reason to doubt that?
No, sir.
In high school, were all of these individuals, were they gang members in high school?
Not that I recall.
So at some point down the road, maybe they become gang members after they leave high school or when they drop out. Is that possible?
Or during high school, because
Sometimes.
you have Instagram, you have social media.
So sometimes they become gang members in high school, right?
Yes.
Sometimes after high school.
Yes, sir.
All right. You know of Alicia Andrews to use any hand signs?
No, sir.
You know of Alicia Andrews to be in any music videos?
I've never seen her in one. No, sir.
And did you know of Alicia Andrews prior to this case?
No, sir.
But you knew of these other individuals in 1200 prior to this case, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. I don't have any further questions. Thank you.
Okay, redirect?
No, Your Honor.
May this witness be excused?
Yes.
Thank you, you're free to go.
I appreciate it. Thank you, ma'am.
All right, who's your next witness?
Detective Christopher Dravick.
Sure, quick one? Okay, yep, we'll take just a quick 2-minute break, okay?
All rise.
Sure, quick one? Okay.
Sorry, I need to catch the name.
Sure, quick one. Okay, yep, we'll take just a quick 2-minute break, okay?
Okay, I'm gonna have to do it this far back. Sorry, guys.
You knew of these other individuals in 1200 prior to this case, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. I don't have any further questions. Thank you.
Okay, redirect? No, Your Honor. May this witness be excused? Yes. Thank you, you're free to go.
I appreciate it. Thank you, ma'am.
All right, who's your next witness?
Detective Christopher Dravick.
Sure, quick one. Okay, yep, we'll take just a quick 2-minute break, okay?
All right.
Yes, sir. Okay. Okay.
Y'all hanging in there? Are y'all doing all right? I have heard For those of you who don't know, I'm surprised that you don't know, but those who don't know, I am a college major. I am a criminal justice major, and I've studied local U.S. Gangs within the continental U.S., international gangs, drug and and human trafficking of all forms. So it's kind of nice to kind of hear the real world connection to what I just studied. I'm making notes. Okay, well, sort of making notes. Didn't mean to have to throw that one away. So yeah, I'm taking notes. And I'm going to go back and compare some of the information to what I've written down. How's my mod doing today? Hey, honey, how's my mods? We got Amy, Honey, and June in here. We got all blue. Where's the green? The last green conversation we had was over 2 hours ago, y'all. Don't be lurkers. No, 80s Music Man. Okay, and what, an hour ago? Hour and a half. Come on, y'all. But don't be shy. Don't be cool. Oh, I lost my mod. Okay, while they're on a short break, I want to talk to you real quick about the hidden body murder. Red Room. You're hanging tight. Good for you. I appreciate you're doing good. 55-year-old Matthew Paul, P-H-A-P-A-H-L, Bull, is charged with the first-degree intent homicide and hiding the corpse of his girlfriend, 44-year-old Stephanie Pavlons, was found in the wooded area near Delafield, Wisconsin. And the Pavlons has been missing for 3 weeks before her body was found. Investigators reportedly found a video footage showing Paul. Oh, how do you pronounce P-A-H-L? What? Paul? I have no idea. Leaving her, both of them leaving the apartment together August 22nd of 22. He returned.
Get her in here.
Carrying. Okay, he came back carrying the victim's belongings and not the victim. They say he searched local obituaries, reading online articles about the investigation, pretended to be a victim online. The defense team tried to get the whole case thrown out in 23, argue that no one knows how the woman passed, but he has pled not guilty to the crime. If convicted, he first-degree Red Room homicide carries a mandatory sentence of life imprisonment. Interesting.
Okay, sure. Sorry. Tracy here.
You know, she has definitely not been helping the defense in any way. She's been a little difficult as a judge, but I'm kind of here for it. I believe she needs to be. I don't think they should be able. I think these defense attorneys. I don't know what all the other ones are doing. I haven't heard from them, especially this girl here. But I will say that the attorney that's been up at the podium most of today, I'm not impressed. Not at all. We need two things to make a coverall today. We need the UTC time, which is a universal time stamp, and the saggy pan. Oh, I doubt we'll get there today, but you never know. You never know. We got another hour or two to go. Make sure you stay hydrated and get your pen and paper, and let's get back into it. That dude's a piece of work, not the sharp piece either. Well, we're gonna start watching some of that today. When we get done, since my son's working so late, once we get done today, I'm going to go grab a bite, maybe, and then come back and we'll watch the other trial tonight. I don't know what happened to Miss June. June disappeared.
Okay, we ready? Okay, we ready to go? Okay, very good. All right, let's bring in our jury.
All rise.
Okay, very good. Welcome back. Everyone have a seat. State who's your next witness.
Detective Christopher Dravick.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, you may proceed.
Good afternoon, sir. Please state your full name for the jury.
My name is Chris Drabeck.
And where are you employed?
I work for the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office.
Are you also a member of the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office Gang Unit?
I am.
How long have you been employed with JSO?
Going on 9 years, since May of 2017.
And are you also assigned a specific gang or gangs in the unit?
Yes.
Who are you assigned?
I'm currently assigned a criminal gang called 21st Street and another criminal gang called Rack Chasing Family.
So not any of the ATK 1200 or 6 block gangs that were referenced specifically in this case?
No.
Are you familiar with those gangs?
Yes.
Do you work?
Give me a second. Drebeck.
So originally, my supervisor reached out to me because he was notified first, and my sergeant provided me with information of contact info for a Tampa Police Department detective. And I reached out to that detective, and they supplied us with information relating to the death of Charles Jones. And they were inquiring about why this may have occurred.
Did you have any knowledge that Charles Jones was going to be in the Tampa area before?
Yes, we did observe posts on his social media where he was advertising his trip down to Tampa prior to him going in reference to him celebrating his birthday.
How do some of these rappers or even gang members actually tell people about their events or their appearances?
Social media.
And in this particular case, did you have an opportunity to see some flyers that were posted to Mr. Charles Jones' account?
I did.
What is the screen name for the account itself? Did he use his legal name or the moniker of Julio Foolio?
He used his rap name, Julio Foolio.
I'm showing you what's been marked as 95B, 1 through 10, and 95C, 1 through 4.
Okay.
Did you have an opportunity to view Charles Jones's Julio Foolio Instagram account in advance of him coming down to Tampa?
Yes, I routinely would monitor Julio Foolio's Instagram account prior to this.
Even though he was not one of your assigned gang members, you would be monitoring his account?
Yes.
Why is that?
Just, I think it's imperative for detectives assigned to the gang unit to have information and knowledge about gangs, especially a person as prominent as Julio Foolio was. Even though I'm not assigned the 6-block gang, it is important to have working knowledge outside of my assigned gang, so I am able to assist in the event that I was called upon, for example, this instance. So.
And in this particular case, after you were notified of the death of Charles Jones, did you have an opportunity to visit his Instagram page as well?
Yes.
And is what was depicted in States 95B indicative of the recordings or screenshots that were taken from that account after the homicide?
Yes.
Was Mr. Charles Jones' Instagram account public?
It was.
So you were able to access it by just searching the name, essentially?
Yes, sir.
At this time, Your Honor, the state seeks to admit States Exhibits 95B and 95C.
Any objection? Okay, 95B and 95C are admitted.
As it relates to the flyers that went out for Mr. Jones' birthday, I'm showing you 95C. Is this the flyer that you mentioned was posted that notified you, at least, that there was going to be some kind of club appearance in the Tampa area?
Yes.
Do you recall when this post made it to social media?
I know it was sometime prior to June 23rd. I believe it was a week or so before.
And did you have an opportunity to see from the flyers at least the location, exact location of where Mr. Jones was expected to appear?
He's advertising the club Teasers.
Was the information that you had regarding 6-block members being in Tampa only limited to Mr. Jones, or did you receive information that additional members would also be present at that time on June 22nd?
There was an additional post that he had made in reference to his travels down to Tampa, and we did see another person in that post, and it was Robert Howard.
Showing you C2. Is this the post that you're talking about?
Yes, the gentleman on the right with the yellow hoodie, that's Robert Howard. He goes by the nickname Kenny Caps. He's a 6-block gang member.
And you had this knowledge in advance of the actual trip down to Tampa, is that right?
Yes.
Now, both of the appearances that were annotated in the post that he was giving Did you provide any information that you can recall about rivals or about his arrival to Tampa?
I did not communicate with Tampa prior to this.
In your review of the Julio Foolio Instagram account after the homicide, is this when you first looked to the account what you would see in opening it?
Yes.
And were you able to actually look back to view in B2 here additional posts that were made by Mr. Jones?
Yes, he had quite a few posts.
Was there one post in particular that became relevant to your case or investigation?
Yes.
And can you show us which post that's depicted in this?
Starting from the top, at the top in the middle, you have the teasers flyer that he had posted. If you go one post below that, so directly in the middle, it's a image of his face. That's an Instagram reel he posted.
What's an Instagram reel, if you can describe that for the jury, please?
It's a video posted on his Instagram account. But more specifically, this appears to be a shared Instagram reel that was originally posted on a separate social media application called Triller. And Triller is similar to TikTok. It's just videos.
As a part of your review of this account, were you able to actually click on that reel itself?
Yes.
What information does the reel give you when you actually select it or click on it? Like, what information are you provided? Is there a caption? Is there likes? What do you see when you get to access these?
So when you click on the post, you obviously watch the video, and then just below it there is a caption notated by the user of the account, who is Julio Foolio, and that caption reads, "They thought I checked out that last time. We don't celebrate foot shots," with some emojis.
Are you familiar with the earlier attempt on Charles Jones's life from October of 2023?
Yes.
What was the injury that Mr. Jones suffered as a result of that incident?
In October of 2023, Charles Jones was shot in the foot during an attempted murder on his life.
As it relates to this particular investigation, did your involvement also include the impounding of a device related to Alicia Andrews?
There was a cell phone device seized from her, yes.
Did you have an opportunity to review some of the contents of that device upon its impound and extraction?
I did conduct what I would describe as a preliminary review of the cell phone device. So I wouldn't suggest it was a full review of the download, but I did look at it.
Does the sheriff's office also have digital forensics analysts that will actually help to go through that data with you or for you?
We do, yes.
And did those individuals provide you tips or information about items of potential evidentiary value that can be found on these devices?
Yes.
Showing you what has been marked for identification as 76B5 through 7. Do you recognize these extractions from that device?
Yes, I do.
Your Honor, at this time, the state seeks to admit states 76B5 through B7.
Any objection as to which one? It's 5 through 7. Okay, come on up.
Sidebar. Sidebar.
Okay, so 76B 5 through 7 will be admitted.
In publishing 76B5 was there a screenshot from the post that was referred to on the reel from Charles Jones's Instagram account retrieved from that device?
Yes.
And this is the device that was identified to the defendant, Ms. Andrews?
Yes.
And did you have an opportunity to review the actual original post from State's 95C?
And Ms. Ismer, I'm sorry for the record, what exhibit did you just show this witness?
This is 76B5.
Thank you.
Did you have an opportunity to review both the images that were retrieved from Mr. Jones's social media account, meaning the reel that was posted to his account, against the screenshot that was retrieved from Ms. Andrews' device?
Yes.
And did you have an opportunity to compare them against each other?
Yes.
In viewing 95C previously admitted and 76B5, were these images accurately retrieved, the items on the left from Mr. Jones's Instagram and the item on the right from Ms. Andrews' phone?
Yes.
Was the content as it relates to Ms. Andrews' device limited to the 2 days that you had, or that that device had been active?
Yes.
And were you able to ascertain the device setup date for that new device?
I believe it was June 26.
On June 27th, did you seize that device for Ms. Andrews?
Yes.
Were there additional items of potential evidentiary value retrieved from that device for Ms. Andrews?
Yes, ma'am.
In 76B6, were you able to identify the individuals depicted in this image saved from that same device?
Yes, I do.
And who is the individual depicted to the left?
That is a gentleman named Xavier Harrison. He is a ATK gang member who goes by the nickname Fat Zay.
And who is the individual, if you know, identified to the right?
That is a gentleman named Torgon Williams, and he is also an ATK gang member, and he goes by the nickname ATK Red Dot.
Has ATK Red Dot been referenced or mentioned in some of the social media videos that were drill raps or disses posted by Six Block?
He has been referenced in music historically, yes.
Lastly, in states 76B7, do you recognize any of the individuals depicted in this image from the extraction?
I do. The gentleman on the left is a guy named Gerard Adams. He goes by the nickname Spaz, and he is associated with the 1200 group gang.
Is Spaz also related to any of the other co-defendants in this particular case?
Spaz he's deceased now. He was murdered, I believe, back in 2018. But he is related to Rashad Murphy and Davion Murphy.
Did you have an opportunity to see and interview Davion Murphy?
I did.
And are you familiar with how he looks?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you seen a photograph from the arrest of Davion Murphy?
I have.
And have you had an opportunity to review the Ring camera footage from the Airbnb in Tampa?
Tampa did share videos with us recovered from the Airbnb. I did review them, yes.
I'm showing you states 38A and B as well as 90C. Do you recognize those images?
I do.
And do they fairly and accurately represent the individual that you know to be Davion Murphy?
Yes, ma'am.
At this time, state seeks to admit states 38A and B, as well as 90C.
Any objection? Okay, admitted. You said 38A through B and then?
90C.
Okay, thank you. It's admitted as well.
Publishing 90C, sir, is this the image that you were referring to when you mentioned the arrest photo?
Yes.
And sometime after Mr. Murphy's arrest, did you have an opportunity to interview him?
I did. I interviewed him shortly after this picture.
And was that interview audio and video recorded?
Yes.
We've seen some images from an interrogation room with Mr. Murphy here. Was Mr. Murphy captured making any kind of hand signs during the course of that interview or thereafter?
He does throw up what's recognized as the 1200 hand gang sign.
Are you familiar with Rashad Murphy?
Yes.
And does Rashad Murphy have any nickname that you are aware of?
He goes by the nickname Ghost.
During the course of your investigation, do you have contact with Detective Ramos and agree to assist by writing several search warrants?
I did assist by drafting quite a few search warrants.
Did your involvement in this case actually begin on the day of the homicide with the assistance that you provided to Tampa?
Yes.
When you saw or received the notification that Mr. Jones had died, did you do any follow-up work in reviewing the social media accounts of members of 1200 or ATK?
Yes.
And after it was relayed to you that Mr. Jones had died, were there members of both groups taking responsibility for this homicide?
They were doing what we commonly see when a prominent gang member is murdered. They were trolling on social media by posting laughing emojis and other related celebratory posts.
So when you are actually notified, is that by Detective DeJesus from the Tampa Police Department?
Yes.
In starting with your involvement, did you have any information about a possible suspect vehicle?
They did share with us at some point early on that there was potentially a black Chevrolet Impala involved.
And in that initial call, were you able to relay any information about potential leads from incidents that you had investigated or seen on social media in the weeks leading up to the homicide?
Yes.
What information was it that you were able to obtain in your day-to-day duties related to the homicide or leading up to it?
During the conversation I was having in the first day that they were reaching out to us, I did share with that detective that I had screen recorded a conversation that Julio Foolio was having approximately 2 weeks prior with another person named Isaiah Chance on Spaces, which is the formerly known as Twitter. It's an open chat room where people can enter and speak to each other.
Is it a video of the person speaking when you're in Spaces, or do you just hear voices?
It's just their voice. So they log into Spaces, which is previously Twitter. They'll log in with their account and join these open chat rooms and just communicate. So you're only hearing their voice as they talk to each other.
Did you actually document that Spaces communication between Isaiah Chance and Charles Jones?
I screen recorded it and preserved it, yes.
And would that have been on June 6th of 2024?
Yes, yes it would have.
Without telling me the contents of it, were you ultimately made aware of a communication between Sean Gathright and Rashad Murphy on the same date regarding the Spaces conversation?
I was made aware of that, yes.
In the hours after Charles Jones's death, did you see posts made to social media by Isaiah Chance?
Yes.
Are you familiar with the handle associated to Isaiah Chance's Instagram account?
Yes, it's Gutazay with a bunch of G's.
And do you know the social media handle for Rashad Murphy?
Yes, it was Ghost187.
Had you, in your review of Isaiah Chance's Instagram account previously or since this homicide, documented any interaction on social media between Isaiah Chance and Rashad Murphy?
Can you ask that again?
Yes. Was there a social media post to Isaiah Chance's Instagram account tagging Rashad Murphy?
Yes, there was.
And would it have been tagging his handle?
Yes. his username.
During an earlier interview that you had with Mr. Murphy, did you make any kind of observations that were unique that you actually relayed to Detective Ramos as it relates to this investigation?
Yes, when he was signing his constitutional rights form, which is just a form we go over with people prior to interviewing them on a criminal investigation, there's a portion of this form where they have to sign confirming they acknowledge all of their constitutional rights that have been advised to them. And I observed he was signing the form with his right hand, and it was I couldn't read it. I asked him if he was okay, and then it occurred to me later in the interview that he was doing that on purpose because one of the shooters in this investigation is left-handed, and I was able to obtain a separate interview where Rashad Murphy was read his rights, and he signed that form with his left hand. So it was apparent when he was signing the form in front of me, he was signing it with his right hand. I couldn't read anything he was writing.
So in your earlier, or in the earlier interview of Rashad Murphy, would that have been before the death of Charles Jones in an unrelated investigation?
Yes.
What,
Overruled, go ahead.
were you able to observe the hand that Mr. Murphy signed his documents with?
He signed
Overruled, go ahead.
it with his left hand on that occasion.
Then, during the course of your investigation or assistance to the Tampa Police Department investigation for the homicide of Charles Jones, was Rashad Murphy interviewed?
Yes.
And did he utilize a different hand in signing those forms?
He was attempting to sign it with his right hand.
On June 26, just a few days after the homicide, did you learn of any particular developments out of Gwinnett County, Georgia, that were relevant to the investigation?
Detective Ramos did share with us that Rashad Murphy had been taken into custody in a county in Georgia.
Was Rashad Murphy taken into custody by himself?
No.
Was he accompanied by another individual?
He was with a lady named Charmaine Steiger.
Do you know Charmaine Steiger to be the mother of Mr. Murphy's children?
She is.
As a part of that arrest, was Ms. Steiger and Mr. Murphy's cell phone seized?
It was.
And as you're assisting Tampa Police Department, if items of evidentiary value are seized in conjunction with the Tampa investigation, do you take those items into evidence and then ultimately provide them to the detectives in Tampa?
Yes.
On the same date of June 26th, did you learn of a development as it related to the Chevy Impala that Detective Jesus had mentioned was a potential suspect vehicle?
Yes, there was further communication that that black Chevrolet Impala had been dropped off in a separate county in Florida and by Sean Gathright, and he switched it for a gold Toyota 4Runner.
That's strange.
So the black Chevy Impala, may I confirm that that was located in Polk County?
That sounds right.
Was Sean Gathright ultimately stopped in a vehicle stop in Duval County in that 4Runner?
Overruled, go ahead.
He was.
And was that also on June 26th?
Yes, ma'am.
Pursuant to a search of that vehicle, were you notified of the findings or the items that were located within the gold 4Runner that Sean Gathright was stopped in?
I was notified.
Within that vehicle, was there a cellular device that was taken into evidence?
Yes.
Was there also a new phone in a box?
Yes, there was.
Was there ballistics evidence that was impounded?
Yes.
And did that include spent shell casings from the interior of that vehicle?
Yes, there were spent shell casings in a box inside of the vehicle he was driving.
Did you relay the findings to Detective Ramos?
Yes, ma'am.
And are you aware of whether each and every one of those exhibits or items were impounded at that time?
They were.
By June 27th, the Thursday after the homicide, did you develop sufficient probable cause with other members of JSO to execute a search warrant on the residence of Sean Gathright and Isaiah Chance?
Yes.
Was there any evidence of potential or any potential items that you were specifically searching for based on a lack of evidence at the original homicide scene?
So Tampa did share with us through the video surveillance at the incident scene, as well as their information regarding the crime scene, that there appeared to be a lack of shell casings from where the shooters were shooting. In their opinion, based off that fact and the video evidence, they believe that the shooters were equipped with brass catchers on their rifles.
Were you notified at the execution of those search warrants that brass catchers had been discovered inside of the safe in Sean Gathride's residence?
Yes.
Were you also notified that several items of spent and live ammunition were located?
Yes.
What about firearms specifically? Were there firearms located inside that residence?
There were multiple firearms.
As it relates to the 2 rifles that were obtained or seized, did you transfer custody of those rifles to the Tampa Police Department?
A detective within the Crime Gun Intelligence Center did, but that was done.
Upon the execution of these search warrants, was it organized that the warrants would be executed simultaneous with each other
That was the goal.
to have them executed at the same time?
Yes.
Is that a tactic that is typically enacted?
Overall, go ahead.
That was a plan decided by our commanding officer, our lieutenant. He wanted both search warrants executed at the same time.
Are you familiar with the circumstances of the warrant execution at the Isaiah Chance residence?
Yes.
Was the goal of having both warrants executed simultaneously actually accomplished?
It was.
Was there any delay at the Chance residence before the warrant could be executed?
Overall, go ahead.
There was a significant delay for the occupants of Isaiah Chance's house to come out.
Who were the occupants of Isaiah Chance's residence?
Overall, go ahead.
Isaiah Chance and Alicia Andrews.
Upon the execution of the search warrant, once they actually exited the residence, upon the execution of the search warrant, is this the day in which the device from Miss Andrews, from which we've seen the extraction reports, came?
Yes.
In addition to the search warrants for the physical electronic devices that you helped or obtained, did you also obtain a search warrant for iCloud?
There were additional iCloud warrants completed.
Would that have been for Mr. Chance, Davion Murphy, and Miss Andrews?
Yes.
After obtaining those warrants for iCloud, do you send those out, or is that an immediate return? How do you get that information?
The search warrant is drafted, signed by a judge, and then ultimately sent to Apple, requesting the digital data associated with that account. And then at some point following that, it's typically 2 to 3 weeks, Apple will provide a digital return, which we can download the files and review the accounts that way.
The actual Axiom iCloud returns, would that be something that was reviewed, extractions, reviewed, reports created by the Tampa Police Department?
Yes.
While you were waiting for the return of those search warrants, did you have an opportunity to utilize something called cell phone mapping?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury what that is?
It's taking the digital data provided by cell phone carriers that is related to the location data for your cell phone device, and we were able to map it and observe approximate locations of a cell phone device at the desired search time.
Were you involved in reviewing the data for the cell site from Rashad Murphy's device?
I did.
What, if any, information did you learn from that data?
We observed that Rashad Murphy traveled to a Walmart on the Jacksonville's South Side area and was there for a short period of time and then left. So we knew the date and time that he went there. It was the day before, it was June 21st of 2024. And so we traveled to Walmart, made contact with one of their associates and requested to view their video surveillance.
You also have an opportunity to save the video from the Walmart visit.
I did.
Should U.S. and mark the states 99 and 100.
Okay.
The item contained on the disc of the Walmart recording, are you the person who made the recording from the Walmart?
Yes.
And is the item in 100 a fair and accurate representation of a screen grab from that recording?
Yes.
At this time, state seeks to admit states 99 and 100, Your Honor.
Any objection? Be admitted.
You were able to get a recording from the video surveillance from Walmart, right?
Yes.
And from that, we're still
Oh,
shots created of Rashad.
Okay, real quick. I'm in college. I got 2 classes left before I graduate. Each class is requiring that I create a binder and take individual photos of the binders as a part of the quizzes for this week. So I had to put my binders together for class. What are we, junior high?
Murphy inside and states 100.
Yes.
Did you provide this information from the June 21st, roughly 11 p.m. visit to Walmart to Detective Juan Ramos?
I provided him the video, yes.
Had you had an opportunity at this point when you received this cell site data to review the videos from the Julio Foolio murder?
I had observed the video of the murder prior to obtaining this, yes.
And was there a reason that you provided these particular images to the detective?
Yes.
What was that?
The clothes that Rashad Murphy is wearing in his trip to Walmart appears to be the same clothes that he's wearing when he kills Foolio.
Were you also able to see the device that Rashad Murphy was using in his Walmart trip?
Yes, he's using the cell phone device that's ultimately seized in Georgia.
For the surveillance footage that you saw from Walmart, was Mr. Murphy by himself?
He was walking around the store by himself.
Did you also obtain the receipt from the transaction that Mr. Murphy had at this time?
Yes.
All of this information ultimately being provided to Detective Ramos?
Yes, ma'am.
Lastly, was it confirmed by you that arrest warrants had been obtained for all 5 of the defendants by July 27th of 2024?
Yes.
We'll pass the witness, Your Honor.
Okay, cross.
All right, Detective Drebeck, you are the lead in JSO for this case. Is that correct? I would say I helped the most, helping Tampa facilitate this case, yes.
You spoke to Detective Ramos from Tampa Police Department the most. Is that correct?
I'm not quite sure how much he spoke to the other detectives within our unit. I know it was significant. I know my communication with Ramos was quite a bit. I don't know how that pales in comparison to the others.
All right. Well, you gave Detective Ramos most of the information from JSO, right?
For the most part, yeah.
All right. And you are in charge of what gangs in Jacksonville?
21st Street and Rack Chasin Family.
All right. Are any of those 2 gangs associated with in any way ATK or 1200 or 6 Block?
No.
They're like completely separate.
Yes, sir.
All right. And did 6 Block have any other rival gangs outside of ATK and 1200?
I would say that those two were the most noteworthy.
Most noteworthy, but were there other rival gangs to 6 Block?
Not that I can think of.
All right. I want to move to a different topic. You said that there were celebratory posts from people in ATK, maybe even 1200 after Foolio died. Is that correct?
There was a tremendous amount of posts following his death.
A lot of people made posts celebrating the fact that Charles Jones was dead.
Yes.
A lot of people wanted him dead, apparently.
Yes.
All those people were not guilty of killing him, though. Is that correct?
No.
Alicia Andrews did not make any celebratory posts about Charles Jones's death. Is that correct?
Correct. Not that I'm aware of.
All right. Not that anyone is aware of, correct?
Yes, sir.
There's an exhibit that we were just looking at. It's 76, it states 76 B 5 through 7. I'm going to show you these one by one, starting with 5. This is a document. This says, you see at the top it says Cellbrite? Oh, hold on. You see at the top it says Cellbrite?
I see that, yes.
All right, and Cellbrite is a cell phone reader software. Is that correct?
Yeah, Cellbrite's an application investigators use to review cell phone extractions.
All right. And so this Cellbrite report here is an extraction of, or at least a portion of an extraction of Alicia's phone. Is that correct?
Yes.
And this little photo here, that's a photo of Julio, Charles Jones?
Yeah, so that's a thumbnail of what the data to the left is referencing.
All right. And this thumbnail, that thumbnail was created on June 26th?
I can't say yes or no to that.
Is that what the extraction says, that it was created on June 26th?
That's what the extraction
But you're
notates.
not sure if that's how, if that's the way to correctly read that or interpret that extraction?
Sure. The best way to describe this is that this is, from what we know, because the device was activated on June 26. It appeared that the user of this cell phone device was backing up their prior iCloud. So if you were to buy a new phone, you would transfer your data through your iCloud download. So it's transferring your contacts, a lot of your old media files. So I can't say for certain when this post or this image was captured originally, but due to the transfer of data on June 26, that's why it's timestamped that way, so I can't say when it was captured.
All right. So essentially, someone who had this device downloaded, I guess, their iCloud onto the device.
Yes.
And then potentially this thumbnail that you see of Julio Foolio came from that download. Potentially.
Yes.
So we don't know when this picture of Julio Foolio was actually viewed and downloaded to the device or to the iCloud.
That's fair.
And this is the thumbnail, but a bigger picture of it.
Yeah.
Do you know if Alicia Andrews, so let me tell you, you don't know if Alicia Andrews accessed this photograph?
I can say that the device she possessed, the iCloud that is downloaded onto that device and where this image came from was from her iCloud, but specifically, did she personally view it? I can't say that.
You're aware that her boyfriend used to use her phone, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Another extraction, another thumbnail. You see that? This is 76B6.
Yep.
Same sort of thing. June 26th is the creation date. You see that?
Yes, sir.
All right. And this is the picture of, you said, red dot, right?
The gentleman to the right in that image is
I'll show you.
Torgon, ATK Red Dot.
Okay. And the fact that this photograph is in Alicia's phone, what relevance does that have to this case?
Well, Fat Zay to the left, he was in music videos with one of the defendants.
He was in a music video with one of the
Eight-
defendants?
Yeah, Isaiah Chance.
Oh, was he in a music video with Alicia Andrews?
No, you're just asking the significance. And then also ATK Red Dot, he just plays a role in a lot of the historical Jacksonville gang war.
All right. Do you have any communication between Red Dot and Alicia Andrews?
Not that I'm aware of.
Do you know if she even knows him?
I don't know that.
Do you know if she knows the bigger individual in the photograph, Alicia Andrews?
I don't know that.
Another self-right extraction report. All right, June 27th, you see that date?
I do.
And the thumbnail there, you see it?
Yes.
That thumbnail is of an individual named Spaz.
To the left, yes.
Spaz is on the left. Who's on the right, you know?
I believe that's Corbin.
Corbin,
I believe so, yeah.
another individual who died.
Yeah.
That's the one that Charles Jones was rapping about being kidnapped and found in a field of his bones.
Yeah, it's the circumstances around his death, yeah.
And do you know if Alicia Andrews knew either of those two individuals?
I don't know that, no.
But that's what was pulled from her phone, those three thumbnails, correct?
Yeah.
You also mentioned that you got the iCloud return for Alicia Andrews, is that correct?
Yeah.
And what I mean when I say iCloud return, or when you received the iCloud return, that's everything that was in Alicia Andrews' iCloud, you got a copy of it.
It was provided, yes.
All right, like over 100 gigabytes worth of data?
I don't recall how large the data was.
All right, but it was a large file?
I don't recall.
You remember if it took a long time to download?
I don't remember.
All right. And you don't recall finding anything noteworthy in that iCloud?
No, those data files were provided to the Tampa Police Department for review.
All right, so you didn't look at them at all?
No.
You searched, or at least you were involved in the search of a few different homes, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Did you actually search, or were you present during the search warrant of Sean Gathwright's home?
I was present when we made contact with his mother. I read the search warrant to her, but I was not present during the actual search of his home.
Where was his mother when you read the search warrant to her?
Outside of the house.
And you read the search warrant to her before the search?
So it was previously discussed, we were facilitating two search warrants at the same time, one at Isaiah Chance's house and also one at Sean Gathwright's house. Once both scenes were secured, I went to Sean Gathwright's house, made contact with his mother because I had previously met her before, so I had a rapport with her. I read the search warrant to her, which is a common practice we do before we enter someone's home. And then upon reading her the search warrant, I, for lack of better terms, passed off that search warrant to other detectives. And then I traveled back to Isaiah Chance's home to help facilitate the search of his house.
Okay, so you searched Isaiah Chance's home, but not Sean Gathwright's home?
Yes.
All right. Who actually searched, which detective searched Sean Gathwright's home?
The affiant, Detective Parker.
So he'd be the one to ask about where the items inside the home were found?
Or the crime scene detectives.
All right. Do you know if the firearms in Sean Gathwright's house, the ones that were in the rifle, that were in the safe, do you know if those were found in his mother's room?
I was informed that the safe was his mother's room.
So the rifles and the shotgun, those were in his mother's room?
Correct, in the safe.
His mother is former military.
She is.
She also had access to a bunch of ammunition. Is that correct?
I did learn that there was an abundance of ammunition inside of their home.
All right, so the arsenal of weapons and ammunition that were found in Sean Gathrights' home, were you ever able to determine what actually belonged to Sean Gathright from what belongs to his mother?
No.
But surely, out of all the pictures, you've seen the pictures from
Yes.
the search warrant, correct?
Yes, sir, I have.
So out of all the pictures, you're not able to say what actually belonged to Sean Gathright
No.
and what belonged to his mother?
Correct.
And Alicia Andrews' home, that was never searched, correct?
Correct.
All right. Why not?
Well, law enforcement is held to a standard of having probable cause in order to search a home. Absent having probable cause to apply for a search warrant that would then be signed by a judge, you would simply ask for consent to search a home. I do not believe that probable cause ever existed to search the residence of Alicia Andrews.
So there was never even probable cause to search Alicia Andrews' home?
As far as I'm aware, no.
All right, not even to this day?
Correct.
You mentioned on direct in October 2023 shooting of Charles Jones, correct?
Yes.
An attempt at his life?
Correct.
And that crime has gone unsolved?
Yes, there's been no arrest on that case.
All right. And there's also no probable cause to arrest anyone for that case at this point?
Correct.
2 years later?
Yep.
Certainly, Alicia Andrews is not a suspect in that shooting, correct?
Not that I'm aware of.
You have any indication that she even knows about that shooting?
I don't.
Do you know of a woman named Aaliyah Albritton?
Yes.
One second. Showing what's in evidence is State's Exhibit 84C. Now, you're not the gang detective for ATK, is that correct?
Correct.
All right. But do you know who Youngin Ace is?
Yes.
All right. That would be this individual here,
Yes.
the so-called leader of ATK?
I don't know if he's the leader, but he's certainly the more well-known, prominent. Yeah.
Okay, all right. So, you're aware of his brother, this Trayvon Bullard?
Yes, sir.
Nickname is Quan.
Yep, 2 times.
All right. And Trayvon Bullard, and Quan 2 times, he dated at one point Aaliyah Albritton, correct?
I was made aware of that, yes.
All right. And Trayvon was killed. Do you know who killed him?
There's been rumors, but no one's been arrested.
All right. No one's been arrested, but 6 Block takes credit for the killing. Is that correct?
Yes.
And Charles Jones himself rapped about Trayvon's killing
Yes.
and has made disrespectful music towards the death of Trayvon. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. And did you speak, by any chance, did you speak to Aaliyah in this case?
No, sir.
All right. When you were investigating, you were aware that Aaliyah was with Charles Jones when he was shot and killed?
Yeah.
All right. And that was despite the fact that Aaliyah dated someone that Charles Jones rapped about killing.
Okay.
You're aware of that?
Yeah.
All right. Did you investigate Aaliyah for any potential motive for killing Charles Jones in this case?
That is a fair question. You're using the term investigating. This homicide occurred in Hillsborough County, right? So the duties of the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office gang unit specifically was to assist Tampa Police Department in their investigation. At no point, were we referencing Aaliyah Albritton for an interview. So no, she was not talked to on our behalf.
So fair question, fair answer. You are in Jacksonville. This murder happened in Tampa, right?
Yes.
So you're not responsible for any investigation really in Tampa, is what you're saying?
The legal jurisdiction of a homicide occurring in Hillsborough County has no implications for law enforcement in Duval County.
But just in the simple terms, you're not responsible for the investigation in Tampa.
No.
That's Detective Ramos.
Correct.
Another individual, he's the lead.
Right, and he's employed in Hillsborough County.
Understood. All right, so Alicia has an iCloud and
Miss
a phone.
Andrews.
Two different things.
Miss Andrews.
Sorry, Miss Andrews has an iCloud and a phone. Two different devices that would provide two different extractions. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. And you also, in addition to the iCloud, you reviewed Alicia Andrews' phone, correct?
Portions of it.
Portions. All right. In the portions that you reviewed, there's no agreement in the phone that shows Alicia Andrews agreed to kill Charles Jones?
No.
No message showing that she's involved in some conspiracy to kill Charles Jones?
No.
No indication that Alicia Andrews knew Davion or Rashad Murphy prior to the killing of Charles Jones?
Not from her device.
And nothing in her device that would show or indicate that she had any sort of relationship with Sean Gathright prior to the murder of Charles Jones, correct?
Correct.
You listened to several jail calls in this case, right?
I spend a large amount of my time on jail calls.
How many jail calls do you think you listened to?
Over the course of my career?
No, just in this case.
I would estimate 50 to 100.
All right. And you began listening to those jail calls in the early stages of the investigation, correct?
Yes, sir.
To try to figure out maybe if there's someone in jail talking about who killed Charles Jones.
Yes.
You did get some information pertinent to this case through listening to the jail calls, correct?
Yes.
All right. That information led you to Isaiah Chance.
It was just another piece of evidence. I don't know if that led me to him, but
Well, there was some evidence from the jail calls that you uncovered that made you believe that Isaiah Chance might be a suspect, correct?
yes.
All right. But never anything in the jail calls that led you to believe that Alicia Andrews was a suspect, right?
Correct.
No mention of Alicia Andrews in any of the calls?
None.
You've watched several music videos with all this gang activity back
Ye-
and forth?
Yes, sir.
Alicia Andrews is not in any of those videos, correct?
Correct.
She's not seen holding any weapons in any of these videos.
Right.
She's not seen throwing up any gang signs in any of these videos.
I already said she's not in the videos.
All right. She doesn't have any photographs online, throwing up any gang signs, correct?
Correct.
Alicia Andrews is not a documented gang member, is that correct?
Right.
She's also not even a gang associate, correct?
Correct.
No further questions.
Okay, redirect.
Very briefly, Your Honor. You were asked about some jail calls that you reviewed in Duval County. Were those jail calls that occurred immediately after the death of Charles Jones?
Yes.
And were those jail calls between gang members or their family members identifying Gutazay or Isaiah Chance as the person who committed the murder?
Yes.
Were any of those jail calls with Isaiah Chance or Gutazay talking about committing the murder?
Like how he committed it?
No, specifically to Isaiah Chance. Made to Isaiah Chance, or were they made between other gang members?
Other parties?
Specifically as it relates to the search warrant executed on Sean Gathright's residence, you were asked about the safe in the mother's room.
Okay.
Did you also intercept a jail call as it relates to the safe that was located in the house?
Say that again?
Did you locate a call that was made by Sean Gathright to his mother about a safe located in the house?
It was Isaiah Chance.
To SeanGathright's mother?
There was a jail call following a search warrant between Isaiah Chance and his mother.
And what was the nature of the call? What were they talking about?
He was inquiring if the law enforcement had found something, and she told them on the phone that we had not. So we went back out there to search again.
And pursuant to the details of that call, was the item that was described located in that location still?
No.
You were asked about the contents of Ms. Andrews' physical device. That is the download for which you had access and could review. Is that correct?
Yes.
Is it also correct that that device was active for less than 24 hours?
Yes.
So from the time that that device was turned on for the first time and the time that it was seized by law enforcement was less than 24-hour period?
Yes.
And that would have been between June 26th and June 27th?
Correct.
Now, you are not able to date, based on the impound of the items that were collected and the upload of the iCloud, you are not able to date most of those photos because they would just reflect the date that the iCloud was downloaded to that device, correct?
That's correct.
Are you at least able to date the image that depicted the reel from Mr. Jones's Instagram account based on the records from Instagram and publishing states 95C3?
So we do know that that post was made to his account in February of 2024.
So at some time between February of 2024 and when that phone was impounded in June of 2024, that item was preserved or saved to the device?
Yes.
You were asked about probable cause to search the residences associated to this case. Was there sufficient evidence by way of cell site data that put the devices at both Sean Gathright and Isaiah Chance's residence, as well as video footage that put all of the suspects or some of the suspects at those locations?
Yes.
Did that assist in allowing you to get probable cause for those locations?
Yes.
Was there direct evidence that the defendants in this case had been to Ms. Andrews' residence for you to apply for a search warrant of that residence?
No.
And when you specifically indicate that you had been to Sean Gathright's residence, have you had an opportunity to review the surveillance footage which is depicted in State's Exhibit number 98 from the security footage at Sean Gathright's residence?
I've seen those videos, yes.
Are you familiar with the security cameras that are affixed to the outside of his residence?
Yes, ma'am.
And are you familiar with that Victoria Lakes address at his home?
Yes.
Is that residence located within Duval County?
Yes.
One moment, Your Honor. As a part of your review of the video surveillance from Sean Gathright's residence, are you able to say that it fairly and accurately represents the exterior of that home?
Yes.
And lastly, from your involvement in this case with the execution of the search warrants, as well as the work of the crime scene detectives and other officers from JSO, have your contacts with Mrs. Andrews always been at Mr. Chance's residence as it related to this case? So for the execution of the search warrant, the impounding of the devices, et cetera.
Yeah.
Did any of those contacts happen at Mrs. Andrews' residence, which would allow for a potential for probable cause to search there?
No.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Okay, may this witness be excused? Subject potentially to recall, I don't know.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, all right, thank you. You're free to go.
Thank you.
All right, so members of the jury, we worked a little late, but as you can see, when we get a witness on the stand, we try and wrap it up. So we will be in recess overnight, and just remember my previous admonitions. Don't read, watch, listen to any news accounts, social media accounts related to this case. Don't talk to anybody about it, and don't do any independent investigation or research. See you all tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Thank you.
All rise.
very good. Okay, everyone have a seat. All right, what's the lineup tomorrow?
Judge, it is going to be Amara Drew, Louis Beth Fortes Rodriguez, Detective Juan Ramos, and Detective Benjamin Doors.
Okay. All right. And then, are those your 4 last witnesses? Okay. So conceivably, you could rest tomorrow.
Conceivably, but I believe Ramos is going to be somewhat late.
Okay. Oh, we'll see. Okay.
Judge, if we don't, can we get a lineup from the defense?
I mean, if you do rest.
I mean, if we do, yeah,
Yeah.
we can get the first 3 or 4 witnesses, and then Tim will call you tomorrow. Tomorrow?
Yes, tomorrow, in the event.
Okay, this was a very, very interesting day today.
Do you want him transported tomorrow? I can.
What I'm contemplating in my head is not having somebody sit in the back all day long.
Right.
That might not matter to anybody else, but if the state thinks that they're going to rest tomorrow, if that's actually possible, then yes, I would have them come.
Okay. Well, I'm brought over.
Are we
So,
able to make that decision at noon, Your Honor?
I don't know.
Or you said-
How much advance notice does the sheriff's office need to transport
It's
some?
probably best for him to be transported in the morning.
Yeah.
And then by noon, if we know we're not gonna get to him, then we can
Send him back. Okay, let's do that then.
It's gonna be busier with traffic. and
Yeah,
other-
all right, let's get him transported over here in the morning. If it looks like we're not gonna get him on, then we'll send him back, but,
I'll make sure he's here in the morning when I get him.
yep, okay. All right, and then, anyone else, or is that it?
Everyone is pretty much slated for Wednesday. I'll take Anthony Alava, Joel Jordan, Kayla, Tom Pullen.
Okay,
Oh, Detective Campbell.
Detective who?
Campbell.
okay, very good. All right, see you guys tomorrow, 9 a.m.
Court's adjourned.
Coach Jones, y'all. I am lining up. We have another trial that if y'all want to watch. If not, that's okay. I'm gonna leave it up to you guys. We can start this one tomorrow. I have had 0 sleep. I've been up 9:33 hours. I have been 3 hours, so it has been a long day. However, let's get some stuff done. This is our bingo card. We're going to do the bingo card in a minute. Let me do a quick recap. Okay, so here's the highlights from today's prosecution. They described the attack as a hellish onslaught planned by Andrews and several of the defendants. Andrews allegedly initiated the logistics by messaging about booking an Airbnb in Tampa the day before the Red Room. Surveillance footage and phone records were presented to show that Andrews' movement and communication led to the shooting. Now, gang work context in this case is interesting. The case is tied to multiple gangs, ongoing gang feuds between Jacksonville's gang ATK and the K-1200 or the 1200 Club KTA. Prosecutors argued that Foolio's Red Room was targeted hit in his broader conflicts. The defense says that Andrews, I'm trying not to, I think I got hiccups coming in. Legal team has challenged the credibility of the digital evidence eyewitnesses' accounts. They argued she was present but not involved in the planning or the executing the attack. Witness testimony, there were a few key witnesses that described seeing Andrews with the group shortly before the Red Room. Forensic experts testified about the ballistic evidence linking the weapons found in Jacksonville to the scene in Tampa. They also wait a minute. We also had a lot of interesting lawyering that happened today. A lot of weird objections. I felt like the defense was behind the wheel all day and we're playing catch up. That's my humble opinion. I wonder how this is going to come across. Hello, Joe Schmo. Yes, I do. I'll sit there. Y'all who don't know, I'll sit there and do this. It's just, just fiddling. I'll be fiddling, and then here comes Joe Schmo. So yes, I do need to go. I need sleep, y'all. I've been up since 7 a.m. yesterday. Actually, 6:48 to be exact, in the morning yesterday. But we're learning a lot about gangs, and I find it interesting because I spent a lot of time this past, literally in the past 8 weeks, literally doing nothing but national and international gang and criminal activities, studying them for the last 8 weeks. And it's interesting to see this play out in court. I'm identifying with a lot of what I've learned. I also have some personal knowledge of a certain gang that runs here in Texas. And I won't say which one, but I do have some personal insight. No, I've not been affiliated with a gang, but it's very interesting. We're going to do bingo in just a second. It is very interesting, but the fact remains is that one of the things the defense was trying to say is the fact that a particular gang doesn't have any kind of hierarchy. Well, it doesn't matter if it's 3 people in a gang group or 3,000. There will be a form of hierarchy, whether it is formal or informal, whether it's enforceable or not. Well, it's always enforceable because somebody could always lose their life. The amount of organization it has or the lack of organization is the key difference. So I find this very interesting, and I find it interesting that most of the people they have this spreadsheet with all the little pictures in it, thumbnails of individuals, and most of them are deceased. No legal search warrants. Yeah, that was interesting. I want to dive into that a little more tonight. I'm going to dive in that tonight. I want to make sure I read it right. Not too sure about that. Let me see. Now, it does state here that the search warrants were legal in the Andrews trial. Authorities standard procedures to obtain it. 5 individuals are charged with the Red Room of Jacksonville rapper Julio Foolio. Well, the specifics of the warrant. Now, that's something that's interesting. The specific details of the warrants used in Andrews' case haven't been publicly disclosed in full. The prosecution has not faced challenges regarding the legitimacy of those searches to a degree. It suggests that the warrants met protocol standards and was not contested by the defense during the pretrial motions. So if you don't sit there and contest it in the pretrial motions, it's really hard for you to come up in the middle of trial last minute and start contesting the validity of warrants when that should have been handled well before. So that's my understanding of it. Okay, June, I see it. Put your hand down. Is that you or me? Did you put that up there or did I do it? Was that me? Why is it not pop? Oh, okay, that was me. I thought that was you. I was like, boo, you're using your share screen. Good girl. June, you know I love you. No, but June, it's interesting, for y'all to know. Janky Joe Schmo, for y'all to know real quick, is that June can pop things up and move things and do everything I can do in my StreamYard, and I'm happy that she's able to learn to do that. It'll be nice if I can get it to where she can start popping things up. So when I'm really focused on talking and thinking about what I'm saying, she can pop something up for me. It's hard because I feel like I'm doing this. And then my feet are going too. So it's interesting. So we're going to do the bingos. Let's do this. Let me put this down. I'm trying to get everything organized. Oh, there you go, June. Thank you so much for your support. We love you guys, and your support is absolutely amazing. But I think this is June's favorite. No, I think this is June's favorite. You may call it coffee. To me, it's anti-red rummy juicy juice. Ain't that the truth? That is so. But today we had some drama llama going on in court. Yep, we sure did. All right. So this was a bingo card. The only two we almost got a coverall. Almost had a coverall, but not quite. So we what? Oh no. Hold on, guys. Do you remember when my computer reset? So did the game. It reset. It didn't hold it. I'm just going to have to give everybody an entry. If you were here today, you'll get an entry. Right now I only have 2 entries for all of them. I only have 2 entries for each one, so everybody gets it. I can't believe it. Look what happened. This is what happened. When my computer did its little do-deed thing, I forgot to come back and redo it. So guess what? Congratulations, everybody. You each get an entry. Oh, yeah. Yeah, we'll have to go back and watch. So, well, let me do the I liked. Let me do that one at least. Let me get that one, and then everybody else will get an entry for the others. I mean, that was so frustrating, y'all. Here we go. Get your bingos in. So everybody gets an entry. My apologies, guys. It has been a gremlin kind of last 7 days. Can someone not hear me? Do I need to elevate myself some more? Some people said I was screaming. Some people said I was too soft. I don't know. If I'm too soft, turn up your earbuds. Once your earbuds are turned up all the way, then let me know. Where everybody gets an entry. I'll go back and put everybody in from today. So, yeah, Everybody gets an entry in all of them. Yay. So thank you guys so very much. Joe, miss you. When are we going to do a live together again? We need to do a live together again. I got all my binders ready. I've got a quiz I got to take tonight. But do you know what's interesting? I was going to share this with y'all. I want y'all to see this. This is way cool, y'all. This here is a binder. But do you see this here? When it charges my phone. It's a phone charger. But I'm already 100%, so it won't charge it. So what's nice is that I can put my phone on my book and it charges it. Has a built-in, there's a little port there. I can also plug in. But it has a built-in thing. It is like so freaking cool. I have several of these. I've used it a lot when I was away in college. And so, as you can tell, the green light is on. Well, it doesn't show up because my green screen's on. So anyway. Oh, Angela, I hope you're doing okay, boo. Oh, welcome back. Welcome back. All right. We always have a movie and then we watch Bones. I'm digging up bones. I'm digging up bones. Yes. And I watched all night long digging up them bones, them dry bones. Yes, I am addicted. Thank you so much, June, for that. Yeah, you got me addicted. Congratulations, June. You did it. So, go to our Discord. If you want to know what's going to be playing, it'll be announced. Excuse me. It will be announced there. Okay. Yes, June, run bones for us because we can't sleep. Yeah, maybe that's why I'm not sleeping. Have you ever thought of that? Actually, I don't know why I'm not sleeping. I think part of it is I'm having a rheumatoid arthritis flare up. Although it's not horrible, it always affects my sleep because I'm on prednisone steroids, and that will keep you up and going, let me tell you. So I'm not going to, I didn't take any today. I won't be taking any tonight. So maybe I'll actually get some sleep. I have an eye mask too. I do. I have an eye mask. I have people that drive up and down our street all night and their lights come in. That's weird how my ring is wigging out because I have the green screen on. Because it's a mother of pearl. Honey, I love you. These come off at night. Yeah, this is that color because it's soft. These come off at night. I can't even hear thunder. I will feel the sound if it's strong enough, but I can't hear. And I can't sleep with these in. It's miserable. Y'all, my thumb is still sore. I just hit it. In my earlier years of going deaf and I could still hear and I had just the little hearing aids, I could wear them all the time, but I can't wear these because they're so thick. These things are huge and they're heavy. And so it does. It does. You can see around all the way around. Sure does. But anyway, these are so heavy and they're so thick that when you lay on them, I don't know if you can hear that. So that's what I hear all night long. It's okay, Angela. It's okay. I didn't. I stabbed myself with an EpiPen. I'm used to one specific kind of EpiPen, and they have changed the model. And I was in a state, and I grabbed the EpiPen and did this, and let me tell you, I pulled back real quick. Woo, y'all! I pulled back quick, but it hit the bone because those epi needles are about that long. And then I had to go get a new pin and epi my leg. That wasn't fun, but it's still hurting. You can still see some white. It was really white. Oh man, it was not a good night. No, I got exposed to oranges. It was not a good night at all. Ever since then, I felt under the weather. I felt off. And that adrenaline. And then on top of it, I'm on prednisone. Then I'm taking double caffeinated coffee in the morning to stay awake. Look at this, my coffee. Look, because it's green. All of this area here that's kind of like a silvery. Look, that's all green. I think that is the coolest thing, y'all. Look. I got a flower in my cup. Breathe deep, helps meditation, should help sleep. Yeah, you're right. I do that. One of the things that I do is I get a nice hot bath. Epsom salt. Yeah. Epinephrine is what that pen was. And then I'm taking prednisone for an RA flare up. Now yesterday was my last dose pack. Oh, med pack. So yeah. So, So the epinephrine had me up for a day and a half. And then, yeah, it's just been, and it's okay. I do have tea. I've had some tea. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to let Miss June, oh, poor June, you always have to pick the movies, but June's got 100% for how many months now? I have yet to like a movie. I mean, there's some I like better, but there's not been a movie I'm going, June. We're not doing this. And we've been watching Matlock. Oh, I love Matlock. Love Matlock. Do you know what? It's same time, 8 a.m. Tomorrow. But you may want to speed through some of the testimony. I think there's two male detectives who are gang unit detectives, investigators, whatever you want to call them. Detective, I think that's what they call themselves. Those are the two you want to watch. Everything else is they kind of the defense actually tried to attack the medical examiners a little bit. It got a little testy. In fact, there was a point in the day when the judge was getting really tired of the objections, I think, from the defense. And they asked if they can have a sidebar and approach. And she goes, nope, I've already ruled. Your Honor, nope, I've already ruled. Move on. I was like, ooh, that was interesting. I was like, oh, gosh. She's a no-nonsense kind of person, and I'm kind of liking it. Never seen this judge before personally. I really like her, so I'm looking forward to seeing her again tomorrow. I kind of feel bad for this young girl because her defense attorneys suck. I mean, they're not doing anything wrong. They're just not that great. And they're private pay. They're not provided by the state. And there's 3 to 4 attorneys up there with her. So I don't know who's paying for all of this. It's been alluded to that there may be a gang affiliation helping her pay for her attorneys. But I don't know. What do y'all think so far? I don't think that, number one, them playing her down to a 14-year-old girl look, because she's very tiny and petite. I was like her. I kid you not. I was 27 years old and could still pass for 15, 16, 17, depending on how I did my makeup or whether I had any on. I was 89 pounds, 5'2" when I graduated. I wasn't anorexic. I ate everything. I was busy, super busy, and high metabolism. Never gained weight. That happened after kids. And I mean, I was wearing a 0 until I was 26. I got married. I was a size 0 wedding dress. 1 clothes too. 02 is where I was. So, I understand sometimes it's good to play yourself young, but I don't think it bodes well for the court here. It wouldn't bode well for me if I'm on the jury. Appeal ineffective counsel may be coming if it goes to the verdict guilty. I don't think they're ineffective. I just don't think they're experienced as what I would like to see. I'm not liking her questioning on cross. I'm not liking the way she's reading the courtroom. Definitely not liking how she's reading the judge. And the one thing you need to learn to do as an experienced attorney is learning how to read your court and your jury. And some of the things she's saying and doing and how she's approaching things, I'm not feeling is a good fit for this. I don't think that she's doing very well. And in fact, I think she's irritating the judge more than anything. When the judge rules, you shut up and move on. You don't argue her. And that's what she's doing. And yeah, make your point, do your objection, get it on the record. You can appeal it later. So, yeah. It'd be interesting to see if this judge starts slapping sanctions on her if she doesn't calm down, because let me tell you, I can't imagine another 4 or 5 days of this. They did make a comment that they expect to rest maybe tomorrow for the prosecution. So we may be in defense's case in chief come tomorrow late afternoon. They are going to be bringing somebody in who is in jail already on behalf of the state, I believe. They turned state witness. We will see. I think tomorrow's going to be interesting. And then during the breaks, we'll watch that other trial. Guys, I've got to go lay down. So Miss June, by head nod, do you have a movie or something we can watch for the gang? Or are you working on it? I can hear you, but I can't see you. Nope, you mute yourself. Okay. Anyway, we'll put it in Discord. Go visit us over there. We'll be there live tonight. At least we will be there. If nothing else, we'll be there with bones. We're digging up bones. All right, guys, y'all have a fabulous evening. See all of you tomorrow morning, bright and early, 8 o'clock Central Standard Time, 6 o'clock West, and 9 o'clock East. Thank you all so much. Yeah, some football. Is it football tonight? Who's playing tonight? Maybe it'll be football tonight. We'll have something. Come join us. You know, it's only the 3 of us. Just the 3 of us. Angela, June, and myself. Y'all come join us. It's fun. All right, guys. Good night. See you in the morning. Thanks for watching. Please comment, like, share, and most importantly, subscribe. I hope you have an awesome day. Till next time, take care.